What's up guys, JP here. Before I let you guys get into this super ultra mega epic awesome crossover podcast with the Exploding Heads Horror Podcast, I just need to let you guys know something very important. Our iTunes feed has now changed. We are now members of the Horrorphilia network of podcasts, and doing that, leaving our old hosting place, which actually cost us quite a bit of money and was honestly becoming a headache. We switched over, but unfortunately we were not allowed to take our feed with us, or if we were, it was too complex for me to really figure out on my own. So we had to create a new iTunes feed. So what that means is you guys are going to have to resubscribe. All you people who listen through iTunes, you're going to need to go and subscribe to the new feed in order to still get our podcast. So if you type in 22 Shots of Moods and Horror on iTunes, there should be 2 to 3 different feeds popping up. The one with the metal skull giving the middle finger, you no longer want to subscribe to that one. You want to subscribe to the one that is under Horrorphilia. Again, that is Horrorphilia. So the old podcast used to be under my name, which is Justin. The new one will be under Horrorphilia. 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, Horrorphilia, coming together, hosting our podcast. Make sure you guys subscribe, and you can still hear us on our website, 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com, as well as Moodz' channel, which is Moodz616 on YouTube. So please guys, transition over, subscribe. Please leave us a rating and a review so it helps people who are searching our podcast find it easier. It'll be the first one to pop up once we get more reviews and ratings. So please do that if you would feel generous enough to do so. With that said, I am going to toss it over to Moodz.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 68 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horrors coming at you live. I am your host, Moodz, and of course, I've always got my homeboy Double Shot J, also known as the Sexy Mexican, and I'm very, very, very proud to introduce to y'all tonight the 2 cats from the Exploding Heads podcast are joining us for this episode. We've got everybody's second favorite Jew, Brandon, and we've got Dave Z. Welcome aboard, boys. What's going on?
Joe. You know, Joe Pesci.
Oh shit, yeah.
Joe Pesci. That's right, that's right. I didn't even think about Joe Pesci. That's totally my bad. It's my bad.
No, I've been hearing it for fucking 3 years. It's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, as soon as someone said that you sounded like Joe Pesci, I was like, totally. Yeah. It was just like a perfect fit, man. Perfect fit. So what's going on, guys? So proud to have you guys on the show. Exploding Heads?
Exploding Heads.
Yeah.
That's a great name. I have to say, guys, big props to that name. Love
All me.
Exploding Heads.
All me.
It's good, man.
Is
it's
there
just,
had nothing to do with me.
It was actually Christian, the one guy that's not here. It was
really?
his idea. Yes.
Yeah, because that was one thing I did want to ask you guys who came up with that name, because I like it. It's catchy. It's memorable. It's not as long as the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, whoever the fuck came up with that name.
Our Canadian came up with it.
Exploding Heads. It's catchy. It's quick. It's flashy, and it's disgusting. I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I feel like there's some kind of thing that whenever you guys get a lot of hardcore listeners, there's probably some sort of like Juggalo-esque name that you can give them with Exploding Heads.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a lot better than Talking Heads, like that shitty ass 80s band. You guys know what
Of course.
I know what you're talking about.
It's funny
Burning
because
down the house.
Yeah, when I first heard the name Exploding Heads, first thing I thought of was Talking Heads, and I was like, Exploding Heads is so much fucking cooler. Good job, guys. But yes, the 2015 year-end show here.
This is our third
Yes,
annual end of the year show.
You know what? I've been so excited to do this show for, I would say probably about the midpoint in the year, because this year just was solid. It started out a little slow, and then about that midpoint it started kind of picking up. And then I tell you, the last couple months, man, a lot of heavy hitters, man. A lot of heavy hitters. It's been a really exciting year. So I'm excited, man. I'm really, really excited because I don't know anyone's lists at all. And which is so exciting to me. Like, I have no idea what's on JP's. I have no idea what's on your guys's. So this is really exciting for me.
Yeah, I know what's on a few people's lists, mainly everybody who submitted their list, good 30 people, so that's pretty cool. But I do not know what's on Moodz' list, which I find super intriguing. I've always found that these shows are among the funnest because it's such a mystery and it's such you get 10 reveals throughout, it's like a plot twist. But before we actually get into our, year kind of opinions, I do want to give Brandon and Dave a chance to plug where they're doing their podcast and what their podcast is. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, what y'all about? What y'all about?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. Brandon, you're the champ. Go ahead. Be my guest.
The champ?
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
You're our host. You're our leader.
I know,
I'm still in shock to hear a sentence where Jew and favorite were used together. You do not hear that.
You can thank the 00 for that, man.
God,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, Exploding Heads. We're 3 episodes deep. We actually just recorded our year-end show, so this is my second annual year-end show in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks.
That's totally awesome.
It's an absolute blast. We don't really have any strict formats set up, but we want to consistently review a newer film each week, a new and an old, and try to pair up the genre or subgenre. Well, it'll definitely be horror, obviously, but
like
the subgenre.
The common theme idea, and I like new and old. That's actually really good. I like that.
and that's going to be our general idea for our basic show, and then we'll include trilogies and maybe some franchises, and we've been shooting out.
You guys know you want to get to the Children of the Corn franchise. It's only 9 films.
I don't honestly. That would be a trilogy. We would maybe.
You know what? I don't blame you.
3 trilogies of Children of the Corn films.
3 shows.
No, we're stopping
a trilogy of trilogies.
Oh my God!
We're only doing trilogies. We're stopping at 3. Like we're gonna do Hellraiser 1 to 3 and just fucking stop. And then that's it. Sleepaway Camp 1 through 3.
Leprechaun 1 through 3. That right there. That's a good place to stop. I think you can go through a lot of franchises and say that actually.
Yeah, for sure. And it got me thinking. I was thinking about your guys' podcast, Exploding Heads podcast, and we have a common. There's a common denominator between the 22 Shots podcast and the Exploding Head podcast, and that common denominator is you guys have a Canadian aboard y'all show too, which is pretty cool.
Yes, that was by design. That was all me.
The first cool Canadian I've ever met.
So you guys were just ripping off the 22 Shots, right? You're like, well, we've got these 2 Americans. Well, we need a Canadian, to make fun of.
Well, not only that, but they have a Jew.
Right.
We have a Jew, a Canadian,
exactly.
And you totally stole the rest of my joke. I was going to say, and of course, you have a Jew.
Yeah.
It's really odd, isn't it, though? Come
We're
on.
not easy to find.
I'll tell you.
We are not easy to find.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really strange. And of course, these common bonds and these forces come together. And could be
you're
more
not
exciting
Mexican,
show.
are you?
No, I'm Italian.
That would just blow my mind. Okay.
Italian, though, close.
Close enough.
Well, Christian, who's our Canadian, will be starting a segment next week called Christian Swings. Yeah, so we're going to be doing Christian Swings on our bi-weekly shows.
Do you guys just read, bits from the Bible and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm doing
it's not a horror
podcast. You guys sing songs and stuff? That's pretty awesome. Dave, that figures that you're Italian, man, because Joe Pesci, straight up Italian, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know. It was meant to be, man. It was meant to be.
I'm part Italian, just a little bit. Mostly Irish and Mexican, though.
You're the only Mexican I know that's in the area you're in. Because, I'm in Buffalo, New York. So I never met any Mexicans until I moved to Vegas. I was in Vegas for 10 years. And then I came back here in Buffalo, New York, and in this area, and in the city, there's no Mexicans. There's Puerto Ricans, but there's no Mexicans. So when I found out that you were Mexican, it was really surprising to me because you don't live too far from me.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know any Mexicans either. So,
apparently there is none. There is none.
Yeah, but the reason is because I was my dad lived in Florida and my mom moved back to PA. She was on vacation in Florida, and she stayed down there for a while afterwards. But then we eventually came back to Pennsylvania, so that would kind of explain that because there are a lot of Mexicans in Florida.
Yeah, there's Cubans for damn sure.
That does make sense.
Yeah, you're only 4 hours from me.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Really?
And me too, for that matter.
Yes, I've never had a Mexican only 4 hours away. It's quite, unsettling. I had to lock up my shed today.
What do you got in your shed that's so important? Lawnmowers?
I don't know. Tools that Mexicans love. Actually, I have no tools. I'm Jewish.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. You got the money to pay someone else to do it, right?
Yeah, my dad does.
It's pretty good. That's good.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. All right. So how about 2015? I have to say it was a pretty solid year. Like I said before, I've been hearing a lot of different things about this year. It's amazing who you talk to. I've been hearing, it's the best year since like 1985 in horror. I've been hearing it's a total shit year. I've been hearing it's pretty average. It wasn't as good as last year. I've been hearing everything. What is your guys' thoughts on this year?
Well, Dave, you go first.
Okay. I think last year was the greatest in a very long time, and I think that this year...
I will co-sign that. I think last year was super, super strong.
Wow, wasn't it?
It was a really good year, in my opinion. I mean, I managed to put down about 130 or 40 films last year, too, and I thought it was a really solid year, but,
It was great, but I think this year is it's almost as good. I think it's a cunt hair below.
Mm-hmm. But Isn't it very interesting, the contrast between last year and this year, though? I mean, last year definitely had, a fair share of horror comedies, and that's been a really big topic this year. It's kind of like this, not revival of horror comedies, but just an abundance. It almost seems like they're almost flooding the horror market a little bit. It just seems like everybody needs to make a horror comedy. Compared to last year, there's just so many that you immediately remember from this year compared to last year. And I think that's a big difference between last year and this year. That's one thing I've noticed about 2015 horror comedies.
I think horror comedies replaced found footage this year.
That's
what it was.
That's good.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with that 100%.
You know what else is the lack of remakes?
You know what? That's really funny because we were talking about this, right? Because we have a question. We have an award. The 22 Shots Awards, and one is, for the best remake. and my winner goes by default because I only seen one this year. That is incredible.
That is incredible.
I mean, in the last 10 years, how many remakes has there been? Even the last 15 years, whatever. Tons. Everything's been remade. This year, yeah.
Were there even more than the one that probably we all picked?
I seen 3 myself.
3?
What?
I'd be interested to hear. Yeah, I could only think of the one, and that one by default.
I can think of 2 right off the top of my head. One I did not see. But I mean, really, 1 or 2 or 3 remakes in 1 year, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Everyone was just like, no, let's not remake anything this year. Let's try to make people laugh. Right?
I think that my personal feelings towards this year are a little bit different than yours. I think that this is the best year in horror since 2013. Not that far away. I think 2013 was the best year that I had seen in a very, very long time. I didn't even care for last year that much. Towards the end, I did feel like it was dominated by indies, and there were a lot of good indies. A lot of stuff that I didn't see until this year as well. But I didn't really love last year. And, to hear Dave say that it was one of the best years in a long time kind of blows my mind because I didn't think so at all. I was really down on last year. And this year also, I look at all the films that I watched, and yes, there were a lot of good films in there. But to me, there were very few, I guess, straight up horror films that I really, really, really liked. A lot of the films were like you guys said, comedy or thriller. Or drama, or action horror, or post-apocalyptic horror. It was very few horror films that I thought were as good as the other mixed genre films.
Interesting. Do you think maybe it was kind of the lack of films that you got a chance to see from last year too? Because last year you didn't see that many.
No, I only seen I think 40 last year.
Yeah, okay.
This year I seen 60.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to take a look at the front runners from 2013. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. Was that the year of Maniac?
That was the year of Maniac. That was the new Child's Play. There was the Evil Dead remake. There was a lot of big movies, and that's why I liked it. Because there was a lot of films that, when I look back on my top 10 list of 2013, Lords of Salem, I mean, there were big films on that list for me. American Mary, like that. There was so many good films that I had on my list that year.
Very interesting. When you think about it, 2013 was 2 years ago. And we're sitting here talking about how 2015 really lacked in remakes, which is not a bad thing at all. And this year really kind of focused on horror comedies. And what you're saying is it didn't really focus on, strictly horror films.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because, 2 years ago, our number one film of 2013 was a remake. How times have changed so drastically.
It was a remake and it was a slasher. And, just to kind of give you an example, my list was VHS 2, Hatchet 3, Curse of Chucky, Evil Dead, Stitches, The Conjuring, You're Next, American Mary, Lords of Salem, and Maniac. And all of those, I feel like some of those films are better than my entire top 10 this year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, I honestly don't remember what I had in mind. I don't even remember what I had in mind last year.
I can't remember mine last year.
I listened to mine today. I listened to my top 13 from 13 just to refresh myself because listen,
13.
Top 13 from 13.
That's what we did. That's what we did on Banana Lazy. We did top 13 to 13. Last year we did top 10, but I wanted to see if what I was going to say was true tonight because I was going to say I've never had a horror comedy on my top list ever. The last 2 years since I've been podcasting. And the only thing that I came close to, last year my number 10 was Stage Fright. And there is some type of comedy stuff in there.
Stage Fright made your top 10 last year. Interesting.
Yeah, it was my number 10. It was my number 10. But that's the only thing that any comedy in it whatsoever before. So that's why this year's so different for me because of that. And because I had very few, wide release Hollywood movies before, and this year I have some, so it's just fucking a weird year.
Yeah, this year it has really been interesting. Like I said, horror comedies and kind of this like resurgence of like slasher films too. I mean, there's really enough decent and well-made slasher films to make a decent top 10 list.
Yeah, but I honestly feel like that's every year, man. I feel like every year there's homage slasher films. You look at stuff like Leslie Vernon from years ago. Like there's all his films every year.
Of course. But to be honest, last year, like I watched a lot of slasher films last year and there wasn't very many, stick out ones, as many as this year, in my opinion. Like, I think that there's like 5 or 6 really, really standout big ones from this year. And I don't think there was that many last year at all. I mean, even in 2013, I don't think there was either, but that's just my opinion though too. But I just think it was kind of like horror comedies and slashers were just kind of there for me this year. They were just very,
I'm just going to come out and say it, but I think 2015 is by far the best year in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I'm definitely in the minority then.
I saw about 80 films last year, and I was even saying when we recorded 2 weeks ago ours that my top 10 from last year I felt was stronger than this year's top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking at my ratings for my top 10 and looking at these films, and a lot of them I've watched multiple times already. In fact, most of them. And honestly, this top 10 it's the shit.
Yeah.
Kind
of like me, it's just, this rocks.
Yeah.
Nice.
I gotta be honest, guys. At the end of the day though, I think that the amount of solid films this year is better than maybe the last 2 years. But in terms of the amount of like super amazing films, I think that this year is not as strong as maybe you guys feel. I personally just thought it was good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have that one standout that you feel like everybody's gonna have, even though we'll probably all have certain films.
Well, but that was kind of my gripe with this year, though, too. I mean, I think not so much mine, but I think with a lot of people is that they didn't have that front runner, like all year. I think in 2013, I don't remember when I first seen Maniac.
I seen it pretty early, when it was first released. I think it was like the winter months, but I knew right away, like,
it was in the first quarter.
Film.
Yeah, it was in the first quarter of the year, right? Or something like that, maybe?
It was early. Yep.
Okay.
So I seen it when it first, finally came out too. And I was just like floored by it because everyone knows my history with Maniac. Like Maniac's like my favorite slasher film, and Elijah Wood, playing. Oh, I didn't know what the fuck to think when this movie was being made. Right, I was so on the fence about it and everything, and it literally floored me. It was so good, and I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking, I just knew right away that was my film for the year.
Well, I think what it was is we felt so strongly about that film, and I can't honestly say any of these films I feel that strong about. Even Lords of Salem, like my top 3 last year, or 2013, I felt so strong about those, and honestly, way stronger than I feel about any of these films in here, in any of my 10.
Yeah. I don't want to say I don't feel strong about my films, but I could take any one of them, put them in the number 1 spot, and I'd be happy. So I don't know what that means. I mean, I think that highly of all of them, but...
You know, something I would actually like to do is, I would like to compile... I mean, I've done lists, I think from 2012, maybe 11. Did I do a top 10 list in 2000? I can't remember. No, but, so it was 12, 13, 14, 15.
I did a 5, top 5 in 2012.
So I think what I'd like to do is go to 2010 all the way to 15, compile those top 10 lists, and then make one top 10 list out of there. And I would like to see what films actually make that top 10.
I bet you that very few from this year make that top 10.
See, that's interesting. See, I don't know. I'd actually have to take a look at it, but, just kind of something fun to do, I guess.
So coming soon to you, top 10s of top 10s.
Top 10s of top 10s. That's what we're doing on this show from now on. There is no more reviews, nothing. We're just doing top 10. This is now the 22 shots of top 10 Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Right here. So.
I don't think there was a runaway movie last year. I think the year before, I'll go with Maniac.
What was
my number 2.
What was your number 1 last year, Dave?
Well, my number 1 was A Town That Dreaded Sundown.
Oh, I had a runaway bona fide number 1.
I don't remember. I just listened to it not too long ago, too. But I know that Babadook was on a lot of people's top 5, and I think the year before Maniac was on a lot of people's top 1 or 2. But I think there's a movie this year. I've listened to like 4 podcasts that have done year-end, and every one of them, at least one member has had this movie in their top 2.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. I did get a lot of submissions for our consensus list that we'll be giving off tonight, too, and there were two films that I swear, if it wasn't one on the list, it was the other one. There was 2 films that was on almost every list that I received. Yeah. And there was a good close third one there too that was kind of working its way in, but there was really 2 films, and both these films went back and forth like to the very end of which one got the most points.
Every top 10 list I've seen or listened to podcast so far this year, the number 1 hasn't been mine. So, but I'm not saying it's not going to be here either. So who knows? I guess we'll find out here. Yeah. Top 10 of top 10s. I like that idea. That's pretty funny.
Coming in at number 10 was number 8 in 2012.
Yes.
Oh man.
How confusing would that be?
Yeah, it would get so confusing. It would be like
number 3 was number 7 from 2013.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I felt like last year, I think Pieces of Talent really stood out for most people. It wasn't my number 1. I actually cheated and went with a 2013 release, but even my number 2 movie, because I went with The Battery.
Yeah, that would have been my number 1, but that was one of those films that got stuck in like limbo where it was released widely, but nobody really knew about it in 2012, so it was excluded.
I had to put it on just because it was a 10, but my number 2 film was Worm.
Oh man, I absolutely loved Worm, man.
Yeah, I was
Worm is such a great film.
I was forced to buy that.
We're actually on the IMDb and the Wikipedia page on for Worm. If you go to Wikipedia and type in Worm, we're like down under the critical reviews or something. 22
I love that too.
That's awesome.
I remember I had reviewed that on the podcast, and then Jeremy's like, "Yeah, it sounds really cool." So he checked it out and he wrote a written review of it. And the director had actually
seen it.
I think. He saw the written review of it, and then he contacted and he's like, oh, and then he went back and listened to the podcast where we talked about it. I think Jeremy had reviewed it eventually after too and stuff. And yeah, it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I was actually forced to buy it. I'd read your guys' reviews and everything, and I was excited about it, but I called up Synapse. What's the guy's name who runs Synapse?
Oh, I'm so bad with names.
Tom?
I can't remember. Yeah. Is that
Tom?
Yeah, it's like
I think it's Tom, and I missed out on the sale by like a day, so I called him up and asked him if he'd still honor it, and he's like, yeah, that's cool. So I ordered like a bunch of stuff from him, and he gave me a little bit of a discount on like the steel books. He gave me all the free shipping, and he's like, oh, you got to buy Worm too. I'm like, really? He's like, it's not a question. Like, you're buying it. I'm like, okay. but made my number 2.
Yeah. It's a pretty interesting film. JP, you got to check it out, man. It's a really good one.
I feel like am disappointing myself by not seeing it since everybody's pretty much told me to check it out.
Yeah,
I haven't either. So.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet, Dave? Oh,
No.
It's really interesting. But it was rather cool. Like earlier, this year, at Cinema Wasteland, I got to meet like David Long and of course, everybody from Pieces of Talent. And that was really cool, man. It was really fun because I didn't just like get to meet them. Like David Long came up to my room. I know this sounds, you guys are sick. You guys are disgusting. No, David Long actually came up to our hotel room and hung out there for like an hour and a half and had some beers and we just told stories and I was telling him Canadian shit and he was just like mesmerized by our plastic money and he was like, what the hell is this? But it was just such a cool experience because like, it was my bona fide number 1 film of the year. And, I was talking with the director and, Christy Ray and things like that. And it was just a great experience, and I don't really know why I told that story. Just kind of reminiscing to myself. I guess.
It's a good story. I hope one day we get a sequel. I know,
the point,
I know it's been put on hold.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to do it now.
Yeah. For as strong as like a, indie hardcore horror fan, push that film, I guess it wasn't enough because at the end of the day, I think their Indiegogo campaign or, whatever it was kind of failed, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because I just really wanted to see where the story was going. Such a well-made film. But, it happens.
My number 10 spot, but,
Mm-hmm. I'll never forget.
It was my number 3, actually.
Yeah.
7.
I'll never forget when I was reviewing that movie on the podcast, Piece of the Talent. I get about like 4 lines,
it's the greatest.
and Jeremy pipes up and he goes,
fucking
"Well, this sounds
boring."
fucking stupid." I was like, Jeremy, shut the fuck up. Jesus.
He's like, yeah, well, actually, it's quite well done. And he's like, oh, really?
Yeah. Oh fuck! I'll never forget that moment. That was pretty funny.
So, one thing before we move on, guys, I wanted to say this last episode, but we ended before it happened. Remember how we was talking about Jack Frost and what the budget was? Well, the director actually did. I tweeted at him and he did answer. It was around $500K, and 120 of that went right to the actors.
What?
And 50K went right to the snowman design team. They took 500K or 50K to design the snowman. He said they were ripped off.
No way.
Just
they were ripped off.
There. Kind of random.
500,000.
I wanted to say at the beginning of the show, and I totally
man. He actually tweeted that. Like, wasn't it just after
right after we finished the show? I was so mad.
Which is kind of funny and ironic a little bit too, because that show was our shortest show that we've done in probably like a year and a half.
Yeah, it was like 2
hours. We usually have 3-hour shows, so generally he probably would have tweeted while we were still recording if we had went longer, but
yeah,
that kind of sucks. But yeah, $500,000. Are you serious?
Yep, that's.
I mean, I understand the $50,000 or it cost $100,000, whatever, to do the snowman, but where'd the other $400,000 go?
Yeah, well,
it's interesting.
So, are you ready for top 10s?
Yeah, we're gonna move on. JP being a little pushy over here. Okay, Jeremy, we're moving on.
I'm the new Jeremy.
Yeah, you're a fucking dick. All right, so yeah, the moment that we've all been waiting for. At least I know I've been waiting for, because I am fucking so curious on everyone's top 10 list, especially Dave's. I'm really curious.
Oh boy, mine's fucked up.
And I swear to God, if there's I don't know, I have a feeling I'm probably gonna bust a gut laughing a couple times in this. So, but without further ado, let's get right into our top 10 list of 2015. Who wants to volunteer to go first?
Ooh, me.
All right.
The Jew.
All right. Second favorite Jew can go first.
All right, so when we recorded, I actually had a tie for 10, but I narrowed it down specifically for this show because you guys are
we
official.
Would kill you.
There's
only one cheater here, and his name is Moodz.
There's no top 11.
I fucking cheat every top 10 Tuesday.
All right, so my number 10 film, and this might get some moans from you, Moodz, because I just have a feeling you're going to have it way higher, but it's The Editor.
I have a feeling my stomach is going to hurt by the end of this.
I mean, if I had to guess your number 1, that would have been my guess, but I mean, I did love the film. It's a great homage to Italian horror. It's a blast. maybe because I've only watched it once. It's one of the films I didn't get back to a second and third time yet.
You know, that's honestly kind of a shame because the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, I loved it. And the second time I watched it, I actually picked up on a lot more things.
Yeah.
Because there's actually a lot of little things and little jokes and jabs and, you know, kind of shout outs to like Fulci and Argent. Like there's tons of random things in this film. And I was just catching like the second and third time I watched it. And I was like, that's incredible. And it just kept getting better and better for me. I'm like, yep.
Yeah,
awesome.
I could tell that this film is going to benefit from multiple viewings, and it's going to have so much, and does have so much rewatchability.
You know what I'll tell you that film will benefit from? Becoming more experienced in Italian horror, because I watched it today as well, and I did think it was really funny, but I definitely know that there was stuff that I was missing.
Yeah, I was a little worried about that too, JP, when you got around to watching it too, that some of the jokes might have just been like, I know that's probably a reference to something, you know?
Well, there was a lot I actually picked up on, surprisingly, and I think that our Italian Horror Month really helped with that. A lot of things that I was noticing was like camera movement, like the style of camera movement, these like quick zooms and like these reveal things. Like I noticed that there was a lot of that, and that definitely helped from watching maybe those Argento films that we watched.
Well, yeah, lighting techniques, you know, by Bava and of course, not
that
copy,
as
but
well.
you know, carried over by Argento and stuff, and of course the Fulci in there too.
The eyes, like stuff with eyes. Like there was definitely a lot of stuff I was picking up that I was really happy that we did that Italian thing, because I couldn't imagine, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything if we didn't do that Italian month.
Yeah.
Because even the obvious stuff you have to have at least seen, you know.
Yeah, I think like some of the most obvious stuff is like the titles of things, and you know, just how they were all like animals and mirror guillotines. Like there's a lot of that stuff in there.
Now isn't Dylan's question a lot more funny after watching the film? You know, come up with like a really funny name for a Giallo film, because some of those fucking posters that they came up with, and that's the type of effort that Astron 6 put into this film. Like they came up with like some really good ones, man. Like really fucking good, like bona fide made posters just to put in the background. You know, like even in the special features, they even talk about the posters and how much effort and that they put into making these posters. And I was like, that's awesome, man. That they just didn't do it on like their fucking home print or whatever. They actually like designed these things and based them off of other Giallos. And I was like, this is fucking amazing. It had me cracking up watching that. So
I think that was probably the biggest thing that I took away from that film was the heart. And just you can tell that these people were super fans, and they really just, you know, put so much extra effort into it. They really did. And
you know what, it's compared to what we were just talking about, you know, the $500,000 budget for
Jack Frost.
It was Jack Frost. Yeah, Jack Frost. Yeah. Having a brain fart there.
See, I knew there was an important reason I would bring that up. It would be used later. That was intentional.
Exactly. And of course, this movie right here cost them, I think, just over $100,000. Obviously, their biggest budget. I mean, Manborg cost them about $5.
That's actually crazy that they did that much with that little.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You know, Manborg was $20, and you know, Father's Day was like, I think it was like $30,000 or whatever they had. But this one had a substantially bigger budget, but still $100,000 in that look and what they did with the film. I mean, give and take, you know, they did their own stunt driving, but they did it. They made it look good. It's just, it's incredible to me. It really is.
Best Italian horror film made in Canada. Yeah. Hands down.
Yeah. And I love the fact that like they were in the special features, they were talking about like the last thing we want this movie to look like, that it was made in Canada.
You can't tell. You cannot tell.
They actually put so much emphasis on not making the film look Canadian that it turned out so good. You know, they put so much, and I really respect that, man. They were like, we don't want this thing to look Canadian at all. Well, it won't work. It won't work.
I'll tell you one thing. Say they axed all of the comedy in that film, it would have been an Italian. You could trick somebody into thinking that film was an Italian horror film had it not been for the comedy, because the spoofing kind of
woke Dave Z.
Oh man,
just woke the sleeping bear.
And the one thing I really couldn't get over is how well they did their overdubs. It sounded so authentic.
Yeah.
It was really good.
It really did sound like I've heard films that sound exactly like that, that were unintentionally sounded like that, you know?
I don't know if you guys watched any of the special features, but they actually even show them doing it, like doing the overdubs and stuff. And they kind of, there's like a mini kind of making of documentary on the film and stuff. And it's good. It's like cool behind the scenes and stuff. And yeah, I just thought that was interesting when they're doing the overdubs. It's fucking funny to watch.
What was you about to say, Dave?
No, about the comedy. About if it would have been left out, it would have been. It's like you said about it would have been. It would have seemed like it was right from Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, like, I'll be a broken record, but the second view is what I'm all about. But the second view, I noticed a lot more. The second view on this one, of course, because I'm familiar with the Giallos. The first time I was too taken back by the comedy. So I was more like, oh, it looks really cool. And, some of the real obvious stuff, I realized what it was right away. But I was like, what the fuck? Why are they doing this? So I was kind of like a little perturbed by it. But the second time I knew what to expect, so I picked up on more of the references.
So were you not familiar with Astron 6 before you watched the editor? Have you seen Father's Day before and Manborg and things like that?
All they do
I've
is
heard
comedy,
of them.
isn't it?
I've heard of them, but never seen it, so I didn't know.
Yeah, so I mean that's what they do, man. They make funny films.
They're kind of like South Parky, honestly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not like slapstick comedy. It's actually kind of clever and it's interesting. So Manborg's a little silly, obviously, but that's also because of the effects that they use in the film. That was kind of done purposely, but I don't know, man. I would really like to see Astron 6 do
a serious film.
A serious film. I would like to see what they can do because I think they're talented enough.
No, they're definitely talented.
Because they know how to make films. They can obviously do big things with small budgets.
They have vision.
Right?
They definitely have vision. And I could tell, you can tell that from this film, The Editor. You can see that they have vision, but it's all directed in the comedy. And I would be very interested to see a straight up horror film.
Oh yeah, big time, man. And these guys have so much talent. Like, Troma put out that Astron 6 compilation of all their shorts and stuff a few years ago. And it's really amazing. It's like 4 hours and they dabble into all sorts of different type of genres and stuff. And you can tell that they just have a certain type of ability to do all sorts of things, which is amazing. A lot of, comedians and stuff, they just kind of, focus, or certain writers, they focus on certain genres and things. These guys are all over the place. And I'd really like to see them tackle something serious and see what they can do with it. I think it'd work. So honestly, I got faith in them. Good Canadian boys.
All right.
All right. So
Moodz, you go next.
Okay. My number 10 is a little indie flick, and it only makes my top 10 list because, it's got Dave Parker's Dink in it. No, I'm just joking. And of course that is Headless. Yes, I know it's not JP's favorite film of the year, but this one right here, man, just really, really resonated so well with me. I'm such a big fan of these type of indie films, but I was, we started having a conversation about the effects and stuff, and JP was like, well, you didn't really think the effects were all that great. And I wanted to rewatch it after that conversation. I was like, you know what? There is moments in it where, they're probably not Tom Savini type effects, but at the same time, dude, they're pretty good, man. And they're gross. Fucking nasty. I just have a lot of fun. I don't know if fun is the right word. I mean, I guess I get a little hot when the sister pisses on his head. No, I'm joking. But you know what I'm saying? Like, this movie just has moments in it where you're just like, what the fuck? But I like the structure of the film. I like the way the story is told. It's a very simple story about someone that's super troubled. He grew up in this troubled ass life. And you see, kind of flashbacks throughout the film. And he's just a fucked up guy, man. That's what he's doing. He just kills women, cuts their head off, fucks their necks and things like that. But I liked it, man. I thought it was a really fun slasher. And I ended up watching this movie 5 or 6 times this year, which is probably way too much. But I don't know. It's one of those ones I like to watch late at night. I'm tired and I just kind of.
Oh, it's definitely good for that. I fell right to sleep every night I tried watching it.
You know what? It does have a couple slower moments in it, but at the same time, there's something about it that it's just. I think it's the visual direction of the film. It just has that.
No, it's a dream. It feels like dreamy. Now, I was obviously kind of joking. I didn't really mean that it put me to sleep. I'm just saying I was tired.
There's something about watching films like that late at night, and I love it. It just resonates so well with me, and it always enthralls me. And I think Dave does a really good job in this film too. I like his character. He's just, it's so not him. If you've
now, what do you mean by character? His character. What does that mean?
Like his character that he plays in the film. Well, if you know Dave in real life, he's nothing like that.
I was making a penis joke.
Oh, yeah, man. He's got a decent one, man. He's got a decent one.
No, I've been watching his videos for a long ass time on YouTube, so it really is fucking so cool to see him in that movie.
Yeah. I mean, Dave's been in, a bunch of Dustin Mills films and things, but this is a really bigger role for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a pretty decent sized role in this. I think he pulls it off quite well.
Yeah.
And
no, he did very well. I like the movie a lot too. It's nasty.
Yeah, it is really nasty.
Really nasty.
Mm-hmm.
But with a good story.
I have to say, the first time I watched Headless and the first moment where you see him bite into an eyeball, I fucking gagged because this white shitty goo came out and I was fucking gagged. I was like, that's disgusting, man. I hate pus. And I think that's the first thing I thought of was pus. I was just like, ugh, I was gagging.
I hate people sucking on eyeballs. Necromantic. I gagged at that scene too when she's sucking on the eyeballs.
I know.
I gagged in Headless too.
It's so disgusting. Actually, anything with eyeballs. And oddly enough, Fulci being my favorite director is like obsessed with eyes, like eye gouging. Of course we're all familiar with the Fulci films, but there's something about eyes that just, I don't know, man. This one pulls me in, but Headless, number 10, I did.
Awesome.
All right. Dave.
Okay. My number 10, I've gone back and forth for a couple months on what it was going to be. It was between this and 6 other movies to make my 10. And I ended up cutting the other 6 because there was one minuscule thing about them that bothered me. And this one made the cut. And I don't know how many people have seen it because it's a known movie, but it didn't get a release. It didn't get a DVD release anywhere that I know of. So, but that movie is Clown. Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys get to see it? Or
I
no?
didn't get to see it. I heard you talk about it way back on one of your podcasts on Banana Laser. I think all three of us reviewed it. I think, and that's the only person I really even talked about. I heard talk about it.
Yeah, because it had some kind of weird limited UK release, didn't it? Like on Blu-ray.
I don't know if it came out anywhere in media.
Yeah, I think it came out in the UK.
It definitely had it had a Blu-ray, but I think it was limited, like quite limited, like 500 copies or something.
Yeah, it was like a cool black one or something.
Yeah. And then, but why didn't that ever come out, with a full release?
It's fucking weird, isn't it?
It is weird because why would you limit something and then just not put, I don't know. I think that's fucking strange, but the consensus I kept hearing about Clown was that everyone was super disappointed. I think you might be the first person I've heard that said it was really good, but I haven't seen it, so I can't make any judgments on it. So,
it took me by surprise. I didn't know what to think about it, going into it. And then actually Jason Lloyd saw it and he said he didn't like it. I remember that. Mm-hmm. And then I got to watch it now, and I was like, you know what? I was expecting not to like it because of what he told me. And you know what it was? It was one of those movies that it kind of embodies 80s horror. And I'm kind of a sucker for that. And there's a lot of movies that come out and say, we're going to do an 80s horror. It's going to be a throwback. This movie didn't say it, but it was just kind of set up that way.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a clown movie that doesn't have any comedy. That's something else I like about it.
That's so rare,
oh,
dude.
Really?
That is so fucking rare to ever happen.
Well, because comedy and clowns just go hand in hand because clowns are supposed to be kind of funny but scary.
That's like when Clive tried to tell me it was a comedy. I almost blew a head gasket.
It is a comedy.
It's not.
I'm just
comedic parts.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what the argument was. I'm like, well, it has a couple funny parts, and JP's like, it's not a fucking comedy.
No.
I'm like, it's a horror film with comedy elements.
I'm not even going to get into it.
But Clive was just like, it's a fucking comedy.
There's still no release on Clown in the U.S., which annoys me because I did want to check it out. I think it might have an iTunes release, honestly.
I don't know. I saw it on fucking YouTube. How's that?
Huh.
I just happened to, someone said that it was on YouTube on a random page, like a Facebook page. It said, hey, Clown streaming on YouTube. So I watched it. And that was it. And then I told the other guys from the show to watch it. And we did it. And we said, let's review it now. That's why we did it really quick, because we were going to attempt to be the first guys on the block to review it. Because not a lot of people
that does wonders for numbers, man. I remember we didn't even plan this, but we reviewed Tales of Halloween before it was released.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one of our most downloaded shows. It's crazy.
Makes sense.
Yeah, don't ever review anything with spider in the title. Because apparently people think it's actually a killer spider film.
Yeah.
They don't resonate well with people, I don't think.
That's funny. But there's something about this movie, something else I like, that the first half is kind of like body horror. And that really? Kind of stuff messes with me. Yeah, I've always had difficulty. I like it, but it hits me. Like, I was actually listening to you guys talk about Antiviral today because I finally am able to hear the early shows after all this time. So I had seen Antiviral. I watched it, last year, whatever, 2 years ago when it came out. And as I was listening to you guys talk about it and the virus and stuff like that, I was actually having difficulty listening to it because it was kind of affecting me. So I'm a little fucking squeamish about things like that. And what this guy's going through in the first half is kind of body horror. And then he slowly, develops into something, and he becomes full-fledged clown monster by the end. But as it's going on, he's going through his torture, and then things go down, and without spoiling it, some of the fates of the kids, it's hard to say. But one more thing I'm a sucker for is folklore and things like that. And
I love that
backstory.
too, Dave. I'm down with that. I love like folklore and backstory, and like,
oh man,
I love when the exposition comes in, they start talking about it. Well, this is why, I love that stuff too.
It's probably a big reason why I love Wolfen, because it's just all based on folklore and things like that. You guys seen Wolfen before? I'm sure Dave has seen it.
Long time ago, but I remember very little.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to think it's like a werewolf film. It's not really. It's more about Native American folklore to do with shape-shifting and things like that. It's cool, man. There's a lot of story.
Like they're samurai?
Yeah, well, not like... Yeah.
Okay, so, actually, guys, before I move on to mine, I think you were done, right, Dave?
Yeah. I just was going to say one thing about the floor. Remember Oculus? Did you guys see Oculus last year?
Yeah.
How they had like the folklore about the mirror. Yeah, mine too. But how they had like the history of the mirror and shit like that. I'm really into that stuff. And they did this with like the history of clowns and how they started off as something else and they evolved to be the happy clown we know. And that's what sucked me in.
That's cool.
Dave Z, a lover of clowns and mirrors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, actually, you guys forgot to rate. Brandon, what did you give the editor?
9 out of 10.
All right, Moodz.
8.5 out of 10.
Dave, you gave Clown 8, right?
8. Yep.
All right, so I will move on to my number 10, which I honestly would be surprised if this is on anybody's list. And I, like Dave, was kind of battling for my 10th spot. I think all of us were kind of battling for our 10th spot. And I had so many films, because I did mine by ratings this year. I had so many 8 out of 10s, and I couldn't decide. And then I came down to one thing. And I thought about it, and I was like, this film I still think about this film all the time. And it is Horsehead. This was the artsploitation film. It's one of those films that is just a fucking nightmare on film. Like, you have no idea what's going on. There's all these metaphors and symbolism. It's really symbolic. There's all kind of mythology to it and folklore. And, to call back to Dave's film, there's a bunch of folklore in it, but it's really unexplained. I wanted to get in and watch this one, get it in before we recorded this show, just so I could kind of refresh my memory on it, but unfortunately I wasn't able to. It's one that I did watch early in the year. It's actually the earliest in my year on this list. And it stuck with me. It really did. The imagery, the sexual overtones in it, just the dream setting. It's a dream. The whole movie's about a dream, a girl dreaming and stuff like that.
The whole Freud idea in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's did you happen to watch, I can't remember if the Artsploitation Blu-ray has the making of on it. Does it have that?
It does have a making of, I believe.
Okay.
I didn't watch it.
Okay, because I watched, I just rewatched this about a week ago, and I watched the Black Fawn Blu-ray of it, and I watched the making of documentary, and they get into a little bit of it, not really a whole lot. It's more about just the making of it and things like that, and it was still pretty interesting, like how they made this film. It's pretty cool, man. Really cool. But yeah, I totally 100% agree that it is, man. It's just a nightmare to watch, like in a good way. Like in a really good way. It's a very confusing film, and I think knowing a lot about dreams and Sigmund Freud's whole idea of dreams and things like that, just having that type of knowledge, I think helps to a certain degree. But this one, honestly, I've watched it I think 3 times now, and I'm not, it's not very often that I don't fully understand a film. And I said this in my review. When I reviewed this on YouTube, I was like, man, I'm not going to lie. And I think this is the first time I've ever said this in a video, but I'm not 100% sure what happened.
I'm not even like 80% sure.
All I know is that this movie was heavily, heavily influenced by Italian cinema. The director talked about it, and you can tell there's just nonstop Italian influences in this film, which
it's such a beautiful film too.
And that's exactly what it is, man. You know, at times it doesn't even matter what's going on. It's just so enthralling. It just pulls you right in like a fucking, you know, like a dream, you know, kind of thing. It's just,
that's what I like about it. It is like you're watching a dream, which is so fun. And, you know, it's not a dream like in the Elm Street world where it's, you know, still based in reality. Like, this is a fucking nightmare. This is some fucking psychedelic trip out shit.
Big time. There's so much symbolism and things that are in this.
It's like if you take dimethyltryptamine and then this is the type of shit that you see somebody like took those experiences and put it on film. That's what I freaking loved about this movie. And honestly, like, I wasn't as high on it as you guys when we reviewed it, but as time went on, I still fucking think about this film. Like, I still like it. I'll still have like images. Like, I'll be in the shower or something, and I'll be thinking about things, and I'll get like images of this film in my head because it like stuck with me so long.
You know what it is, man? It's because it's, you know, for people that like to learn, you know, you still think about this film because you want to figure out what you don't know.
Yeah, and I've still not even came close.
You know, and that's the thing, and I've done it too. Like, I watched it and I sat there and I went, am I fucking retarded or something? Like, why am I not getting this?
No, it's one of those films. I think that's another reason why it probably didn't make my list. I only saw it once, and I saw it a while ago. I loved it. I had no idea what I was watching.
I remember, Brandon, you actually seen this film before we did. And you said, man, all I know is that it was very beautiful, but I have no idea what I just watched.
Exactly. That's pretty much what I said.
And remember
in terms of the shower thing, were you looking down when you were thinking of Horsehead?
Probably.
Yeah, okay. That's probably why you thought of it in the shower. I just wanted to know why the guy with the horse head had such a long face in the movie. Hey, oh!
I thought it was cool, actually. They showed how they did the horse head and like the effects on it and stuff like that. Like the actual, I'm talking about the actual horse head.
No, the horse head was great. The movie was fantastic. If somebody out there can tell what it's about, great.
In terms of top 10 lists, I think one of the reasons why this didn't make like anybody, mine's the first list that I've seen it on. It is simply because it came out so early in the year, and it was also so confusing that a lot of people just kind of like forgot about it.
You're good about that, though. You had Sacrament #1 last year, which again I didn't have on my top 10 because it just, not that I forgot about it, it just
came
so
out
early.
Yeah. And if you look at my list, it is very recency heavy, recency bias type thing.
I had the Sacrament really high on my list last year too, I believe. I can't remember. I'm sure JP has my list. I don't know.
Yeah, but, it was probably top 5.
It was. I really, that movie just surprised the shit out of me. It was good.
Yeah, that was our first show of season 2.
It was an early show. So, and it still, resonated with me throughout the year and I'm making the list. So let's go.
Number 6 on your list.
It was number 6. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So that is my number 10. Dave, did you see that one?
Yes. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, and it was beautiful to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. So I gave that one an 8 out of 10. And before we circle back around to Brandon, the number 10 on the 22 Shots consensus, I want to thank everybody who sent in lists. I mean, it was so cool to receive as many as I did.
Thank you, buddy.
30 little clap.
30 people sent in their list. Now, that blew me away. I didn't even think we were going to hit 22.
Yeah.
So, the cup is always half empty.
And I want to give a big shout out to the Horror Movie Podcast. They sent in 4 lists from their 4 hosts of their show, which was really cool. Check out their podcast. I'll put a link in the description. They did a similar thing, and they did it the same way that I did it, where I took every film that got the 10th place, I gave it 1 point. 2 points for 9, 3 points for 8, so on and so on. And we ended up getting, so many different films on here. I think over 50 different films were mentioned or something like that. It was something crazy. I forget the exact number. But anyway, coming in at number 10 is, with 47 points, just 1 point ahead of Headless, which was the 11th film. And it is Turbo Kid. So Turbo Kid gets the spot, number 10. So
number 10?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not a horror film. I excluded it from my list.
I didn't even watch it because I heard it wasn't horror. So, but
Such
it's
a
on a
good
lot of
film,
people's
though.
lists. It did
Deserves
make a lot
higher
of
than
lists.
10.
You
Come
know,
on,
it's really crazy because I wasn't 100% sure if it was allowed to be included too. But when JP was collecting these lists, it was like everybody had it on Turbo list or on the list. So I was like,
because I didn't
okay.
exclude anything because I didn't want to have people redo their list and make a big deal out of it. So I was just like, whatever you guys feel. There was a few Jurassic Parks came in and stuff. Honestly, it's not a horror film, but it depends on what kind of list you make. I personally include exploitation, thrillers, stuff like that on my list because let's be real, dude. Some of these horror comedies are not horror films. They are comedies with like very little to do with horror.
You know, that's a really valid point. That's a really valid point. And I mean, Turbo Kid, the setting of the film is post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that kind of falls into our subgenre of whatever.
Yeah. It's a neighbor.
It's relative.
It's a neighbor of horror.
Exactly.
I will say the actress who played Apple.
It's a Mr.
The actress
Rogers.
who played Apple gets Hottie of the Year. She was gorgeous.
You know what's hilarious? The guy who plays Turbo Kid is from Degrassi. Don't ask me how I know that.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I had no idea until you said that. It made me laugh.
Yeah. All right, Brandon, back to you.
Turbo.
Back to me. Number 9. Turbo Kid. No, I'm just kidding. Number 9. Bone Tomahawk.
Whoa.
Nice.
Number 9, Bone Tomahawk. Ooh.
Number 9.
Big ups
I
to
don't
Kurt
understand.
Russell.
I don't understand why
Is
this
Bone
film.
Tomahawk a horror film?
That's
Yeah,
honestly why it's at number 9 because it has a lot of great gore in it, but it felt more like a Western with horror elements.
Well, I mean, I think it's a very small subgenre, but Western horror films. I don't know, man.
The problem is that horror is not properly defined. And
It's
that's why
technically
you have
a cannibal film.
Right, that's the word, cannibal. That makes it horror, I think.
Yeah, it's technically a cannibal film. This is what the whole film is really about, is getting these people back from some savage cannibals. Yeah, man. The ending's good.
The ending was terrific. I enjoyed the whole movie. I mean, it had a great cast. I
there
don't
was
know
even
why
a
this
little.
didn't get a.
Yeah, there was a little
what?
comedy early on in it too, which I thought was funny.
Me too, man. I personally, if
It
you
was
guys,
subtle.
if you guys follow me at all, I love Westerns in general, and putting a Western and a horror film together is just an ideal film for me.
Me and Moodz talk about it all the time. We love that mashup and we wish there was more of them.
They just don't make a lot of them, man. I can think of, I don't even think I can make a top 10 list. There's not even that many of them. Which is very sad.
Top 5.
Definitely a top 5,
Yeah.
So when this one got announced, I was like, fuck yeah. Kurt Russell in a cannibal film?
I actually didn't even know anything about it. I got this as a presser, and I never even watched it because I didn't even know it was a horror film. Like, I didn't even know, because this is obviously way before the general public sees it. So I didn't know nothing about it. I just thought it was a Western. It wasn't until afterwards I was like, shit, I should have watched that.
Yeah.
I think it has some of the most shocking violence.
Some really good kills. You don't expect it to go like that far. You know what I mean?
Like jaw dropping stuff. Like whoa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dialogue was amazing. That's all I have to say.
I will say, I think it was a little bit too long, but I wasn't bored at all in the film by any means. Like I said,
I didn't even know it was long.
I'm a big fan of like slow burn films. So like that type of, slower film does not bother me whatsoever, but I do think it was a little bit long.
Yeah, it was like 2:20.
Yeah, it was long.
Wow. Wait, how long was it?
2 hours, 15 minutes, I believe.
That's crazy. I didn't know it was that long at all.
Like, Shut the fuck.
It had that Western feel.
I really did,
of
man.
Dialogue, a lot of character dialogue. 4 main characters, but it was just enjoyable. These are top-notch actors. Dave.
Top notch.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. Kurt Russell's actually one of my favorite actors of all time.
Yeah, he's great.
I just like the way he is in films. I don't know, man. Like, when I first saw Death Proof in the theater, man, I was like, he was born to be Stuntman Mike. I don't know. There was something about that role. He was just fucking awesome. I loved it so much. It was so great. And just hearing his name attached to a Western horror film, I was just like, fuck yeah, giddy up. Very, very excited about that. But cool film, man. Really, really cool stuff.
Definitely a big surprise of the year.
I gotta say, I had no desire to watch this movie whatsoever.
Are you not a fan of Westerns at all, Dave?
I I've never ever even had a desire to watch a Western. I despise them so much. Hold on, without seeing them. I remember being a kid, and after Back to the Future Part 2 ended, and they showed that little thing about how Part 3 was going to be in the Old West, my heart sunk, and I never watched it to this day.
Dude, I was in the theater. I think in 1990 or whenever that came out. Or 1980, whatever the fuck it was. And I'll never forget it, man. It was like to be continued, and they started showing previews to Part 3, and I was like, oh my, what the fuck? Like that never happens in films, right? You never see previews to the next one in the theater. Yeah. And I remember like standing up and screaming. I was like, Part 3, yeah! And it was a Western. I was like fucking so excited. I'll never forget it in my life, man. So fucking cool. I was like, it's a fucking Western. Well, I didn't say fucking because I was with my dad and I was 10.
The sourpuss 2 aisles down was Dave Z.
Yep, I was so sad. I've never even watched like City Slickers. Like my father loves it. And I won't never watch it at the time. Every time I picture Westerns, all I picture is just like Bugs Bunny cartoons. Like the guy walks in, hey, I'm Black Bart. I'm looking for the meanest shoot in the West, and let's do 10 paces and shoot. It just always seemed fucking boring to me. So
I'll tell you, Dave, listen.
I've never watched a Western.
I know.
So crazy, dude.
I know how you're feeling, okay? But just do me one favor, because we'll tie it to horror a little bit. Go check out Sam Raimi's The Quick and the Dead. Because at least then you'll have Sam Raimi. There's some cool camera shots in it and stuff. Give that a shot. Like, that's one of my favorites.
I broke my cherry. I've watched Bone Tomahawk.
Man, the Man with No Name trilogy, man. It's so good. But I mean, spaghetti westerns, man. There's so many good ones. It's crazy, dude. Crazy. I kind of grew up with it, though, because my grandpa was such a huge Clint Eastwood fan. And, my mom would drop me off at the grandparents' house when I was a kid, and I was always excited to go over there. My grandpa was all, just being boring and stuff and throwing the TV and a Western on and shit like that. And I was like, okay. And I just kind of became accustomed to it. And that's
how
actually,
it happened with me too.
Yeah. I kind of just grew to love Clint Eastwood. And then I just kind of went from there. I like Western. I just like the whole feel. I like the country and just the openness of it. And I like that world.
I can tell you right now, I could walk out into the living room right now. My grandpa will be out there watching the Western channel. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
So awesome.
Spaghetti Westerns. You had Dave Z sold at spaghetti. There was no need to even finish that story.
Exactly.
The minute you said spaghetti, he's like, spaghetti, I'm in.
He's like, there's spaghetti
I'm in.
Is that just a bunch of Italians making spaghetti? Look.
But Westerns, he won't even order a Western omelet. He will not do it.
This fucking guy is a goofball.
Yo,
what did you?
I couldn't even watch the Twilight Zones. And that's my favorite show, and they had a couple take place in the Old West.
He's like, skip.
So Dave, are you not going to watch The Hateful Eight?
Oh, I did watch it.
Oh, see,
I told you.
So you're going full Western
Tom.
this year. You're just like, you know what? I'm just.
Did you say? You did say that
first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Hateful Eight was fucking great. In case.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the next thing I'm fucking right after this. Well, not right after the show, but maybe tomorrow. Gotta go check it out.
It doesn't seem Western to me, though. It takes place in those old times, but there's nobody fucking. I don't know. I guess
it's
maybe
pretty much a
Western
contained film.
It's Tarantino, man.
It's contained.
He creates very strange worlds.
Awesome.
So.
Contained.
Well, yeah.
Brandon,
so where the fuck are we?
Where did you rate Bone Tomahawk, Brandon?
Bone Tomahawk, 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. All right. So I believe that's back to Moodz.
All right. So in at number 9, and of course our first duplicate. So how we go, how we roll. I can't fucking talk. Anyways, this Horsehead.
Oh, really? I honestly did not think that it would make your list.
Oh, dude, I love this movie, man. For the life of me, I just want to figure it out. I'm going to watch this movie and figure it out if that's what my life goal is to do. Like I said, I think my wife will end up leaving me probably before.
So a Horsehead again?
Really? Like, we watch this thing so many fucking times.
You're going to have it playing on 10 different screens at the same time? At different spots, pausing.
He's going to be like Jim Carrey from 23, and he's going to be like he got all kind of papers out, and he's going to be like, but the horse represents this, but then what does the wolf represent, and what the hell is this? Well, I figured this out, and this, and this.
It's so true. It's so true. And that's the thing with this movie. Every time I watch it, I rack my brain to the point where I lose sleep over it. I know it sounds so geek. It sounds like the geekiest thing ever, but I literally sit there and lay in my bed and I think about it. And I'm like, because I hate not understanding something. It just drives me nuts, man. Like I really thrive on, having a little bit of brains and stuff. I may not appear, but I have a little bit,
Oh, I know I appear.
I passed some school. Doesn't mean you have brains, but the thing is, when I was doing my English degree, so I'd write and I would write these papers, and I always felt like I was smart enough to at least get that. If I can't figure this out, I've just failed in life.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to come down to,
Pretty
man.
much.
I feel like I'm just going to fucking fail. That's it, man. But no, Horsehead number 9. I rate it 9 out of 10.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So back to Dave.
All right. This may come as a surprise. Again, it came as a surprise to me. I never would have expected it when I went to see it at the movies. But M. Night Shyamalan's The Visit.
The Visit, yeah.
And I've seen
who
it twice.
expected that, honestly, though, right? I mean, going into an M. Night movie, I personally have had beef with him forever. I always thought he was overrated, but I noticed that the world has kind of shifted where everybody says that he's not good now, where there used to be huge fans of him. Now
I like M. Night.
Man, I just got shit on the other day when I was like, man, I've never liked an M. Night Shyamalan film, and everyone's like, you like The Sixth Sense? And I'm like, nah, motherfucker, I hated that shit. That's how I react to it every time. I'm like, like, what the fuck you like that shit, man? To be honest, man, I didn't mind Unbreakable. But, good choice of The Visit, man. I went and seen it with my homie, Dylan from the
after my
group page.
recommendation.
Yeah, man, and we went and saw it, and we were both like, wow, that was so much fucking better than I was anticipating. We were just kind of like, we sat in the parking lot and talked about it for a good 45 minutes after, and, our ratings went up after we discussed it. It was crazy, so.
And I saw it. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Brandon.
I was going to say, the second time you saw it, did it have a different ending?
Nope, it did not.
No?
It was the same.
Because if M. Night was to do that...
Oh my god, that would be the biggest twist of all time.
That would be the greatest twist. You come in and the ending is like, I don't know, it's a musical number or something with the grandparents.
That should be a feature right there on the Blu-ray, man.
Oh, that's great. No, he needs to do that in his next film. He needs to go and have 2 versions go to every theater in case people decide to see it twice.
Dude, that is fucking brilliant, man.
Brandon, that's why you're Jewish.
Ever.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That is good. That's good.
Get M. Night on the phone now.
This is the idea of. Oh, this is great. Great stuff.
So, Dave,
fuck, dude, I took my daughter to see it. That's why I went the second time, because I saw it the first time with my wife, and I said, you know what, my daughter, she's finally. Long story short, I finally got her involved in horror this year because I had the intelligence to figure something out, which I should have thought of a few years ago. She's 9 now, but this year during Halloween season, I just recorded everything that they showed on the Fear Fest and Sci-Fi and all that shit. I said, hey, I cannot show her Friday the 13th and this, that, the other thing, but if it's on regular TV, I can. So sure enough, she became a horror fan because of these movies. So she's like,
you know what? It was 9 years old. I was catching all the Friday the 13th on Monster Vision. So it definitely, that's how I seen them first, most of them.
Dave, my question to you is, why are you starting her so old?
I'm protective of my little girl, man. I don't want her to see sex and curse words. The violence, I could give a fuck about. Let her see all the fucking violence she wants, but the other stuff, forget about it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I get that.
If it was a boy, if I had a boy instead of a girl, I probably would have started showing him things, when he was 6.
But you probably might want to wait maybe a year to show her headless,
Or Serbian film.
Oh man.
Double feature of headless and Serbian film.
Oh my god, that movie's
on her 10th birthday.
On her birthday party with the friends here and everything.
Yeah, with the friends.
It'll go over well, absolutely.
That's good though.
So you went back twice, huh?
Yeah, the second time, knowing the reveal, if you will, I thought, let me take a look at it from a different perspective. And I go, this is really going to decide. Is it going to hurt the movie already knowing what's going to happen? And it didn't. And I figured out this truly is horror. What these kids are going through, when you find out what you find out towards the end, that's a fucking horrific thing. And then the backstory and filling in the blanks as to how all this came about, it was so cool. It was just, I never would have expected it. And I'm not the
There's a
hugest M.
few
Night
chilling
fan.
moments in that film, like legit scares.
Yeah.
The tag under the house.
I thought it was good. Yeah,
That was a freaky moment.
I think that was a lot of people's big surprise this year.
The most chilling moments for me in that film was, the brother rapping all the time.
I think a lot of people either hated it. I personally was like, you know what, this is an annoying 13-year-old. This is that's exactly what kind of character he's being. He
really got shit faced at the end of the movie. Oh, guys, it's been a pleasure. I'm out. I'm leaving on top.
Oh, that's
drop the mic. Drop the mic.
I love having a Jew on here for comic relief. It's great, man.
Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah.
But
no,
that's interesting, Dave, because that you went back and you kind of looked at the film from a different perspective. I like to do the same thing. I've only seen it once. I actually went to go buy the Blu-ray the other day, and they want like $25 for it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't fucking think so. Walmart, the fuck, really?
Let me ask you this, Dave. What was your daughter's reaction to the film? Because that kind of got me curious.
Oh, she liked it. You know what? Nothing fucking phases this girl. Nothing. I mean, actually, the one thing that phased her this year was one tiny scene in the Poltergeist remake when the kid looked in the closet and saw something turn into a skull. I forgot what it was. Other than that, nothing phases this girl. I sat here and I watched fucking Friday the 13th 1 through fucking 8 with her. She did not fucking flinch when Jason jumped out of the boat at the end of fucking part 1. The jump scare at the end of part 2.
That's
nothing.
the one that always got me as a kid.
Yeah,
jump scare.
You know what, man?
2.
You obviously have never shown her a David Hasselhoff music video before. Shit is fucking scarier than hell, man. It's brutal.
It's awesome.
But yeah, I remember I actually listened to your guys' first show, and you were talking about your daughter in horror films. I think that was you, right? And
Probably.
But yeah, no, I think you brought it up that you just got her into horror and stuff like that. I was like, that's fucking awesome. I can't wait because my kid's only 5, and I've been kind of breaking him in a little bit. I was watching some Goosebumps with him, and I actually got under his skin a little bit. We're watching this episode about this monster in the closet and stuff, and that night I told him that monster was in his closet, and if he gets out of bed, he'll be under his bed and he'll grab his ankle. I was just doing everything wrong, like the worst parent in the world, and it worked. Like, he was just scared shitless. I felt like I did my job. It's like the worst story ever, but no, awesome. But honestly, the next day, but there actually was a point to it because he kept getting out of bed, and just doing kid things, just get out of bed and play and do this and that. He just wasn't sleeping. So I'm like, well, I'm going to try this. Well, it worked. He stayed in his bed until we got him in the morning. It was fucking awesome. I'm like, nice. Thank God for Goosebumps, man. That shit worked.
Nice. Dude, it's different with boys. You can do this shit with boys. When you got a little girl, you're just more protective about that shit. At least that's how I feel.
Well, he loves it though, man. Cause like everywhere in this house, there's horror related things. Like if you guys see my downstairs, like I got posters and shit. And he comes downstairs one day and he's looking at the wall and he goes, Dad, he goes, that poster, that's your shirt. And he's pointing at my Video Dead poster. And I have a hoodie of the Video Dead, and he's like, it's so scary but cool.
Well, this reminds me of like Tom's daughter, right? Like I remember seeing her in his videos, like early, like she was like a little kid, and now she's like making horror movies. Like that's so cool, dude. To see a girl, like kind of break the stereotype a little bit. Like this little girl wants to be a filmmaker. She wants to make like horror films. That's so cool to me.
Yeah, she's actually in the middle of her second film right now.
I know, I donated to it.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Wow, I feel like a dick. I totally did. I didn't even know that you could.
That's
although I did review the first film.
Okay, so you took something from them.
Well, Tom sent it to me. He sent it to me.
So you're costing a money.
Okay, move on. I feel like a dick. I didn't even know that you could donate to it. Fuck.
Okay, Dave, what was your rating on The Visit?
8.5.
8.5. All right, so coming in at number 9 for myself is a little film that kind of came out of nowhere that I kind of got just, wasn't expecting anything out of it. And honestly, the first time I watched it, I popped it in and kind of lost interest like very quickly. And then something cool happened and I was like, wait, I got to start this thing over. And that film is Blood Punch. This is
holy fucking shit. This made your top 10?
This is such a goddamn cool movie. Yeah, it made my top 10. It's awesome. What do you mean? This movie.
I don't mean anything bad by that. I gave it a great review.
This movie I had so much fun with. And at the end of the day, this might be one of the funner movies on my list. I just love the concept. Like, I love the Groundhog Day concept, and this one did it perfect. This one had so much interesting, the way they, I think it was a female that directed this, honestly. But if it is, the way that she kind of molded the story and used the science to it, like, I really like the concept behind it. Cause I'm real nitpicky about that. Like, when you're doing like time travel or something similar to this, like this Groundhog Day, like, establish rules. Let me see what the rules are and don't break the rules. And she did a great job of that. And all the rules stayed the same.
I
she
agree.
stuck to it. And that can be confusing. That could be hard to do, to not break these rules and to establish them as well. How are you going to figure out what happens? I love that about it. It was a super fun movie. The lead actor is actually the lead actor in Deathgasms, and I just seen him in an Ash vs. Evil Dead episode. So this guy is on my radar. He's somebody I'm going to be looking out for when I see
radar.
But it's such a fun movie. I really, really dug Blood Punch. Cool concept.
Yeah, that's awesome. Have you guys seen Blood Punch?
Yeah,
I have.
It's cool.
Yes.
Yeah,
Great movie.
super fun film. That was my first impression of Blood Punch. Was it's a horror version of Groundhog Day.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
But it's just so much better than Groundhog Day. I actually fucking loathe that movie, to be honest.
Yeah,
I can't stand
Groundhog
it.
Day is set in Pennsylvania, and I'm not even a fan of that movie that much.
No.
I watched it for the first time this year, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Puxatani.
Oh, I actually thought that was Fright Night.
That too. I'm telling you, this year I had some downtime, and I watched all kinds of movies that for years I thought I should have watched because everybody else in the world saw them, but I was never interested in them. So that's how they got on the list.
Yeah, I know I was busting your balls about that because Fright Night's actually the movie that got me into horror films.
That's right.
In 1985, man, I was like 5, or it was like late or whatever it was. I can't remember, but my dad, he used to be a Boilermaker and he'd be off at these long periods of times and gone for long periods. So when he was home, he'd just sit around and watch films and do whatever. And he really liked to scare me, and he thought that, rent some horror films, scare the shit out of me. Well, it worked. Because like I said, I was a 5-year-old naive kid. I didn't know it was a fucking horror comedy.
Right, of course not at that age.
That was my shit, man. That was my shit. And I just, Fright Night to me is like everything. It's the first film that I remember. That and House were like the two films.
Yeah, I love House. House was one of my big ones growing up.
Yeah,
those are my two.
Those are the two. Funny. Yeah, those are the films that I remember, and I had no idea that they were horror comedies, but I credit
it's
those
funny
for
how
getting
that
into
happens,
genre,
man.
I just wanted more of what I saw.
Yeah,
and and Dave, when I was listening to your podcast there, and your episode 1, and you were talking about how you just seen Fright Night for the first time, and I fucking fell off my couch. I actually hurt myself.
It took
too.
me a long time to see it as well, man. I only seen it for the first time maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah, for me it was only about like 30.
Just right when it got released on media.
Literally Fright Night and House. Those were the two movies, and it's it's not really a coincidence. Moodz and I are the exact same age.
Yeah,
so.
We're like a week apart or something like that. Yeah.
So it makes sense but that and Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Was another one I watched all the time as a kid.
I actually never seen Return of the Living Dead until I was just a little bit older. I think I was around 12. To be honest, I'd never seen it, and I think I was the 7th grade or grade 7, however you guys want to say it. I was a little bit older.
I remember being so intimidated by Linnea Quigley, just because she was just way too hardcore for the young me.
That's a real woman.
Honestly, funny story about Return of the Living Dead. The first time I watched it, I really didn't care for it.
Wow.
I know, it's so crazy.
You might want to just keep that to yourself.
It's literally my second favorite movie of all time.
Yeah.
Behind Dawn of the Dead. So, me with, I think one time me and JP were Skyping, we were talking on, Skype here, and I think I watched the movie like 3 or 4 times in a row.
No, while we was Skyping. That's how
I just kept repeating, I just kept pressing play again. I'm like, fuck yeah, here we go again.
I think I was doing that with Elm Street 3 at the same time.
It's crazy shit.
You guys listen carefully. You could hear Zach shaking his head in disappointment.
Oh my god.
That's it. Zach hates that movie.
He's gonna break his neck one of these days, man.
Yeah. So my rating for Blood Punch is an 8 out of 10. And now moving on to the number 8 film from the listeners with 51 points. that is the Green Inferno. So the Green Inferno making the number 9 spot. Did I say 8? Yeah, the number 9 spot.
You know, I was very kind of curious on where this one was, if it was going to make the list or not, because, yeah, there was so much, extreme, from one end of the spectrum to the next, to the opposite end. It was like you loved it or you hated it. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I heard everything about this film.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, made it. So cool.
All right, back to Mr. Brandon.
All right, number 8. Good Night, Mommy.
Good Night, Mommy.
This film fell 4 spots on my list, and I really don't have a reason why, except the film I had at number 8, I needed much higher. And rather than adjust them all, I just switched it with this one.
That's ridiculous.
So
this is epitome of the type of horror film that I love. But there was one aspect of the film that should have played out a little differently. No, not should have been played out differently. Should have been either revealed differently or not revealed at all. I don't want to give spoilers here, but
I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about.
The main thing was obvious from the first 5 minutes, and it didn't have to be revealed as a spoiler. I knew it
Brandon,
within 5 seconds.
I'm right with idiot. You on this, man. I thought the same thing. I was like, okay, I've seen this ending.
Dude, I was
so many times as of late and over the past
Well, it's official.
Years.
I give up.
Why, Moodz? I'm the same way.
I'm fucking retarded. I'm fucking retarded.
So am I then. So am I.
No, I'm not. Look,
I totally did not fucking know. Like, to be honest, okay, Brandon, how many times do you watch this movie? Just once?
Once.
Okay, so you haven't gone back and actually watched the film again?
No.
See, I've been wanting to do it.
I did.
To see, I never got a chance to.
There's actually clues. There's clues, and I was picking up on them right away, man.
But there's a couple scenes in this film I want to rewatch and to see how it played out, because I thought about it right away when the reveal happened. I was like, I instantly thought of a couple scenes in the film, and I was like, how did that play out? What? Okay, I got to go back and check it out, man.
Yep, good call. I did that, and there's one thing that's questionable. One thing involving the mother when she's in the situation that she.
Okay, I think I know what it is, man.
There's actually a few, but you can't.
I instantly thought of it right away. Yeah. Okay.
I knew it before the film came on. Like the coming attractions were on, and I'm like, I just figured out the twist.
Shut up.
Oh.
No, I figured it out from a fucking trailer.
A trailer for a different movie.
What?
Oh, no, I'm
kidding. What a disappointment that is. I skipped through those things, man.
No, but I love this movie. I really did.
In all seriousness, it is a very good movie, but I found it frustrating to just, I don't know, man. I'm so burnt out on that type of ending, and I called it, and there was like, but I did love the just mystery of like, you just see this mom in bandages and you're like, okay, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I think people probably were expecting a different movie if they looked at the trailer or just saw some pictures of it, but it was completely different from what I expected, because I watch trailers. Not all the time, but...
You shouldn't do that. Why do you do that to yourself?
Yeah,
hey, I saw The Visit after reading the ending first.
Brandon, you got to start picking up some of those older trailer compilations and just watch those.
Yeah, and say
anytime,
away from
everything new. Don't watch new trailers.
If a trailer for 31 comes out, click on the video, immediately pause it, then go grab a Something Weird trailer compilation, put that in instead, and then you got your fix.
There you go, man. There you go.
Then you'll forget all about it.
Yeah, like that one Zach just sent me. It's great shit, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Awesome.
Crazy.
Yep, I don't do trailers either. So, and I have. It's been like 2 years since I watched a trailer.
It's been about a year and a half for me. Actually, what ruined it was last year, Insidious Chapter 2. It like they gave away everything in that trailer.
Fucking sad, man. That's so stupid.
The Conjuring. That was the one that turned it off for good for me.
I don't remember what the turning point for me was, but I remember I just remember going, I can't do this anymore, man. Trailers I'm fucking done. I just walked away. So I pop in a movie with previews. I'm just like, click, click, click. And I'm like, fuck, 10, 11 minutes of previews? What the fuck, man? I was watching this shit, man. It was like crazy. But then again, it's coming from the guy that will watch a 4-hour compilation of, old trailer videos. was like, give me a break. Yeah.
Yeah, all these newer trailers should be like teaser trailers because they do reveal way too much.
Well, they do, and they're too long. They're too long.
They are.
Yep.
And then you go see the movie and you remember a scene from the trailer that you haven't seen.
Or you're
like,
looking
so
for the scene because you kind of know where it takes place and you're waiting for that scene, which is so frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, good night, Mommy.
Good night, Mommy.
Good night,
What was the rating on that one?
8.5 out of 10.
8.5 out of 10.
5. All right.
So that is me. Number 8 on my list is a homegrown film straight out of Canada. And the second slasher film on my list. And it is entitled Girl House.
That was Canadian. I didn't even know that.
Full blown.
Nice.
Yep.
Fucking watch this again the other night and was like, this movie's awesome. It's just good, man. It's interesting because when I first heard about Girl House, I checked, kind of looked it up and read on it. And the first thing I noticed was the killer was played by rapper Slain. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And right there, I started laughing. I'm like, this movie's going to suck dick. I mean, we know that, most time when we have rappers in horror films, it turns out to be really, really shitty. Resurrection. But no, this is not
Trick or treat, motherfucker. Dave, on your last podcast, you were talking about how you hate those lines and you totally skipped over trick or treat, motherfucker. Because you were talking about like welcome to Texas or something,
Oh yeah.
And you skipped over trick or treat, motherfucker. You named 4 lines that you hated, all popular and greatly hated, but you skipped over the hated one of all time.
Now, I don't know if it's just because Slain didn't have any lines in this movie. He plays a silent role. He plays a silent killer. So, no, but it's just the whole idea.
Yeah,
Girl House to me is like, a horror version of Big Brother. It's a porn version of Big Brother, and it really works. Everything about it was just believable to me. Likable characters. The interesting thing about this movie is that there's really besides like the opening scene in the film, there's really no killings in this movie for a whole hour. And it's fucking incredible because as we know, as growing up in the 80s and things like that, well, except for JP, being slasher fans, when there's not killings within like the first 20 minutes of a film, it generally turns a little stale, especially, from the 80s slasher films and stuff like that. This one doesn't do that. It has interesting characters. It has really good development. It's interesting and it's very enjoyable. It's very enjoyable. Not very often can I say that, it took an hour for the first kill in a slasher film, to happen. And this one's actually good.
I think that opening scene set it up so well that you just knew something big was coming that you were willing to wait an hour. Cause that was a brutal opening scene.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
Honestly,
I mean, I was
dude,
like, what the hell? Wow.
I actually laughed out loud when he tosses the bike. Again, that fucking makes me laugh, man. I don't know why it's so funny to me, but I'm just like, yeah, fuck that bike. I don't know, man. It's
Moodz.
I'm weird like that.
You know how you said that you don't know, you kind of found it interesting that the rapper actually worked in it. I think it's also because they didn't make a spectacle out of it. Like, they didn't make a big deal, like, sell it as, like, this is, Busta Rhymes in Halloween. Like, you know what I mean? It was just simple. It could have been anybody. They didn't make him more of a character than what he needed to be for the film.
I mean, it's obvious too, though. I mean, Slain is an underground MC. To me, he's very well known, but to the rest of the world, no one's ever heard of him.
Yeah, I don't.
So I think it's perfect, and that's the thing, right? He's an underground MC, and he's quite big around his areas, in Boston and stuff like that. But as worldwide, people would never know who he is. I mean, I bet you 95% of the people that watch Girl House this year have no idea what Slain does in his first regular job.
You're the only person I've even heard mention it. So.
I mean, he's part of La Coca Nostra and, a bunch of other groups. Like, he's got a really decent, following, and he's done a lot of records and stuff. I'm not honestly the biggest fan of Slain, whatever. He's not bad or anything, but, I just thought it was very interesting that he was cast in this movie. I didn't even know he acted.
Yeah.
I saw his name on there. I was like, that's fucking strange.
He's probably like friends with somebody who was making it or something. Honestly.
But honestly, man, he does a good job. He does, right? The way he handles himself in the film, the way he moves, the way he pauses. There's a shot in the film where there's a camera in the house and it's a far shot and he just breaks through this door and he stands there for a second. Yeah. I know it looked very kind of Michael Myers-ish, but it worked and it was kind of scary. And I was like, holy shit, because he's a big fucking burly dude, man. You know, and it really worked. I really thought a lot of things about this film was quite well done. You know, this, you know, cinematography was actually quite well done for what it is.
Mask also was awesome.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the mask was great too. So
like a female Leatherface.
You know what's something that I like?
Yeah, man.
I kind of like
the pool kill, man. There's something about that pool kill that I just, you know, it's been done before, kills like that, but I just find it so brutal, man. I'm not going to give it away if you haven't seen it, but I love the pool kill.
So, is it the same guy? Is he Loverboy when he's in front of the computer too? Is it the same guy that's Slain? That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
He kind of reminded me of fucking Private Pile from Jacket.
Well, yeah. When you think about it, like if you look at him, you wouldn't think that he was like this, you know, this rapper. You know?
Right.
But he's actually quite talented, man. It's pretty crazy. So.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that. Wow.
I mean, Coca Nostra was, you know, Slain and you know, at one time. You know, Ill Bill's in that group, and a lot of cool guys. A lot of cool guys. Like he rolls with some cool guys. So, Everlast from House of Pain, he was part of that group.
Oh, really?
Like Everlast and like Lococo knows underground. He was working with Everlast and stuff, and it's pretty crazy, man. It's pretty crazy, yeah. It's cool. So
what did you rate that one?
I give Girl House an 8.5 out of 10. Now that's where my list is strange because Horsehead I gave 9, and it was in my 9 spot. But you know what? Nothing I ever do or say ever makes sense, so just accept it.
I did the same thing. My number 8 was 8.5, and my 9 and 10 were 9s.
Yeah, well, you guys said the Ians were rating more on like what your favorites were, and not necessarily what the best one was.
Yeah, I fucked with this list a lot, man. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, we all did, I think. Actually, Girl House was it was on my list. It was one of the ones that almost made the top 10. It was one of those that was competing. So. It was right there. My only problem was that I thought the ease of him getting into that. They made such a big fucking deal in the beginning about how hard it is to penetrate all the stuff, and it just seemed like he did it with ease. That's my only knock.
The only thing, you know, where I can defend on that is that, you know, he actually has, you know, a computer job. Like he works as a computer tech, so he's a fucking geek. And you just kind of, I guess you just have to accept the fact that, you know, since he works on computers and fixes computers in a big corporation, he probably knows a thing or two about hacking, you know, because he literally knows that type of world. So I think that's kind of where they're getting at with that.
Yeah, it's acceptable enough. It was the only thing. That's why it wasn't in the top 10, but I still love it.
I mean, at least they showed him. They actually, you know, the scene where he checks out the chick's gooch.
Yeah.
It was fucking good, man.
Yeah, man.
Well, my number 8 is also Goodnight Mommy. So I'm right there with you, Brandon.
Nice.
We're
synced up already.
Interesting.
Our exploding heads.
I believe that's the only.
You guys are fucking cheating.
Repeat. Are you guys cheating? You guys cop? Let me see your hands. What are you guys doing? All right. So I guess you have anything extra to add to it?
Well, I unlike Brandon, I did not see, I did not pick out the ending in the first fucking 10 minutes, so it floored me. But I still watched it a second time again to see if it, you know.
Did you pick it up the second time? Okay, I'm just checking. You know, if you missed it the second time, I was gonna say give it one more try and then throw away your DVD.
Yeah, just maybe I'll get it the third. No, I was okay with it, and most of it made sense. And this time I just focused on different things, and it just seemed more creepy this time. The atmosphere was just thicker. It was more suspenseful. You know, a feeling of dread throughout. It's just and there's, you know, they made some type of decisions with. It was a little bit artsy at times with some of the things they were doing. A lot of the stuff that they were showing you was symbolic. So I was kind of digging that. But throughout the movie, you always had that feeling. You felt for the kids. You were like dreading what was going to happen next.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I almost felt like bad. Like I was spying on like something wrong, and like I couldn't really do anything. I don't know. It was kind of a weird, almost voyeuristic vibe I got from the film a little bit. I don't know if you guys did or not.
Yeah, I only watched, you know, like I said, I only watched the film once, but there's one weird scene where the mom goes into the forest.
I still am not 100% on that.
I actually have no idea. Like after, you know, finding out the reveal and like what goes on,
Brandon,
I was like,
do you know what
I was thinking about this and going, what?
I know. I figured it out the second time.
Oh shit! We're gonna have to let us know after the show then.
Yeah, because I said, I only watched it once, and I was like, What the fuck is with the...
Yeah, I'm drawing a
that
blank
part.
now.
It still feels
didn't
like
really
it's just
happen.
inserted.
It's funny because Dylan actually asked me the same question. He's like, what was with the part with the mom in the woods? And I was like, dude, I don't fucking know. I even thought the same thing. I was questioning.
Oh, I know what part you guys
Again,
are
It's
talking
actually really easy to figure out, and I'm
Oh,
surprised.
wait, I think I just
prob-
got it after
I
you said that.
I probably just totally am overlooking. It's probably something so simple, but again, apparently I'm not understanding anything tonight.
I was the same way the first time. The second time, it took the second view. As always.
Before we sign off tonight, I will explain the exact meaning of horsehead.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
please do.
Get the
Then
hell
maybe
out
I
of here.
can.
The exact, okay.
Brandon's
Okay,
gonna
I'm
be
just kidding.
like, oh, you know what? My Skype, it's
Well, and then JP is going to be like, well,
can't-
that doesn't mean shit, man. I tried to explain him Der Samurai, and he was like, the fuck?
No, I understand the samurai. I just think that it didn't make sense.
I think it does. I think it does, actually.
It's contradictory.
I
Anyway,
totally don't think so, but
okay, Dave, what did you rate that one? Good night, mommy.
8.5.
8.5 out of 10. All right, so back to me already. Check this out. So, this next film, this was my most... I think this was in 2013 we did our preview for 2014, and this was on that. So it's been a while since I was able to, this actually came out and we was able to see it, and that is The Green Inferno at number 8. Now, I gotta say, first of all...
Fuck, really?
I heard so many people complain about the frat boy mentality, and I was like, yeah, I'm cool with that. I've seen Eli Roth do it a bunch of times, in Hostel and stuff. I have no beef with that whatsoever. However, I was not expecting the type of, I don't know. There was I really felt like he did go overboard with some of the characters. Now I understand that they are supposed to be, they're supposed to be being made
people.
fun of because they are social justice warriors, which are annoying and stupid. So he made the characters annoying and stupid because it was it's symbolic of the social justice warriors that we...
Yeah, there's definitely a couple moments inside the cage that are just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I honestly thought it was just too much. Like, I thought it was stupid. It didn't make sense to me, but there's so many things I like about this film. Like, I love the location. I love the way that the tribe people look. The scene that you see on the cover where she's screaming when they first take them out of the boats and they're all grabbing them, that was intense to me, dude. Like, I started putting myself in there, feeling it. I was like, this is too much, And of course the cannibalism stuff, great. I just felt like when I watched, because this is almost like a contained horror film, a bunch of people trapped somewhere. The dialogue was just bad, man. It was just poorly written, and a lot of the acting was bad too. And that kind of bugged me. I know I'm supposed to be praising it, but
I was going to say, this is your number 8. You haven't said anything good.
I was going to say, are we in honor? Did I fall asleep for 3 hours? Are we in honorable mentions right now?
No.
We're on bottom picks
I
right
really do like this film a lot. It is in my top 10, obviously. But I knew that one of the things that was going to happen.
Do you want to say anything good about it?
Everybody was going to say, like, when I show my next films, they're going to question why this one was lower. And I'm kind of explaining myself now because it's stupid to talk about my next film and then come back to this one. So I'm explaining the things I didn't like about this one now. But the things that I liked, I did say some stuff. I said that, when she came into the thing and stuff. But, it is the gore, great stuff, man. Like, it really does get under your skin. When they're, like, dismantling the guy's body, I was, it's gross. It's the eye, there's an eye thing in this one as well. And, like Brandon, eye stuff is always uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I actually thought that the scene where the girl, she had to go to the bathroom, like, I actually found that effective. Like, I know it's supposed to be stupid and funny maybe, but I found it, like, sad. I was like, that's just sad, man. So
me too.
I watch a lot of German porn. I watch a lot of German porn, so that didn't do anything for me. I was like,
yeah,
that's
like,
normal.
'cause that could happen, right? I mean, something like that could happen. That's something, like, I would feel bad for that person if that happened to him. It's embarrassing, for a girl for that to happen to. And,
Dude, it would totally happen to me. I know it would.
Oh, for me, I totally have IBS, man. Like, that would be me. That would
be.
But a girl, it's even worse.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was brutal stuff. I love the Eli Roth did a cannibal film. I like the beginning parts where you kind of expect it to go like they go to the jungle and then the bad things start happening. But there's kind of like it happens like almost unexpectedly, like when it all happens. You know what I mean? I was expecting it to happen when they first go there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was, Eli Roth just trying to, change it up a little bit because, I really love this movie when it first came out in 1980 and it was called Cannibal Holocaust. So that was basically his way. I mean, the setup to this movie is exactly like Cannibal Holocaust. It's, people go to the jungle and and they get captured by cannibals and shit goes down. Essentially, it's the same movie. I mean, and this is a shout out to Cannibal Holocaust. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Just the way it kind of goes down is it's a little different, but I did like the effects in this film. I thought the effects were nasty.
Was it K&B who did the effects?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it is.
I believe so. Yeah, the effects were gross, man. Like it actually felt gross. I was like, ugh. But
I read a little bit that a little bit of the backstory that he was trying to make a statement about the Occupy Wall Street people and how people are just quick to jump on causes because other people are doing it.
Yeah, those are the social justice warriors.
Yeah,
without even knowing really though.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
And that's perfect because he did showcase that quite well. Yeah, he captured that quite well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first act was great. I loved it. The whole way it was set up, and I didn't care that it took its time to get there at all.
Yeah, I loved it. I was actually I thought that the scene was really intense where, the military or whatever, the people with guns came up and they were like, what the fuck are you doing here type of shit. And it was like, I thought that scene was really intense. I liked the build up. I thought the build up was good. Like that was some of my favorite parts.
What did you think about the very end of the film?
I didn't like it.
Oh, that's my problem right there. That's why it didn't make my 10.
Like I'm talking like back in Civilization and stuff.
Yep. Didn't like it.
Okay. Yeah, I really, really fucking loathed it.
Yeah.
I couldn't even believe it came from Eli Roth. I was like, are you serious, Roth? What are you doing? Like you should even know that this is a bad idea.
Dude, I was watching it on a fucking memory stick and I pulled that shit out and I fucking threw it across the room. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, what the fuck? And Aaron's like, turn the video game off. And I'm like, I'm not watching or playing video games. Watching movies, I'm pissed off.
She thought you were losing your temper because of a game?
Yeah. I was fucking downstairs. Awesome. I was literally getting all pissed off. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What just happened here? Yeah, it honestly did a justice on my final rating for that film, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it hurt mine quite a bit, actually. And I know Zach is going to give me shit for it because he wanted us all to talk about this one for so long. But yeah, that is The Green Inferno. I gave it an 8 out of 10. So moving on to the number 8 spot for the listeners. And they gave it with 52 points, which is just 1 point above The Green Inferno, What We Do in the Shadows. So What We Do in the Shadows, a horror comedy, vampires, makes their number 8.
Man, is New Zealand not killing it the last 2 years? I mean, they don't put out very many films, but when they do, they are pretty fucking good.
Yeah, they're good at comedy, man.
I mean, the 3 films that I've seen out of New Zealand the last 2 years have been all good.
What, Deathgasm, What We Do in the Shadows, and Housebound?
Housebound was my number 3 film from last year.
Yeah, it made my top 10 as well.
I loved it, man. I actually rewatched Housebound I think it was about 2 or 3 days before Christmas again. I was on Netflix and I was like, I have the DVD too. I'm just lazy. I can't even go grab it, but it's like fucking watching those 30 for 30s and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to watch the film. Housebound, watched it again. Loved it. So good, man. So good.
Oh, it was KNB, by the way.
Ah, see? I know things sometimes.
I looked it up too, yeah.
Had to be sure with those guys. I always like to know. They did Hateful Eight too, and man, I won't say.
Did Housebound make your guys' list last year too?
Not Dave's.
Yeah, it was in my top 10.
I didn't like it at all. I didn't think. I know. I didn't think it was especially funny or good. I couldn't. And here, I'll say one thing about it.
Did you give it a second chance?
No, I did not give it a second watch. So,
shit, man, you're all about the second chances.
I know,
brother.
Maybe I will.
Second
You're
chance
right.
that shit, man. You gotta fucking VOD that, buy that Blu-ray DVD, fucking.
Dude.
I don't give a fuck. Watch that shit again.
I couldn't get over the fact that guy was supposed to be in that house all those years. It made zero sense to me. I'm like, how could that be? That's just. I don't mind some humor and some comedy, but it just seemed utterly ridiculous that he would
It's
be
like
there.
Fool from People Under the Stairs.
Yeah.
Roach.
Yeah.
Not Fool.
It's kind of interesting that, like, so basically, like, the third act of the film really hurt it for you. That's where a lot of people say the movie gets so good, isn't that third act?
Yeah, the reveal killed it for me. I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's what this is?
Yeah.
And that was it. I never recovered.
Interesting.
But yeah, second watch. You're right. I am second view, Dave.
Dave
Oh,
2 times Z.
Yep. Love me 2 times.
Yeah. Nice. Ooh.
Brandon, back to you.
All right. My number 7 just got mentioned. New Zealand comedy, What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah.
This was one of the most fun films that I saw this year.
Okay, what was the vampire's name who was 8,000 years old?
Peter.
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 I fucking laughed so hard when Buddy they're starting their meeting and they're like, "Where's Peter?" And he's like, "Peter is 8,000 years old. He's not coming to the meeting." I fucking lost it, dude.
I swear to God, they handled the Nosferatu vampire so well, man. Like, I loved how they did that. I swear to God, because they go down at his.
I was laughing so hard at that part, man. I was like, "Yeah, he's 8,000 years old. It makes
Oh
sense."
my God, man! Such clever writing in that one.
Yeah, the whole movie was hilarious. I just enjoyed it from start to finish.
Even the effects look good in it too. The way they did, like it looked, really good, man. For the found footage aspect of it and kind of thing. I was like, or the documentary found footage, whatever you want to call it, but it looked good, man. Really, really good. Very impressed.
You know what's, you guys know me. Like I always give comedies a hard time with horror, but every time that I see something like this, it reminds me, like, oh yeah, like these can be good, and like I shouldn't give them such a hard time because this.
I knew that you would like
Shadows was fucking awesome.
I knew that you'd like this film because the comedy was so smart and it's executed perfectly, man.
Yeah.
Really.
And it's played straight. That's what it is.
Yep, I think that's what it is, Dave. That's why I think that I like it. Like
yeah, it's great.
Those are my kind of comedies.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's such a quotable movie. There's so many lines in it that you'll never remember everything they said. Like, I've watched it 3 times, that one, because I enjoyed it so much, and it's just so many lines are said in that movie. It's just so well written. It's just
you know what? I was actually getting annoyed. Everybody kept talking about it, and like, to me, the title was stupid. I thought the cover looked stupid, and that's about all I knew about it. And I was just like, man, like, I'm kind of dreading this one, but it is popping up on everybody's list, and I was so surprised, and I was like, man, this is why you never judge shit by title.
I was just waiting for that shit to drop in price. I couldn't wait to fucking watch it, even though there was so much hype behind it. And it finally went down like $1.30 or something. I was like, giddy up, motherfucker. I'm getting that shit. So I fucking, hit buy on my fucking Prime account. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I did though. Give it a shot. Cause, you didn't want to fall victim to being overhyped, how it goes, right, JP?
Yep.
It's only overhyped if you wind up not liking it.
It's not a fucking yeah, I know, right? That's exactly that's what I feel all the time. It's like, if I don't like something that's been talked about, it's like, he fell victim to the overhypeness. Like, well,
I fall victim to overhypeness sometimes.
I was being honest though. Like, sometimes I just don't, it's by chance. I mean, there's a lot of films that I dislike that no one ever talks about, but as soon as I like something or dislike something that everyone's talking about, it's like, well, the overhypeness, it grabbed your ass.
I just think that you can't ignore the fact that hype it's there. Like, hype can.
You know what, man? You know what? There's a couple films on here that all I heard was good things. They were getting hyped to me, and everyone was left and right sending me messages. You see this film, and it was like, no, I haven't fucking seen this yet. And it was like so much hype to a couple of these films, and bam, I fucking loved them.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time too. But I do think that there are times where it happens the other way.
We'll get into that in a minute.
What do you mean?
We'll get into that in a minute.
To where I feel like the hype does affect me. Like, where I'll
sometimes what he's trying to say is he thinks that, like, we're trying to play it too cool. It's like, well, everyone likes that movie, so I'm going to be like,
no, not necessarily. I don't think that's what it is.
Fuck the editor, man. Fuck that movie.
I just think that sometimes you expect so much out of it, and if it's not what you're expecting, then your expectation is lowered. So then in turn you don't like it as much as you're expected to. So I feel like
it makes people hate movies. That's what I think. Like It Follows. There was so much hype for It Follows that I can't believe the amount of fucking vitriol and hatred where people say it's the worst movie of the year. I'm like,
that
dude,
was driving me
if you
crazy.
don't like
when
it,
somebody says it's shit, it drives me back. I go nuts.
But it's just a lack of ignorance, because those people that are saying that It Follows is the worst film of the year have not seen Morbid or Absolute Zombies.
Or Krampus.
You guys don't know
Christmas
shit.
stuff.
For everybody out there that's saying that It Follows was a piece of shit, you need to check out those fucking films and then get back to a motherfucker.
You haven't seen a bad
and Death Escort
You haven't
Service.
seen bad films until you've seen these motherfucking films.
Yeah,
Don't
check
listen
out
to
Death Escort Service and get back to me.
Brandon, he does not know what he's fucking talking about. Death Escort
that's
Service.
the hype machine. That's what it does.
Oh
It
my God.
backfires.
Dude, that is so bad. I mean, but we've had this conversation a million times. People are like, yeah, that's the worst. Remember when we had that question? People were like, oh, these are my top 5 worst films I've ever seen.
And stuff on there was like, listen, you've never seen a bad movie in your fucking life.
Texas Chainsaw 3D, worst film I've ever seen. I'm like, that compared to the films I've seen is a goddamn masterpiece.
It's a fucking Scorsese good.
It's a fucking Kubrick, man. It's like, what are you talking about? Y'all need to watch some more movies, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
I think it's disappointment.
Go ahead, Dave.
That's what I think. I think when people are really severely disappointed by a movie, it makes them hate it and think it's worse than it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest disappointment. Therefore, I hate it. I was built up like me with Insidious too. I don't hate it. I speak like I hate it because it completely disappointed me because I loved part 1, and I won't get into it because I know you guys like it. But
it's the same fucking
that's
movie.
what happened with me.
I heard you talk bad about it. I heard you talk bad
Made
about it.
Made no sense. Zero sense.
No,
remember what you were saying
Insidious
before about
too.
Blood Punch?
Man,
that's what this was. You said how sometimes they make time travel and it doesn't make any sense. That's what to me is what happened in Insidious too. I'll leave it at
I think also, a case of some movies, I think when some people don't understand the film, they're just quick to be like, fuck that movie. That movie was a piece of shit.
I can't stand when people say that though. If it's like a film that has great cinematography, to then go ahead and say that it's shit, like you lose 100% of credibility with it.
They're not really thinking it through. It's like there's so many good, like Horsehead. I mean, I'm not going to name any names, but there was a couple of people like Horsehead was terrible. I mean, I'm like, well, what about the the cinematography and this? Oh no, that was good. And I'm like pointing out all the good things. I'm like, well, you just liked more things than you disliked, and you're saying it's shit. I think it's because you didn't understand the movie, and I'm mad enough to say that I don't fully understand the fucking movie. I love it. It's like, just come on. Just think it through, man.
Dude, I think that happened with Rob Zombie a lot. I think like Halloween 2.
We've had this conversation.
Yeah. Special.
Oh, yeah, and it's a good one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even Eli Roth.
Yep. Even Eli Roth. Yeah, you're right. Brandon, what did you rate What We Do in the Shadows?
I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Okay. Back to Moodz, I believe.
The MOOD to the Z. Number 7 is a film that I honestly, I didn't know what to think about this. I first kind of heard that it was a love letter, and I was like, oh my God, here we go again. And I was like, I kept hearing minor bad things and whatever, fuck it, I don't care. We're still here.
Yeah,
we're here.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Really, Dave, are you still here?
Yep.
Are we still here? Yeah, man, I enjoyed this movie, man. Like, I got a copy from Anchor Bay, Canada to do a review, and I was like, all right, let's do this. And I ended up just loving this movie, man. I thought it was just fantastic. I don't know what it was about. I think it was maybe the effects in it and stuff. And I'll just go out here and say that I'm a big fan of Larry Fedison's acting. I think the dude can act.
He was great in it.
Mm-hmm.
He really was great. I loved his character. I thought he was fantastic. But I like the story, though. The story is simple. It's simple, but I like the whole, I don't really want to say anything without ruining it unless people, I don't want to spoil anything, but you guys have seen it, so you know what I'm talking about. But I like the storyline. It's simple. I've heard some people say it didn't really make some sense. I think it does completely. I like the effects though, man. I thought the effects were great. And, it being a Fulci love letter. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
I'll dig it.
Actually, I mentioned it. I was watching it on Twitter yesterday, and the director, I didn't tag him or anything, but this just goes to show that he's like interested in what people have to say. And he said that he hopes I enjoy his little melodramatic ode to weirdo 70s Euro horror. We put a lot of heart into it.
Yeah, I respect it, man. I thought it was good. Like, I wasn't quite sure. I kept thinking, like, is this going to be like a really shitty ghostly, and I was like, I don't fucking know, man. But I like the whole idea of what was going on. I don't want to ruin anything. I don't like talking about this one.
Yeah.
Just tell them to watch the end credits, and they'll get it all right there.
There you go. What, the scene after the end credits?
Oh, no, just the end credits where they show, where it explains fucking all everything. It explains the folklore of the entire thing.
Oh,
the whole plot's laid out in the credits.
I think right after the entire credits are done, I think there's actually a scene. Is it?
There is.
Yeah,
there is. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, so, but
honestly, Moodz, I want to ask you, because you're Mr. Fulci. I only noticed maybe 2 things that were Fulci, but you said love letter, and you're not the first person I've heard say that. How many things do you really recall that were Fulci stuff?
I know one. Each of the actors had eyes. 2 of them.
Well,
so that's 2 things.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. I kept hearing, it was a Fulci love letter, and I was like, okay. And I think it was maybe a lot to do with, I don't know. I'm thinking, a little bit of maybe atmosphere to do, obviously in the house, but I think more of the effects, just that over the top kind of gore. I don't know. I really don't. I didn't see really a ton of Fulci, but I just kind of accepted. I'm like, yeah, okay, it's a Fulci love letter. Okay,
just making sure. Okay,
because that's how it was kind of marketed, right? It was like a Fulci love letter. I'm like, okay, when I was looking for specific things, and all I could think it was like in the house atmosphere, kind of the Beyond setting, maybe House by a Cemetery type deal, but like way off though. Yeah, I mean, this one is a ghostly. I don't know, man.
It said Fulci love letter, but it never actually said Lucio. It could be, his cousin Rick Fulci.
Oh, it could be Brandon Fulci.
Yeah.
Yeah. That guy.
Brandon Fulci.
the Jew Italian.
Fulci-stein.
But, what it comes down to, man, I just really enjoyed this movie. And, and it's got a great winter setting too. I love it.
I mentioned that too. I think I mentioned that in my Twitter review, which is like 140 characters.
Yeah, but I like the characters in the film. I felt like everyone was good, and Barbara Crampton I thought did a great job in the film, and who I got to meet earlier this year, and she's a fantastic lady, and still I might add, beautiful lady. Her boobs are still firm too.
Yeah, BC.
I felt them. No, I didn't, but no, we're still here. I give it 8.5 out of 10. I just wrote
8.5 out of 10. All right, Dave.
Okay, we're on 7, right?
Correct.
All right, my number 7. This is a repeater. My number 7 is Headless. Yeah,
awesome. Someone else has Headless in there. No,
hey, this changed, Dave.
Did it change?
I feel like this changed. I feel like you had this at like 5.
Oh, fuck. Wow.
This list is number 7. Headless is number 7.
Yeah, today it's 7. All right. Well, but yeah, I mean, it was great.
Well, the obvious question is here. So what do you think of Dave Parker's Dink?
Yeah, you know what? The list you gave me, Dave, it was at number 5.
Holy fuck.
So
wow. Look at me. I
guess it went down since the second view and since I talked about it last. I don't know.
So you're saying it got a little limp?
Yeah, it was Parker's dick. Yeah.
You described that scene as mouth-watering. I read your little article. Oh, sorry.
Oh, shit.
That's what I said on the head, on the exploding heads.
Yeah.
Exploding heads.
Christian edits that out. I don't know. But it was a perfect look for the 70s. It was one of those. That's a big thing this year, where they're trying to replicate something else. And I thought they did it so well on this. And obviously, the brutality of it, the fucking gore, and I'm kind of a sucker. I always wanted to see a slasher set in a roller rink. And This wasn't set in a roller rink, but we still had that, you know, that little sequence.
Yeah,
so I even like Skullboy.
There. Yep.
Yeah,
There
it was
is
cool.
one that I love to talk about.
That's something I never said when we were talking about.
Ooh, Skullboy.
Yeah, you know when he chatters his teeth, the sound effect is like.
Yeah,
I love that.
me too.
Fucking great, man. It's such a nice touch.
Mm-hmm. You know what that is? You know what this is to me, Moodz? To me, I know you love Maniac. This to me is more of a Maniac remake than the Maniac remake was.
Yeah,
it has that brutal.
I can see
that
it. Yeah.
Brutal underbelly fucking feeling, and it's
that
just, you know,
gritty fucking look and atmosphere to the film, man. Like when I first watched Headless, man, I was just floored by how well they did it with no budget, man. Like no budget to this film, so they did a great job. I mean, maybe that helps. You buy some really shitty film stock.
Well, you know, they're supposed to make it look like the 70s, so I think it worked out to their benefit.
There's no way they shot this on film.
Yeah, they probably filtered the shit out of it. But, you know, there is a couple things in the film that kind of drive me nuts. Like, you know, it's supposed to be in the 70s and, you know, there's a couple the girl that, you know, in the bowling alley, she's got like this crazy tattoo on her side and stuff. And I'm like, you guys should have just kind of covered that up a little. I mean, no chicks in the 70s had tattoos like that. Come on, give me a break, right? You know?
That's true.
You know, it's just like little things. But then again, it's low budget filmmaking. You can't fault them too much for that. I mean, it's just an oversight. You know, but I mean, I'm just saying that, you know, if it was my film, I would probably think about that and be like, you know, she's got this huge ass tattoo on her side. This is very, you know, early 2000s tramp stamp type shit, man, right down her fucking thigh. You know, no chicks in the 70s have that. But
this movie was a love letter to tramp stamps.
This guy, this fucking guy.
Sorry, I have to do it.
Hey, babe, can you leave me $10 for beer? Are you fucking kidding me? She puts it down, he says something else, and she takes it back.
How much was beer in the 70s?
He redeemed himself well, though, in the end.
$10, you could probably get fucking 45 beers, man. It was cheap as shit. Fucking $10, you can't even get a 6-pack now. Well,
no, that's true. That's true.
Dave redeemed himself nicely in the end of that film, though.
Yeah. That's awesome to hear Headless on your list. That's great stuff.
Cool, Dave.
I love slashers. 8.5.
8 points.
Oh, same rating as me. Nice. Cool.
Back to me. So this one, I feel like this is the one I'm going to get the most shit for. And it's funny too. But this is my number 7, and it is Eli Roth's Knock Knock.
Wow.
You might be the only person in the world that has this on the top 10 list.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought this was a stronger movie than The Green Inferno. I liked them about the same, but I do think that this one was a little bit stronger.
Wow, we finally came into a film I have not seen from this year.
Oh, really?
I can't even comment on this. I haven't seen it yet. No.
So I hear a lot of things about the acting, saying that it was bad. I actually did not see it whatsoever. I thought that the acting from the girls was fantastic. I actually really liked the performance from Keanu Reeves too, which I hear nothing but bad things about. But I felt like it was kind of a little natural, like how you might react in a situation like that. I've also heard a lot of people say that, you know, this could never happen. You know, how's these two girls going to overpower this guy? But I didn't really feel like there was many situations. Like, what is he going to do? Kill them? He's just going to kill them? He slept with them. Like, he's just going to kill them now? It didn't make sense for me I wouldn't have killed them. You know, it wasn't.
No.
Like, people are always so quick to say, like, just fucking kill him. It's like, dude, you're just gonna kill somebody? Like, I don't care if they're, like, not leaving your house. You know, they're two girls that you had sex with. Like, it's probably not the best idea to kill them. You know, I don't think
he had a chance, did he?
Not really either. Like, and I felt like they kept that to Eli kept that to a very good, writing too, where like he didn't put him in a predicament to where he had a chance to really do anything. You know, he kept him out of those situations, you know, for the film, for the better of the film. You know, I thought that the whole early scenes where they come in and they're just, you know, seducing him. Like, I loved how that all played out, dude. I thought it was great. Like, it made it to where it was like nearly impossible to resist. Like, it played out so well. And I couldn't believe the amount of hate for this film. It was driving me crazy. I loved everything all the way to the very end. I loved the ending shots where I'm not going to say much, but there's like, they kind of go around the house a bit, and I just love seeing like the aftermath, and you know, there's music playing. I really did love Knock Knock. I straight up did.
Oh, so this is what it's like to be Jeremy on a show. Fucking incredible. I can't believe I didn't see this movie.
So did you see it, Dave?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. And you know what I really liked? The antagonist's reasons for doing what.
Yeah, which I never hear anybody mention, and they're always
cool.
But I'm like, it's kind of subtle. They don't really say, like, they don't make it a big deal, but I dug it. And I was like, it's like in their twisted mind, like this is an appropriate punishment for like what's going on here. Like I liked it, and I liked how it ended. A lot of people didn't. I liked how it
loved it. Dude, totally. And I'll say something about the hate that it gets. I totally think that if this random movie called Knock Knock just showed up on Netflix, directed by some fucking unknown director, people would not hate it. It's a fucking raw thing, totally.
Yeah. And it's a Keanu Reeves thing. People love to hate that guy. People just fucking love to hate him, dude. And, you know, even when this got announced, instant hate. Even on our podcast, I think Jeremy was hating on it too. And I honestly didn't. I just, you know, to me,
I have a hard time putting Keanu Reeves in a horror film. But then again, you know, I'm not really the biggest fan. I shit on him. But then again, I fucking love John Wick, man. That movie kicks ass.
Amazing.
It's good shit, man. Keanu kills that fucking film.
No, Knock Knock was pretty good, actually.
So is it your favorite remake of the year?
We'll get to that later, but you know, this one,
other one, yeah, definitely.
Unofficial.
Yeah. So this was a remake, and I have not seen the original. I don't know how is this like a direct remake. The
ending is different in the original.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Colleen Camp had a cameo in it. She was the woman who showed up at the door.
Yeah, I did know that.
Yeah, she was one of the...
totally Roth to do something like that. He's done it with a lot of his films, and I think that's super cool. You know,
so has he acknowledged it? Has Roth acknowledged fucking Death Game or no?
Yeah, because he acknowledged it by having the actress from the original make a cameo.
Yeah, that's no coincidence that he got Colleen Camp to make like a 1 minute scene in it.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, at least, okay. That's
fine. He's a big fan of 70s films. Like, who did he get? What was their name? Like Edwidge Finch or something that he got in Hostel? I think it was Hostel 2. She was from, like, a lot of those Sergio Martino films or whatever. I can't remember. I'm bad with Italian stuff. But, yeah, I mean, I truly did love Knock Knock. And I kind of had low expectations because I heard a lot of hate for it. But I think it's a better made movie than Green Inferno, if I'm being 100% honest. But I like them about the same. And that film gets a 8 out of 10.
Cool.
So moving on to the number 7 spot for the listeners. And we have, with 57 points, Spring. Spring makes the list.
Spring is Sprung.
Another film I reviewed way back in this year. It's good shit, man. It's got that H.P. Lovecraft type fucking feel to it. I enjoyed it, man. It was a good film.
Richard Linklater meets H.P. Lovecraft, I think was written on the DVD.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's cool. I liked it. I just didn't like the way it ended.
See. I'm sure we'll get into that. So, who's next? Brandon?
Number
6.
So are we number 6?
Yep.
Can't believe I have this film at number 6.
Spring.
I felt like I was going to have this higher, like lower, higher, in a better position, but it follows. I love everything about this film.
I do too.
Number 6, yeah.
Number 6. I love the soundtrack. I love the ambiguity of the setting. You really don't get a sense of time that they're in. It's almost like they're in an alternate dimension. Because there's stuff that's modern about it, and then there's stuff that's so not modern about it.
Yep.
It's got a strange thing. Like, that was one thing that I couldn't get over. People saying like, "Oh, I don't know when this movie is taking place. Is it taking place in the 80s and stuff?" And I'm like, "Well, it quite obviously isn't."
Yep, that was intentional, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's kind of cool.
And I like the way the kids reacted to everything. Everyone was always complaining about how ridiculous some of the scenes were, especially towards the end. But I think it played out perfectly because here's a bunch of kids that how are they supposed to know what to do?
They're going to do kid shit, right?
One thing I love about this movie exactly is this conversation is the fucking lack of adults in this film.
Which was also done very intentionally. I listened to a lot of what this director had to say.
Oh, it feels so right based on what the movie's about. It's having to do with sex and
it's
things
about
like
it's a coming of age. It's
exactly
transitioning into adulthood. That
it's
that
about
is exactly
kids. It's not,
what the film
and it's not about parents.
The final shot.
It's about them, and it's cool. It's cool.
The final shot of the film is actually a representation of adulthood and marriage. If you look at the last shot in the film, that's exactly what it's supposed to be. And
that makes sense.
And I've heard multiple people point this out.
It's making me like it more hearing you guys say these things. I mean, I already gave it a high rating. The one thing I didn't like, and it was explained pretty early on, do not let it touch you. And then they had the scene on the beach where it's touching her hair, and then it kicks one of them. I just could have done without the contact.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Wait, when did somebody say do not let it touch you?
Yeah, I don't
when he had her tied up.
Oh, yeah, but check it out. How would he fucking know? He hasn't been killed yet. How does he know what it's going to do?
Because his girlfriend was killed.
Speculation. He never said that.
Yeah, but that is true. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, in general, I've heard people complain saying that they broke their own rules, and I say there are no fucking rules.
That's the thing.
Right.
There is no bona fide rules in this.
They're guessing.
That doesn't really have a lot of merit, though.
It's a MacGuffin, dude.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
That's kind of the beauty of this film.
What it is a MacGuffin. It's a fucking MacGuffin.
It's such a mystery. These rules. There's rules?
Yeah.
Right. It's their interpretation of the rules.
Exactly. This movie is bona fide. It's scary.
I heard the director talk about it, and he said, everybody asked me, like, what it is and what, like, if there's a sequel, will it be explained? And he said, probably. But at this time,
they're gonna make a fucking sequel, and then they'll make a third one. It'll be a prequel to explain the whole fucking thing.
Well, he was just giving an example, like probably I'd have to write a backstory then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure he has an idea, but at the end of the day, he said it's a MacGuffin, guys. It's what it is. It's something that's trying. It's the threat.
Nobody needs to know, and that's what makes it scary. Is that nobody knows where this thing started, kind of deal.
Yeah, and they intentionally give you that 80s look, so people were thinking it's, an allegory for HIV.
Yeah, and it's about the simplicity of childhood. And I think the director wanted to capture how it used to be, because so much of it now is just all technology, and everybody's just so not. This is simple. They're sitting there playing cards. They're not. This is reminding me of when I was a kid. Like, this is what you would be doing, and it added to what it was like to be like a kid. You know what I mean? So, and that's the whole point of this is kids versus adults, and there's obviously a lot of like sexual, references. Like even the e-reader, it's like a clam. You know what I mean? Like there's so much of that. Teenage sex and becoming an adult, because that's what it is. It's once you have sex, you're an adult now. Like, it's the transition.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. The clam. I kept saying, why is she playing with her clam all the time? She did have the one and only joke in the movie though, which was funny.
I just love that how he focus. He doesn't really focus directly on it, but you can totally see all the internet bars on it.
Yeah,
I like that, man. That's good.
I like how she said, "I have an idea," and then she farts and she says, "It lost it."
that was great.
That was funny.
That's good.
I think a sequel for this could work, but if I personally was going to do it, I would have them try to trace the origins and ultimately not be able to do it. Have another sort of mysterious, maybe downbeat type of ending. Because I honestly don't want to know what it is.
It's kind of a dread. It has like a dread ending to me. Like,
yeah, it does. It's an uncomfortable ending. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, basically, it's marriage.
Yeah, I see it differently, but it's spoilers, so I won't say.
Yeah, I have a little bit of the ending, but...
All right, so what did you rate It Follows, Brandon?
9 out of 10. Pretty much everything.
All right, in at number 6 for me, and I'll just come out with it. A girl walks home alone. A girl walks home alone at night.
You didn't just come out with it. You actually stuttered.
Oh yeah, totally. That's probably from the 431 beers I've drank during the show. But no, this is kind of funny because Brandon, we were talking here on Facebook tonight, and he's like, "Fuck, I love this movie," and I'm like, "It's terrible." And I just left it at that. I literally just I put LOL and started laughing, and just walked away from my phone. Thinking these guys are fucking...
Yeah, I give you a shaking head right back.
Oh yeah, and I was like, he's probably honestly thinking I fucking hate this movie, but no, man, I love this movie, man. I rewatched it again last night, and it's like, I always say, man, ever since like 2000, there hasn't been a whole lot of great vampire films.
Let the right one motherfucking in.
No,
That's
there has
best,
been some.
Right?
There's been some good ones. There just hasn't been an abundance of good
ones.
And the thing is, they don't really make a lot of vampire films in general. I mean, I watched 152 movies this year, and I swear to God, this is the only vampire film I watched.
What We Do in the Shadows?
Well, okay, there's a couple other ones, but I'm just saying, out of all those movies, there's like 1 or 2 vampire films. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. But yeah, this one really sticks out to me, man. It is, is it Iranian? It's an Iranian film.
Yeah,
it's directed by a female. I know that. By a female.
Yeah. If you have the Blu-ray, it actually comes with a big booklet, and it's a prequel. It's the story of her. It's got this like graphic novel, and it's the prequel, and it's kind of cool because it just sets it up perfectly to why she's in Bad City. And that's a nice touch. You don't need a whole movie. You just have a graphic novel. That's
I gotta pick that edition up.
Yeah, it's really nice, man. And I read it again last night and watched the movie, and I was like, fuck, works great. But I love this movie, shot in black and white. It just has a great soundtrack. It's got these really interesting characters. It's slow, but it's intriguing, and it really works for me, man, on all levels. I think this movie's great. I like there's so many things about this movie I love. I love the fact that the son just wants to tell his dad, he's like, you're my fucking dad. You're supposed to be looking after me. And, there's just certain kind of, other storylines in the film that are going on that I just love. Its main focus isn't on this vampire survival and, blood and gore. And this is a very artsy type film that has a lot of other kind of levels going on. And just, there actually is quite a bit going on in this film. It's just a fantastic art piece. It's great. It's a great fucking movie, man.
Its country of origin is actually the USA. That's what
it was shot in the USA.
I think, isn't that something? Shot in the States.
Shot in the States and produced in the States just by an Iranian.
Yeah, it was definitely funded. It was funded. Yeah, it's an Iranian film. I think so. I don't know. I love this movie, man. I think it's just fantastic. So, Brandon, you want to chime in?
Oh, I'm gonna have more to say about this film.
Yeah. So this cool. One thing that I don't know who the hell told me this or where it came from, but apparently the director did a few of the skateboarding scenes herself, like as the double. I don't know where did I pull that from. Somebody told me that.
That makes sense because she looks a little bit like the lead girl. Yeah. Same look.
I was actually when I first watched this movie, I said to myself, I was like, this has to be the first vampire movie I've ever seen where vampires riding a skateboard.
Yeah, I gotta say, I can't think of another one.
Exactly. It's kind of a strange little note there. Not even in the Lost Boys, man. Come on.
Yeah.
But no,
I'm about to remake the Lost Boys with skaters.
Nice. No, I love this movie. I think it's just great on all levels, man. And I love the cinematography and the look of this film is just brilliant.
And the music.
Oh, and the music's just great, man.
Everything you're saying, stealing all my stuff for later.
Oh, man.
It's true, though.
This is the last movie I watched. Today I did nothing but shoot video. I just fucked around today, but I watched this movie right before I went to bed again last night and was just sitting on the couch going, man, I love this movie. I love this movie.
Yeah.
It's great. It's really, really good. So highly recommend this one. Everyone check it out. 9 out of 10. Great film.
9 out of 10.
I don't even know why I have a 9. It should be higher. I don't know. Sometimes I can't explain these things.
All right. Dave.
Get back to it shortly.
All right, my number 6 is Deathgasm.
Yeah, baby.
Fuck. What a fucking blast. What a fun movie, huh? Damn. This movie...
That's the best adjectives ever to describe this movie. It's a fucking blast.
Right? Oh, it totally... I didn't expect it to be that cool. Like, I heard a little bit about it, and I put it in, and it's... Like, for me, because I was kind of there, it embodies the 80s metal scene. It's just so spot on with the shit going on, and man, the comedy was just right. I mean, it wasn't. There was some goofy things, but it fit. Like, I don't think you could have this movie played straight. I don't think it would have worked.
Maybe if it was like The Gate.
The Gate, you say?
It would have to be an Italian film, I think. You know, something to do with the demons, and I don't know.
Yeah, but with the metal thing and shit, and I guess maybe in Italy, I guess maybe there could be an Italian, but having all the, the callbacks to the 80s metal and all that shit, and then being in a band, it's almost like a modern version in a way of like Trick or Treat, you know?
Yeah.
But add in some Evil Dead 2 and throw in a little pinch of fucking Dead Alive, and you get Deathgasm. It's just
I've heard this film get compared to Evil Dead 2 a lot this year.
Yeah.
Seems like Evil Dead 2 is like a go-to to compare movies to.
Yeah, well, it was kind of the first of its type.
Yeah. Yes.
I would think. But, they had this cool nods to those movies, and the soundtrack is really cool. And, I mean, fuck, what else can I say? Sex toys as weapons. Shit.
That was funny as shit.
I love the poison joke in the film. When he first meets the buddy and he's holding up the Poison record. Fucking good, man. It's such a good joke.
Yeah.
Fucking hair metal? No.
Yeah.
That's so good. So good.
A lot of fun, though. Just over-the-top gore and shit. It was just...
Yeah.
It kept me entertained from start to finish. And even like in the beginning when they're introducing the characters and when you see the sketching going on and they fill it in with the color, just clever things like that. It was a smart movie. It was
funny. When I was watching this film, I was just loving it, man. I love the whole setup to it. I just like the whole fact of this guy getting bullied and, the band thing. Everything about it I was digging. And I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, I hope this movie doesn't have CG in it, because it was just going to fucking murder it for me. I'm like, I just can't have that fake shit in this movie. Just, and then the effects happened and it was like totally awesome. Great effects, and I'm super stoked for, the sequel to this film, because the director already said there's going to be more gore in the first, 10 minutes? Or 20 minutes of this film.
In the whole beginning.
And I was like, holy shit, because this movie gets pretty fucking gory. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And one of the coolest things about this film was the effects, man. I was like, wow, really fucking good. Really good.
Definitely good effects.
Yeah. So, and man, how about the blonde lead? Ugh. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. She was awesome. She looked really good all metaled out at the end, too. It was like, giddy up, man. Giddy up.
Fuck yeah.
I wish that I was into metal, because I actually hate metal. Because I think that, like you guys, like everybody that keeps talking about this one's like keeps talking about like how it represents metal so well and stuff. And I really feel like I'm missing out on that, which pisses me off. But yeah,
I don't listen to metal either.
Yeah, Deathgasm is some fun motherfucking stuff, man.
You know what though? Even if you would have been there but not liked metal, you still would have got the references. Like if you would, like, I don't know when you went to high school. There's not metalheads anymore, is there?
It's like screamo.
Jackets,
it's like
long hair.
I think it's considered like screamo now.
No, there's like a million different type of things, but one of my best friends, Dylan, is actually a drummer in a death metal band. You guys know him from the group page. Right. It probably doesn't seem like it, but no, he actually is like one of the finest drummers you ever see, man. Those double kicks, man, just killing it. But I was like, dude, you got to check out Deathgasm, man. He's like, holy shit. Like, that movie must have been amazing, like even more amazing to him because like that's his world. You know, he plays death metal shows, like that's what he does. And yeah, can you just imagine though? I mean, I'm the merch guy at his shows. I sell their shit. I actually do. No word of a lie.
Shit.
That's my day job. No, it's not my job, but no, I actually do.
Not your day job, but you do it? That's cool.
I actually do. Yeah. I sit in the booth and I watch a show and I sell their merch for them. Yeah, man.
That's fun.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that is fun.
Etherian is the band name. Fucking, they're awesome. But yeah, could you just imagine being like in that world and, you know, for Dylan watching this film, you know, like JP said, you know, he's not into metal. So it kind of, it doesn't really work fully for him.
Yeah, but I mean, I still love the movie. Like that, that goes without saying because I could at least understand, you know, being really into something. You know, I just replace what they're into with what I'm into. You know, and it works still. You can tell that like it's a way of life. Which I was a skater, so I know what that's like. You know what I mean? So it's like a way of life for him. So I got that. That was cool.
Yeah,
it's cool the way he explains it to that girl too.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? Like, what's so special about metal? And he's like, well, you feel down about something, and
fuck, man, that's right? Actually one of my favorite parts in the film, man, is when he's showing her some CDs, and she's like looking through, and it's got some like really demonic, bloody covers and stuff. And she's like, ooh, and then she goes, oh, anal cunt. I fucking started laughing so hard. I'm like, that's the best band name ever. Fucking awesome, man. So good. God, you just never want to go anywhere, do you? With a band name like Anal Cunt. So good. Yeah, great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, what did you give that one for rating, Dave?
Oh yeah, it's another 8.5.
8.5. So
I got a lot of them. I got a lot of 8.5s.
Back to me. This is my last 8, and then I'll move on to the 8.5s. This one we've talked about once already. It is a repeat, and it is The Visit, M. Night Shyamalan, man. This one really impressed me, dude. I went and seen it in the theater, and this is the first movie I've seen in the theater since Evil Dead, the remake. And, you know, I gotta say, like, seeing it with an audience definitely probably made me love it that much more because people were laughing, people were like jumping, and I really remember I hadn't had an experience like that in a long time. And I remember like you hear that so much and it's really died. The whole theater going experience with horror is like dead as fuck right now, and it's sad. But I had fun with this. It's set in Pennsylvania. I even liked that a little bit more. Really had that feel to it. So many cool the big reveal. The placement of it was perfect. Because you expect a big reveal in a Shyamalan movie, and you expect where you assume that it's going to be, and it wasn't where I was assuming it was going to be, so it made it more shocking. I loved it. It was eerie. It was scary. There was scary moments. I liked the characters. Even though the brother was annoying, he's supposed to be annoying. It's like the little cousin that I have. You know, he's a little annoying kid. And that's what he was. I like that about it. There's, you know, we've talked about it. I think we all are in agreement that it was pretty damn fun. Give it an 8 out of 10. Feel me?
Nah, it sucked.
Yeah.
Nah, it's good shit.
All right, so moving on to the listeners. What are we on? Number 6? The listeners, and this is the first big jump up in points. So Spring had 57 points. This next one had 76 points. And it is the horror comedy, The Final Girls.
Final Girls?
Yeah, so the first appearance of The Final Girls.
Wow. Yep.
That appeared on a lot of lists. And it was always like mid-range. A high majority of the numbers had it, or a high majority of the lists had it at like mid-range.
And you know, it probably would have been like high range if it was rated R and it had lots of fucking gore.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. Was it rated PG? 13?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice.
And it fucking felt like
that. I wanted to see some like boobs and stuff. That explains why.
A little bit of boobs and, you know, some actual slasher kills would have been real good. Good ones. I don't know.
All right.
Cool.
Circle back around to Brandon.
All right, number 5.
Breaking into the top 5, baby.
Yep, and it's a repeat. Someone mentioned it earlier. Blood Punch.
That was me, Brandon.
That was you. I knew it was one of you three.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Blood Punch.
Are you sure it wasn't
Had so much fun with this.
Yes.
So much fun.
Yes, I agree.
I loved everything about it. I loved the whole story of what's actually going on and how they play that out, and I love the ending. Just a terrific film.
How'd you hear about this one, Brandon?
You guys, I think.
Exactly.
It had to be you guys.
It's funny. I think like 5 of us put out reviews all at the same time.
You know, we fucking helped that movie out, man. Like nobody really knew. Obviously, nobody knew about it.
You should get royalties.
Still the strangest thing on how you got a copy of that, JP.
I know.
Because you got that from Justin from Wild.
Yeah, I'm not on the midnight releasing press list.
Yeah, I got mine from Midnight, of course, and I
got mine from Wild Eye.
I remember Steve was like, "How the fuck did you get that from Wild?" And he was like so confused.
I was confused.
So weird, strange.
So, what's the rating on that one, Brandon?
9.5.
9.5. Jesus.
Yeah.
That is some high praise.
I don't hold back.
I can tell.
Apparently not. All right, so coming in at number 5 for me, and now, wow, man, I can't even imagine the shit that is going to be thrown at me for this.
Whoa, what's going to happen?
Holy fuck, man. You know, earlier in the year, man, I was bugging the shit out of Jason Lloyd, and I was giving it to everybody, and I was like, fucking overrated bullshit.
I know what it is.
And I was just giving it raw and being a little bit ignorant because honestly, when I first watched the film, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but I was a little preoccupied. I probably was masturbating or doing something stupid while I was watching it.
Masturbation is not stupid.
Well, I lose focus on what I'm watching sometimes, you know, and you know, it is what it is. I'm not trying to make excuses here, but I gave this one a second shot, like Dave does. And, I sat down and watched this with my wife. And it made it so much more enjoyable because it was scaring the shit out of her. And I was loving it. And I'm watching it with her and I'm like, this is fucking awesome. And It Follows.
Yes.
This movie,
Nice.
Okay, my original rating on this movie was 6.5. I liked it, but I was not digging it that much. And now this time around, I paid close attention to what was going on. And really kind of got down to it, and watching her just squirm, and she's like, I can't go to bed. She literally looks at me, she goes, I can't go to bed right now. And she had to go to bed. And she's like, I can't go to bed. And I'm like, there's a half an hour left, just finish it. And yeah, and she was struggling. It was freaking her out, and it was making it so enjoyable. But man, this movie is so much better than I was giving it credit for. It's really well done. It is really well done. And the thing I like about this movie is that it's actually, like JP said, it's trying to scare. And it works.
It's a horror film.
Because I like the mystery of it. Like, I like how they're, it's like, okay, there's this thing that's there. And it happens when you have these bad sexual relations. I like this whole idea because happening to teenagers, of course it's going to happen to teenagers. This is what we do. We fuck a lot. And you can't escape the shit. And I like the rules that they set up in the film, though, too. I like the fact that, like, when you pass it on, you have to make sure that person passes it on so you're safe.
Yeah, and you want to get as far away from the line
because you're
as
never
possible.
fully disconnected from it, because if that person dies, it comes after everybody.
Yeah.
And it's just like, holy shit, this is a scary thought, because you're really never safe. And I was
it is scary because you're constantly going to be looking out over your shoulder.
Exactly. Because once this happens, the only thing that brings down my rating on this one, I think this movie is really, really well done, is I'm a little confused on how this entity, or whatever you want to call it, is able or susceptible to getting shot.
It slows it down. It's susceptible to lots of stuff. You could just slow it down.
Exactly.
The bottom line is, the scariest part of all is that it
throw
never
a blanket
stops
over
talking.
its head.
Yeah.
But it never stops.
It's
that's
part
the
of our
scariest
world,
part,
man.
that it never stops.
It doesn't stop, but it's so weird because it's like, it's not there. It's totally transparent, but I don't know, man.
But it is there. It is there. It's just only certain
only
people
you can see
it.
Right.
I know, it's weird,
So
right?
it's something
you can
that
get ahead of it.
exists.
You can get ahead
exists
of it.
there.
You can get ahead of it though.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, for
while
the
you're
moment.
resting, it's still moving.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Coming
so
towards you.
it's
That
a
gave
looming
me
death.
chills.
It's a looming
up.
death.
It's
It
always
is scary.
moving.
It's that whole entity type, transparency, ghostly type thing that, I guess you have to disconnect yourself a little bit, but I mean, I understand it to a point, but, it is what it is. And, the ending actually made, at first I was like totally thrown back by the ending. I was like, you fucking kidding me? But actually, I kind of enjoyed it. It's amazing. And this is a prime example of why you give films second chances. You don't want to be done. Just don't kid yourself.
I mean, unless you absolutely hate something, then you gotta watch it again.
Well, I mean, there's different, I knew there was a good film here.
And
right?
you know what? That's why I was giving you such shit, because I knew you're an intelligent film watcher, and it was bugging me that you didn't like it, because I'm like, this is a fucking Carpenter movie, dude.
But I did like it, though. I did like it. I just didn't give it its full. I didn't give it the full potential that it was.
And I know you did like it. You did say, but you were kind of devil's advocating because I loved it and you liked it.
Well, I mean that's also a normal thing on our show, though, is that if you like something and we're always doing the devil advocate thing,
Yeah.
Fucking Al Pacino, Keanu Reeves. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So, but yeah, this is a really good film, and it's just such a fucking shame that some people are like, oh, it's the fucking worst film. No, this is a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite things, man, is I talked about it even, I think, a couple days ago in my Top 10 Tuesday was top soundtracks and scores and stuff. And I brought this one up. Disaster Face. I think the musical cues in this are executed so
powerful.
Fucking perfectly. Perfectly. And you know what this reminds me of, JP?
The Entity.
And I'm sure you got The Entity to a fucking T. I swear to God, if you interview the director of this, he knows of The Entity.
Mm-hmm.
This is influenced by The Entity
it,
big time. There's a lot of influence, the way the musical cues are. It's so The Entity. There's, just the fact of this entity, this thing that's there. Big time. I loved it. I love it. And I'm a huge fan of The Entity. Have you guys seen The Entity before?
Yeah.
Years ago, yeah.
That movie is
a great horror film.
And I do agree with JP, the ending it's a little,
problematic.
It's a little problematic. Yeah, is the right adjective for sure. It doesn't really overly hurt too much for me. I mean, I know it brings down his rating a little bit, but I think that movie's great. But man, this movie it's powerful like that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, but the music, fuck me, man. It's one of the best things. It's Disaster Face, right? Does the music, is that what it is?
I don't know.
Disaster Piece.
Disaster Piece. Yeah.
It's a one-man band, I think.
That's a good name.
That's
Disaster Piece? Come on.
That's the beer talking right there.
Disaster Face is
Disaster
also
Face.
a good name.
That's my face right now. Shit. But anyways, for the people out there that, completely take my word on all levels, I would suggest that you do yourself a favor and, rewatch this film because you might like it.
You hear that, Derek? I'm just messing, buddy.
No,
it follows.
I've watched it 5 fucking times this year.
I've only seen it one, but I gotta watch it again.
It follows 9.5 out of 10. It went from 6. It went from 6.5 to 9.5. It's probably the biggest jump in ratings I've ever had in a second watch.
Might have a potential Hall of
This
Fame
is a fucking
awesome
film that is definitely marked in me now because I've never ever that's never happened to me before.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but wow, really good film. This one went from not even honorable mentions, not even in my top 30 list, to number 5. That's incredible.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's great. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Dave.
Wow. Okay, my number 5 is also a repeater. And this is a movie that people that know me were coming out of the woodwork to tell me I have to watch this movie. They're like, dude, because they know me and my taste and everything else. Like, you got to watch this fucking movie. So I finally got around to it. And I really liked it, and it's The Editor.
Yeah.
The Editor.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the second time it really, because the first time I was enjoying it because I'm all Argento and I'm all Giallo and I'm all that shit. So I'm watching all this stuff and it's like, I mean, if you're so familiar with it, you're picking up on everything and it's great. The comedy, it was my biggest complaint. I'm like, there's no reason they had to put comedy in this. If they just would have played it straight, this could have been the movie of the year. And that was the biggest thing for me the first time I watched it. And I don't know why they decided to rip that girl's face off and why that guy wanted to put cake and mud in his face and why those two guys had to kiss later and all that other stuff.
That's so Astron 6, man. Dude, the rip of the chick's face off is fucking funny. The reaction.
Yeah, it is. It's just,
it's so funny, man. It's like, oh shit, he tries to put it back on. So good. It's so fucking good, man.
It is funny. It's just out of place in a Giallo. You know how Giallos are as much as anybody, Moods. It's just weird to see that. Quirky comedy is one thing. Like, the end was funny. Ultimately, the way they did that little thing at the end, it's so reminiscent of what you see in Giallos. That's like a nod wink moment. I get that. I just didn't like how I was like, just if they could have played this straight, it could have been a masterpiece. But like I said, it's number 5 because everything else they did so well. The way it was filmed, the color schemes, the way it looked like 70s and early 80s clothes. It was fucking, they nailed it, man. They nailed it.
That was one thing I was so impressed with is that they even broke out the cars that were, little cars, and they actually went all that distance. And I was like, that's good.
It was great. And having Claudio Simonetti doing the freaking music, I mean,
exactly,
come on.
Man. Wow. That's one of the craziest things. And, not only did they strive to not have it look Canadian, but they really made it not sound Canadian either. They went all out with this Claudio Simonetti, of course, from Goblin. And then I thought like one of the most interesting things was having what's her face in that, the chick from The Nurse. I fucking can't remember. Whatever the fuck her name.
Paz de la Huerta.
Is it just me, or did she look fat in this movie compared to that movie?
She looked like a man in this movie. She looked like a man in drag.
The first time I saw it, I was like, I know who she is. I'm like, IMDb, check it. I'm like, oh, that's the chick from The Nurse? What the fuck, man? I was like, wow, she gained like 40 pounds or something. No, not that much, but I was just expecting to see a scene where she was wearing a top and no bottoms. Or something like that.
She didn't look good, but I'll tell you that blonde sure as hell did. Holy fuck!
Yeah, wow. Man. Oof.
This is the year of the hot blonde and horror. Like I think we discussed 4 or 5 movies already.
Yeah, and I'm not even a blonde guy.
No, I don't even like too many white girls. But I'm telling you, man, hot blondes all over the place.
I'm not even a blonde guy. I don't even like white chicks, man. Awesome.
I like them. They're just not at the top of my list. But wow.
I'm a total brunette guy too. So.
Yeah, I am as well.
I like the chick in the Green Inferno too. Man,
isn't that his wife?
No, the dark haired girl. The lead is his wife. And he also put Knock Knock. The blonde girl.
Oh my god, the blonde girl in Knock Knock might be the hottest girl I've ever seen. Just saying.
She's stunning.
She's. Whew. All right. So what was you saying about the editor?
Yeah, the editor. Great stuff. Great movie. Great soundtrack. Great looking. Just what can you do? If they wouldn't have had the comedy, I would have boosted it up a little more. But it is what it is. So it's another 8.5 for me.
Nice.
Come on, give a 9 already. Make me look bad over here with all my 9s, 9.5.
They're coming, homie. They're on the way.
Yeah, so that is number what? What number are we on? Sorry, I got like 9 pages up.
5.
Number 5.
All right. So my number 5 is probably a movie that not a lot of people would put on their list, but I thoroughly enjoyed this one. It was like a great watch, really was, and that is Bound to Vengeance. I know Moodz is not going to be too happy with that one.
I liked it too, man. I was on your side.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be on your list because when we were talking about it on the show, you were like, I felt like, that conversation was going to turn to you making love with the movie. Like in a physical form. Like I actually thought you were going to take that slipcover and,
It doesn't have a slipcover.
Oh, that's such a shame because, well, it's probably good for the movie though, really.
Just bad for the joke. Damn.
It's bad for the joke. That's right, it doesn't. That's actually one of the only Scream Factory releases I don't own.
Yeah, it's expensive as hell.
Yeah, I know, it's so stupid, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. We had our differences.
Yeah, I'm not really going to go into it too much because we did a whole final review on it. I'll just say this, that, you know, it really did.
It was me and you.
It was effective. It was an effective movie for me. I didn't have the complaints that you had, and I actually really dug the ending, unlike you. So for those reasons, it makes number 5 on my list, and I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Just put it this way, man. If I rewatch Bound to Vengeance, I doubt it's going to go up 3 whole points.
Probably.
Like it follows.
I'm glad Dave was cheering me on while he was listening, though.
Yeah, I was surprised that you were the only real supporter of it. I really liked it. I give it an 8 out of 10 myself.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's surprising. I mean, really, Jeremy hates everything, so
yeah,
I mean, that shouldn't really surprise you. I mean,
all right. So number 5 for the listeners is actually a tie. There was 2 films, the number 5 and number 4, that had exactly 98 points, which is, you know, the number 6 was at 76 points, so that's a huge step up, and they tied. It's pretty crazy. But I gave the number 4 spot to the film that had the most number 1 picks. So so that's how I did the tie break. So number 5 is Deathgasm, which we had just recently talked about. So Deathgasm making the top 5 of the listeners' lists.
Ugh. You know, after the show, man, you should tally up how many times we say Deathgasm on the show.
Okay.
Deathgasm.
I bet you it's a ton. We said Deathgasm a shitload.
All right.
Deathgasm.
I'm about to have a Deathgasm right now. Fuck. Yours fucking good.
All right. Back to Brandon.
Number 4. A girl walks home alone at night.
Brandon, can you put a little more oomph into that?
This film is the best film of the year.
Wait, what?
I know what you're thinking. Why isn't it number 1?
Because it's not your favorite film of the year.
I just connected more with another film. Like, honestly, I should have this film at number 2, but it's at number 4 and it's just staying there because I'm not redoing my order right now. But everything about this film I love. The cinematography, the music. It has the scene of the year for me. Just a scene that just stands out, so beautifully shot. And it's, for those of you who have seen it, the scene where the lead character, he's tripping out on ecstasy and he goes back with the vampire to her place and they're listening to music. And he's got the disco ball going and got that awesome song playing. It's just a phenomenal scene. And you think she's going to go bite him, but she actually like puts her head against his chest and starts listening to his heartbeat. It's a very beautiful, poetic scene.
Yeah, man. I actually like how that whole scene starts.
Yeah.
He's fucking standing in the road and he's like staring up at the street lamp.
Yeah.
He's just staring
like,
at her. And she's about 30 yards from him and she's staring at him and he's just staring up at this fucking thing. I'm like, yes. That's the drugs.
You know
Good
what,
stuff.
Brandon? You are right on that scene, though, man. I mean, it really is beautiful to look at, and you're kind of just taken back. I was watching it late at night, and I was just like, "This is like art, like no doubt about it."
Oh
This
yeah.
is art.
Oh, it's so artsy, man. I love how hard he spins that disco ball too. Like he gives that thing a good spin, man. You know,
I want it to be.
That's like Harlem Globetrotter shit right there, man. He gave that ball a fucking real twist.
There's so much going on in this movie for such a simple looking film, but I loved everything about it. I loved every character in it. Just really well done.
One thing I love about this movie is the name of the city.
Yeah, Bad City.
Bad City. It feels so like almost Sin City in a way, you know, it just feels, you know, I just love that about it, man. It's so fictitious, you know, it's just so, but it's like, it's great though. It's like, it's Bad City.
The pit of all the dead bodies.
Yeah, man, that's so fucking awesome, man.
I love that
beautiful
shot.
Oh, me too, man. When that scene first happens, aren't you like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like I literally was like, I kind of like threw back in my seat. I was like, what the fuck?
For some reason, I love.
That's like 30 seconds into the film.
I know
it. I love pits of dead bodies.
It's so weird.
It's
You're like, because I just wasn't expecting that. I'm like, this is like daylight. I don't know. It's fucking weird, man.
JP's a fan of Pits of Dead Bodies. You should watch.
Nice.
Brandon,
watch some
Brandon,
World War II
like-
documentary.
I mean, hold on, I feel a little uncomfortable
Brandon,
now. You
run.
just took this to a uncomfortable
H2.
level. Oh man.
Apparently,
Rob
JP's
Zombie,
watched a
man.
lot of World War II
Let's change the subject here, guys.
Nah, but
Yeah,
this
H2, Rob Zombie, man. That's good dead bodies in that pit in the hospital.
Nah,
That was
I know what you mean.
Next
Great
review
that
from
scene.
the Fab Four, a muck train.
So
Shit.
I'm just very excited about this director. I thought she did a great job. She has, when we get to 2016, she has another movie coming out next year, which I'm gonna be interested in checking out.
yeah, me too, man.
Nice.
Me too.
So I have zero complaints about this film. I watched it again last night and finished it up this morning. I go back and keep watching certain scenes over and over, and I love everything about this film. So for me, this film's a 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's funny because when I gave it a 9, I was like, I don't even know why I'm giving it a 9. This has happened to me so much, and I'm like, why? What's going on?
It's hard, man. I think it comes back to that, like, sometimes that test of time thing.
Yeah, I originally gave it a 9 too, and then after rewatching it, I'm like, what don't I like about this? And I'm
Although,
like,
this year I've came a little more comfortable with giving to, like, I never gave it 10 ever. And I mean, we did a show, shit, JP, when was that? 2-3 shows ago where I had, what was it? 10 out of 10s in the same show?
oh,
Yeah,
that
I
was,
think
wasn't that
so.
the,
It was
that
fucking,
was the Fulci show, right?
Yeah, no, it's the Bava show.
The Baba show.
and when I talked about angst and I gave it a 10 out of 10,
Yeah. Yeah, that was it.
fucking crazy, man. Crazy shit.
Yep.
But yeah, coming in at number 4, this is the film on the list that, people are going to be like, really? Why is that on your top 10 horror list?
I feel like most of my movies are going to be asked that same question.
What the fuck? And you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, well, why even question it? Because it's fucking awesome. It's Turbo Kid.
I
man.
knew it. I fucking liked Turbo Kid.
Fucking loved this movie right from the start to end. Like, everything about this movie was so, it was just amazing. First of all, I love anything post-apocalyptic. I love post-apocalyptic
Me
settings.
too.
Great. But this movie's soundtrack and the opening scene in this movie literally made me jump off my seat. I had goosebumps from head to toe. If anyone knows me, I used to BMX. At one time, I was actually quite highly rated here in Canada. I'm not going to get into that, but one of my favorite movies in the 80s was Rad.
Yeah.
And this movie has a huge fucking shout out to Rad in the beginning of the movie. They're riding their BMXs, doing tricks, and it's even got the same theme song from Rad. And it just pulled me in. I was like, oh, fuck, yeah. Post-apocalyptic Rad, this is amazing. And then
and Crew Jones was in it.
Yeah, and then, yeah, man. And then we got Turbo Kid, that whole thing. Oh, dude, this movie just fantastic. One of the best soundtracks I've heard in a long time. It just works so well. Effects are fun. Characters are fun. What can I say about this? Of course, Apple was beautiful. Great character. You learn some things there later in the film that I thought was really cool. Mm-hmm. Michael Ironside is fantastic as the protagonist in this. And, it's just really, really good shit, man. This is just a fun film. And I don't understand why anybody could dislike this movie. If you like horror, if you like gore, which the effects were fucking fantastic in this movie, totally over the top and great stuff. This one's for you, man. This movie is just a blast. I don't know if I'm the only one that has this one on here, if anyone else is going to say anything about it, but I don't want to give anything specifics away on the film, but all I can say is watch it. Just fucking buy it. As the horrorballs would say, horrorballs, as Tom would say. And I highly recommend this freaking steelbook that came out of Canada, man. It's great. Check it out. Buy it.
Rating?
Turbo Kid, 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Loved it. Every second of it. Just a fantastic film.
All right. Dave.
Awesome.
We there?
Dave is still jerking off, I believe.
Oh, me? No, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your turn, buddy.
Oh, I'm fine.
Dave was having a deathgasm over there.
I didn't see Turbo Kid. I really want to now.
It's so good.
It's
so
amazing. It really is.
It's so
It's
good,
fun, man.
I had nothing to add, so I was just listening.
Someone told me it wasn't horror, so I didn't put it on my list. But
I wasn't sure. JP gave me the heads up. He's like, "Man, Turbo Kid qualifies," and I'm like, "Awesome." Okay, cool.
Thanks for giving me the heads up. Way to shit the bed on that one.
All right,
I'm gonna watch it real soon.
Dave, you're up, man.
All right, I'm up. Yeah, let me speed this up. Shit. Okay, I don't know if anyone's gonna have this on their list. Actually, I know Moodz sure as fuck isn't. But this movie really, really took me by surprise. Matter of fact, as I explained earlier and on other shows, I don't watch trailers. I just don't do it. I regarded this movie so low that when I went to see other movies at the theater this year, the trailer came out twice, and I sat and I watched it because I had no interest in the movie. That's how little regard I gave it. And then one person I know saw it. They said, go see it. So I took my daughter because she wanted to see it because she's on the horror kick. Took my wife. We went to the movies. And I fucking loved the shit out of Krampus. I fucking... Dude, I'll say one thing. And Moodz, you're not the only guy to say this.
I get it, though. I will just give you that. I get it, though.
Other people have said this, and I'm going to disagree with it. I don't believe that when that one thing happened with that certain antagonist or a group of them, when that occurred, I don't think the film changed tone. I think the scene changed tone.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the dread and all that shit came back. I think just that particular antagonist, because, I'm not spoiling anything. Krampus has minions. If you know anything about Krampus, you know that. Just like Santa has elves, he has different people working for him. So that and that part I'm on the defense about. But I just think that little thing, and when it did happen, at first I just laughed. I was like, what the hell? And then it happened, and I could understand somebody complaining, but I think everything about this movie was so fucking good. I never expected it. I was sucked into the whole Christmas spirit of this movie, like no other movie. It felt like Christmas Vacation and Gremlins and Home Alone mixed with horror. And when I say horror, I mean horror. It wasn't lighthearted. When they're outside in the snow and the feeling that you get out there, the only thing I can compare it to is like Storm of the Century, which I'm a big fan of that movie.
I am too, bro.
Man, I love it. It's my favorite King miniseries, straight up.
I've never seen it until, I'm not going to get into it, but last year I seen it and it blew me away.
That's one thing I did give the movie props for.
Storm of the Century blew him away.
That's funny.
Come on.
But no, that's one thing that I give Krampus, a lot of credit for is having this really great look and atmosphere, and it is kind of relentless at times and stuff. And I know I'm supposed to review the film on what it is, but I just wish it was a little bit different. Like, I wish, because the way I look at Krampus is that he's the Christmas devil. He's there to wreak havoc. It's not fucking funny. It's supposed to be, it should be brutal. It should be nasty.
But he wasn't funny at all. He was fucking vicious.
No, I'm talking about I just, it's Christmas time, but I was having problems with the comic relief. Like I said, the drunk auntie in it that was on 2.5 Men or whatever.
Oh, that's the difference. You know what it is?
I was having issues with this, man. I was like, why? Like, this character, like, she didn't even need to be there. There's no need to even have that character. And she's total comic relief in everything she said in the film. Oh, I'm so drunk, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I get it. And I understand that they were trying to go for a little bit of comedic element, but I just wish they had played, had the dialogue a little more straightforward with, the odd joke here and there. Of course, Christmas isn't always completely serious. Everyone's having fun and stuff, but it was throwing me off while I was watching this film big time. And then that shit happened and I was like, what the fuck just happened, man?
Right, that was crazy.
And I was like, I literally had one of those what the fuck moments and I was like,
yeah.
And usually right there, I know, like, I either laugh and accept shit out of it, or I'm like, fuck you, I'm out here. But I was still willing to give this a shot. And I just felt like it just kept giving more comedy to me here and there. I mean, the third act, not so much. You know, I will say like the puppets and everything that was happening towards the end, the effects and stuff were really, really well done. Like I kind of joke about it and I say this movie is like probably the best full moon movie ever. You know?
I know, right? What the fuck?
It really is. You know, it really is. But man, dude, I'm telling you, for me, I was so disappointed in the fact that they had this atmosphere and this great visual going, and it was so amazing.
To me, it sounds like you just wanted something else.
Exactly, but you know, I didn't like what I saw. The comedy, man. I mean, I'm accepting horror comedies this year, and this movie right here, I don't think the comedy worked for the story. I mean, it's Krampus, man. It's Christmas Devil, man. Just, you know, have a couple jokes here and there. You know, there was even a couple jokes in, you know, Trick or Treat, things like that. But like to go that much out and actually cast comedians in your fucking movie was really pissing me off, man. And I'm a big fan of like, you know, just put some unknowns in there and just get rid of this comic elements and stuff like that. And I think it would have worked so much better as a film. That's just my opinion. I mean,
yeah, I know it's different.
I don't think it's a bad film at all. It's not terrible. I'm not going to say it's fucking 2 out of 10. I can't remember. I think I gave it 6 out of 6.
I know what you gave it because it blew me away. No, you gave it a 6.5, but you gave Jack Frost a 7. I almost fucking fell out of my bed.
Almost fell out.
But Jack Frost is also self-conscious, and it's like totally meant to be a fucking comedy, though.
Yeah, but Michael Dougherty did say that he went into this and he knew he was going to get some heat for it, but he wanted to make a fun comedy horror film.
Dude, I don't really think there's that much comedy. That's just it. And I think I like horror comedy less than anybody else here. I like you guys like Leprechaun.
It was
Jack Frost.
It was
Dead
everything.
Alive.
It was
I
just,
won't even watch those fucking movies.
It was like playing on. It was like Christmas Vacation with, you know, even more, not even more comic relief.
No.
Just, you know, but I mean, just having those type of characters, you know, those fat, shitty fucking girl cousins, and I don't know, man. There was just a lot of things that were really bugging me, man. Like,
but the horror was really horrific.
I mean, there was. Honestly, I wish the movie was exactly like the scenes outside. When they are playing it dead serious, man, when they are dead serious and shit is going down and they look frightened, my God, dude, if the whole movie was like that, that is a fucking top 3 for me this year. It was one of the coolest visuals I've seen in a long time. Atmosphere was fantastic. Mm-hmm. My God, man, my God.
But dude, the inside of the house makes it
fucking
Christmas.
Boner, 12 inches in the theater. My popcorn was everywhere. I spilt my root beer. Fucking Skittles everywhere.
Well, that was your first mistake, getting root beer. That shit's awful.
I know. And, but, you know, and then, certain things happened, and then all the Skittles were all over my face. And I just, I haven't even looked that up.
Dude, I'm telling you, what about the fates of some of the characters? It was,
that is true.
Come on.
It was a little unpredictable, actually, too, at times. I was like, okay.
And, right? And, here's one thing. The auntie, to me, here's the difference. You didn't like her. This was a rare instance in a movie where a character like that, where everything she said, my reaction was like, that's great. And it doesn't happen much. It just, her comedy just happened to speak to me. Her little one-liners.
But her character in the film actually does make sense, though, even though I didn't really care for her, because, you know, when you get together with family, there's always that one piece of shit lush in your family that's always complaining and drinking, and all they're there for is just to get shit-faced and make stupid remarks all fucking weekend. You know? So that character made fucking sense to me, but at the same time, I'm like, I have family members exactly like that. I don't fucking want to see that shit. So
I'm telling you. The way they wrapped it up too, like towards the end, there was first they could have ended it like shit hits the fan in the last act, and they're outside and all this stuff's going on, and I'm like, roll the credits now, and they didn't, and okay, then it continued on, and I was like, oh no, don't end it this way, don't roll the credits now, and they didn't. Then something else happened. I'm like, roll the credits now, and they didn't. Then they flip back again. Finally, ultimately, as I'm watching this movie, I said it out loud with people in the theater around me. I said, please don't do this to me now. Don't do this. I said, I didn't curse. My daughter was there. I said, don't do this. Don't ruin this movie. And they wrapped it up perfectly. And I was like, bravo. That movie could have gone anywhere from a 7 to a friggin' 9.
Yeah, the ending was cool. Yeah,
yeah.
Me and the homie Dylan, again, we went and saw that together because, you know, we're hetero life mates apparently too. he was kind of pissed off at me because I had got Skittles and root beer and popcorn all over him during the movie. I was a little restless. But no, I did say though, the ending was good. I enjoyed the ending. It was interesting. There was just things that bugged me, man. It was just things that bugged me. And, I can't wait to watch it again. I am going to buy it.
Yeah, dude, do it.
I will buy it because I'm such a huge fan of Christmas horror films. And I need it for the collection, obviously.
Oh, of
One of the
course.
few films I didn't see this
But
year.
I definitely
Yeah,
liked
Brandon.
I
kept
loved
telling-
A Christmas Horror Story more. I really did.
Wow.
I won't
I'll
buy
tell
it.
you what. This was, in my opinion, this was better than Trick or Treat, and
Get the fuck. What?
no question about it, my favorite Christmas horror movie ever.
Holy
I can't
fuck, dude.
We're gonna have to.
Damn, dude. I fucking
See it, JP.
This is what I love.
I guess
Dude,
I'm gonna have to before I can really
oh my
talk
God,
shit.
Trick or Treat, in my opinion, is pretty much a 10 out of 10. I think,
too.
I mean, my personal opinion, my favorite Christmas horror films are Black Christmas and Christmas Evil. But I honestly think those are two of the best Christmas horror films too. So
Yeah, I like Silent Night.
usually my personal taste and best are it varies, by a long shot,
Yeah.
but in this case, I think Black Christmas legitimately is the best
Yeah.
Christmas film ever.
By far.
But that's just
Krampus.
my opinion. I think it's unfuckwittable, man. Really, like
Unfuckwittable. Nice word.
Unfuckwittable.
Good
Yeah.
word.
So, what did you rate Krampus, Dave?
Krampus gets a 9.
Woo!
9.
Finally.
All right. So my number
into the nines.
my number
Or
4 also gets a 9. This film completely surprised me. Was not expecting to like it, just based on the title and what I briefly known about it. Knowing that these type of films really aren't for me. At least I thought so. I thought that these type of films weren't for me, and that is Gun Woman. I loved Gun Woman so very much that I was so into it. Like, I loved the revenge aspect of it. It was a little ridiculous and over the top. It was a little ridiculous and over the top, but I thought that it was still in the world of the film enough believable to keep me into it. Yeah, of course it would never work that way, but in the world of the film, it does work. And, and it was also just shot really good. Like, it was shot really, really well. There's a lot of dramatic moments. There's a lot of, just badass moments, a lot of, what the fuck moments, a lot of just there's so many different moments. Like, name it and it probably has it. Yeah, man, Gun Woman. I love the casting. I know that people know that chick. I forget her name, but people were like,
Asami.
answer Asami.
Sami, yeah.
Yeah.
Naked action, man.
I totally wasn't expecting to like this film, but just the exploitation, the revenge.
You know why? Is because I probably talked so highly of it that you're like, well, I don't fucking. I don't
And it's
trust his
just, I
opinion.
don't like those. I don't like over the top Asian films. That's what I just thought it was an over the top Japanese film that I was gonna hate, and it wasn't. It
I
was.
keep telling you, man. There's not all the films aren't fucking zombie ass.
Yeah, well, that is one that I literally watched 5 minutes of and can't stand. I don't like stuff.
Oh, it's so fucking. I love fart
but
fart jokes.
this one was such a complex narrative too. I mean, it at the same time, the basic premise is simple, but the training, taking the chick, detoxing her. She's a meth addict, and just training her to do things. I was into it, man. I was 100% down with it the whole way. And then the final, where you have, the 22 minutes, this is all you have to survive, where the clip goes. There's just so many good moments in it. And it was really, really cool. It almost reminded me of a fucking Tarantino type shit. Obviously not as mega as his, but yeah, love Gun Woman, 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for a non-horror film.
Yeah, I got
It is a revenge film, Brandon. It's a revenge
I
film.
know. It was like Remo Williams,
Yeah. I mean,
or as
I have
they say in
revenge films.
Japanese, Wemo Williams.
Wemo. It almost sounds like emo Phil Williams.
Yeah, I was gonna say emo, but I'm like Wemo Williams.
emo.
Emo Williams.
That's good.
So the number 4 for the listeners are one that was also mentioned, tied with Deathgasm at 98 points, but this one popped up as the number 1 film on more people's lists, so I gave this one the nod and gave it the 4th spot. It is We Are Still Here.
We Are Still Here, number 4? Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Breaking into the top 3.
Yeah.
Top tray. Baby.
Numero Trey.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is. Final Girls.
Final Girls.
Love this film. Love everything about this film. This film would not work with over-the-top gore and nudity.
Yes, it would.
It would.
Wow,
It would be a different film. It'd be a different film.
Yeah, it'd be a better one.
You're right. It would be a better film.
No.
Oh, did you beat me to that joke?
We all said it.
Yeah, that just makes me feel completely uncreative.
This film, from covering it in episode 1 on Exploding Heads, shameless plug, was written as a way for the writer to deal with his father's death.
What?
The writer's father had passed away, and this was his way of dealing with his father's death. That's why the whole story between the daughter and the mother coming to terms with death and all that. So it's a serious film.
Does that make the movie better?
It makes me understand it more, and it makes it better for me. Because I was thinking the same thing on why PG-13, why no. But even without knowing that, because I didn't know that until we filmed.
I didn't know that either.
Until we recorded episode 1, and I still had the rating that I have for it. But it made me understand why that stuff wasn't in there, and it made me now to the point where I can argue and say it doesn't belong in there. It's a touching story between a mother and a daughter.
Interesting choice of film to make a touching story with.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of experience in the horror genre. In fact, I think this might be his only horror film. There were some things I didn't like. The Mask was awful. But the killer is almost secondary.
He's Jason Voorhees.
What about the Matrix fight at the end there?
Oh, I love that. Love that.
So just, coming back to him not having that much experience with horror films. He's like, well, I saw the Matrix. I think this might work in a slasher film.
I loved it. I love the music in it.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just fucking with you, man. I
like
the Final Girls, man. I thought it was, honestly, I completely, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum on that one. I think some titties and some gore would have been fucking great, man, with that same movie.
You know what, man? I kind of get what Brandon was saying.
I don't need it though. Like I said, I don't need it, but I think it would have been pretty cool.
I actually didn't even notice that it wasn't as hardcore as until you guys pointed out it was PG-13. But I don't know, man. I just thought it wasn't that. It's not even the best horror comedy for me. Spoiler alert, it's not on my list. It did make my top 32, though.
Top 32?
Yeah, I have it ranked at 32.
Did you just say top 32?
Yeah, it's ranked at 32.
I mean, top 30 also.
He's not doing a top 30 list. He's like, I can't cut these last two.
Yeah, well, it's 32 on my list of 60.
Okay, I see
okay.
I see what you're saying, okay.
I believe this made Dave's top 26.
It made my top 16. How's that?
Oh, okay.
It was one of the contenders for the number 10 spot. The
it was funny, dude. I thought it was really funny for sure.
Very
and
funny.
I liked how the killer was literally Jason. Like, if they had the rights to Jason, it pretty much was Jason.
I thought it was entertaining. I didn't think it was funny.
Really?
Per se, I didn't actually think it was overly that funny, but I really enjoyed the movie. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't think it was that funny, though. I like the characters. I like the idea of it. I just wanted just take that next step.
Well, that guy that is from Workaholics, he cracks me up in anything. So
yeah, he's great in this movie.
Yeah,
I never saw him in anything except this, but I think he steals the show as far as comedic.
His face is funny, man.
Mm-hmm.
So what, Brandon? What else?
I was gonna say something. I totally blanked.
He was gonna say turn into episode 1 of Exploding Heads and get the whole picture.
Cool. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
So
just plugging away. Just plugging away.
That's the first plug I've had. Come on.
My asshole hurts right now.
Thought it's completely out of my head. I totally forgot what I was going to say.
All right.
Sorry, buddy.
So
Gone.
we're just gonna put you on the spot. Okay, talk for us.
Talk for who? What?
Us and the listeners.
Yeah, forget about exploding heads. Talk for the Moodsters.
No.
Moodsters.
No.
Moodsters. Nah, Final Girls. I love the comedy. I was laughing. I love the idea of the movie within the movie. It was like we talked about Blood Punch being Groundhog's Day, but horror. This was Last Action Hero, but horror.
It was brilliant. I'll give you that.
I think they did a good job with, kind of, sticking to the rules a little bit.
Yeah.
No, it was cool. I liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty well done. I actually really enjoyed Final Girls and just can't wait to buy it.
It was like one of my favorite horror comedies up until I seen What We Do in the Shadows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I liked a lot of horror comedies this year, and this one held up on repeat viewings. Some of them dropped off a little bit. Suburban Gothic dropped off a little bit. A few others dropped off just a tiny bit, but this one just held up. I like the touching story. I'm a sucker for those.
JP, I can't remember on your list. Did you watch Suburban Gothic?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I don't even think I heard of that one.
Didn't make your top 32?
Well, that's because you're ignorant and you don't pay attention to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, that completely is true because I've talked about this movie like 1,000 times, reviewed it. And
I would have totally noticed if you talked about it 1,001 times. So
yeah, I've really, really talked about it so many times. I actually really enjoyed it. I think it's good, but
what was that rating, Brandon?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. All right.
Moodz. All right, number 3, and it is a repeat. So I'm probably thinking a lot of these are going to be repeats now.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know, but the homie double shot to the Mexican J just mentioned this one, and it is Gunwoman. My God.
Yeah.
I watched this movie and I just wanted to go out and fight people. I really did. I just wanted to. It influenced me so much. Wow. And naked. I just wanted to go out there naked and fight people too.
I had a similar effect. I actually wanted to go out and kidnap a Japanese meth head.
I considered that as well. I was like,
okay,
yeah.
I was like, teacher had a keister gun.
Yeah.
Well, actually, she didn't keister it. They sewed it in her body, but yeah.
I've stated a million times how much I love revenge films, and this one worked on every level for me. I don't know, man. The structure, the pacing, the action sequences. I mean, the naked action helps. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's exploitive.
It's very exploitive, and it's cool, man. You just don't see a lot of that.
It is cool. It is fucking cool.
And like JP said, the idea of the film probably would not work in our world, but in the film it does work.
Yeah,
it works completely.
The world of the film is hyper unrealistic. I don't know what the word would be, but it's hyper something.
The funny thing about this movie is that I honestly can't even dislike one thing about it. I was so enthralled right from like the get-go of this film. Maybe it has. I'm a little biased when it comes towards revenge films, and hence me not liking Bound of Vengeance. But
I didn't like the very, very end. That's the only thing that I didn't like.
I did though. I really did. This movie to me was just like, honestly, I was fucking floored watching this thing, man. Really enjoyed it. Watch it again, and see, when I first watched the movie, I gave it this rating. I was like, really? Like, am I really going to give that rating? So I watched it again, and I was like, yep, I love this movie. So, Gunwoman, guys are going to fucking hang me, shoot me,
Please
10 out of 10. I love it.
down.
I love this movie.
I did
Nice.
know
I
that
think
you
it's
gave
perfect.
it that rating before. I had heard of this.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure that I was actually, comfortable with my rating. So of course I watched it again. I really enjoyed it. Again, I was like, I found myself scooting towards the edge of my, towards the edge of the couch, and I was literally on the edge of my seat.
It definitely has rewatch. That's 100%. I could watch it. I want to watch it right now.
It's a fun film, man. It's really
fun.
well done.
Go ahead, go watch it. We'll wait.
Yep, show's over. Wrap it up.
Let's pause for about 92 minutes.
All right, Dave, what you got?
Oh shit! Oh, we're on me. Wow. Okay, number 3. Number 3 for me is a repeat. What We Do in the Shadows.
Nice.
I fucking loved it, man. I had no idea. Again with a movie with comedy in it. That's what I'm saying about all these movies on my list this year. I never would have guessed this at all. But wow, it was so clever. I mean, we talked about it before. The thing that struck me that I wanted to add was that the whole thing about the vampire lore, things that they touch upon 4 different types of vampires in this movie. And it's so clever how they do it. You know, it's things that we've seen for years in different vampire movies, right? It's just, they just took different types of vampires that we've seen. They do things to them. And they, they address things about vampires that haven't been addressed before. You know, that no one ever took the time to think about, about how they would live in modern day.
I agree with that.
Werewolves too, for that matter. About the clothes ripping and
that was fun. The werewolf stuff was funny, man.
I appreciated that big time.
What was the regular human guy's name?
I love the werewolf. Oh, fuck that guy.
Stu. Stu. We love Stu.
Of course his name is Stu.
Oh, it's so funny.
Because he's fucking food, man. Stu.
It's great.
Just everything about it. The horror elements were perfect. You sit down and I was just enthralled the whole time.
I was really into it too, man.
It's everything about it. There's really nothing negative I don't think that I could say about the movie. It goes at a good pace. It's extremely quotable. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, completely, man. And it's just so much going on in it. I mean, the whole thing with what was it called? I should know this by now. When they were going to have the ball, and what was the name of the guest of honor? The Beast.
The Beast.
The Beast.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reveal of the Beast and how that all went down. That was fucking great, man.
Yeah.
It was just so much fun. It's just, what a great movie. Honestly, I would have to say that Let the Right One In is my favorite vampire movie, but I think this becomes number 2 on my list now.
Nice.
Yeah. Really, really impressed me. And it's a movie that I'll watch again and again, I think.
What's the rating on that?
I'll give this a 9.
9. Awesome. So, coming back to me, my number 3 film. It did get mentioned early on in the show. I was surprised about that. It is Bone Tomahawk. I fucking loved Bone Tomahawk. It was super fun. I kind of considered it being number 1 for a while. And I kind of switched some things around towards, maybe the final week of this. And, it is a genre that I love, the Western and the horror film, and the cannibal as well. I just liked the story too. And just spending time with these characters and then just being thrown into this terrible situation at the end of the film. Payoff was good. And brutal, just brutal as hell. The brutality of this film was intense. So yeah, I'm not going to say too much more on it. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
So that is Bone Tomahawk. And the listeners, I'm
actually quite surprised that you have it that high on your list. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. The listeners number, we're on 3, right? Yeah, the listeners number 3 film with 108 points, the first film to break the 100 mark, is actually Bone Tomahawk. So that's me and the listeners match up nicely.
Fucking cheating over here.
All right, let's wrap back around.
All right. My most controversial pick is my number 2 pick.
Oh my god. I can already hear it.
Nobody's going to have this film on there, and it's a found footage film, and to me, it's found footage done right. And when you say, what is found footage done right? And most people say, not done at all. In this case, it was done perfectly. And that's Creep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good film, man.
Yeah, I loved it as well, man.
I was completely blown away by this film. I mean, it creeped me out. It's a perfect title for the film. This freaked me out, and it totally tricked me and that I saw it going one way and it totally played out another.
That ending, though, dude.
I love the ending.
I love the ending.
Love
Yeah,
that.
this movie's great. I think I reviewed it on the show here, and I think I gave it 7.5. But man, might have been underplaying this one a little bit.
Yeah, no, you know what it was? I discovered it, I guess, on one of those pop-ups that says, horror films on Netflix, and they were talking about Creep. Check it out. So
that's actually how I heard about it, man. I think it was from you. I didn't even know about it, and I think you made some type of comment about it on the group page, didn't you?
Yeah.
And I was like, Creep. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I thought it was terrific.
Fucking good, man.
That wolf mask. Oh man, that was creepy as hell.
What was it called,
that
Mr.
wolf
Fuzzy or
man's
something?
mask was amazing. That could have been a goddamn top-notch werewolf.
Peach Fuzz.
Yeah.
Peach Fuzz, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Peach Fuzz, yeah.
Oh,
and just the stories and everything, it was really like
Was
uncomfortable.
it creepy, would you
watching.
say?
Is it just me, or was his
It was.
acting like A+?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Great.
great because I'm so used to seeing him in comedic roles or.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that guy he fucking pulled that shit off good.
You know,
Yeah.
this
Stole the
is
show.
Really good.
it's honestly
If
a
they didn't
film
put
that
acting, it would have gone nowhere.
it's a
That
film
movie's
that
completely carried by the actor.
yeah. This is a
Everybody
film-
talking once.
Oh, wait, let's go. Let's all talk at once right now. Go ahead.
So
It's
this
like, it's like listening to Killer POV right now, man. They got like 19,000 people talking on their year-end show.
Thank you. Yes.
somehow I can understand
Let's
all
cut
of
off
it.
JP one more time.
So this is a film that fuck, I forget. No, seriously. This is a film that as you move away from it, it sticks with you. And that's when I realized it was really good, because at first I was like, yeah, this is a solid film, but I kept remembering it a few days later and thinking of that ending and thinking of the stories that he would tell and stuff like that.
It's been a long time since I watched this one, and I still remember the creepiness of him like screaming into the camera at the end, and just the images of him standing over the park bench.
Dude,
I'm not.
It's one of
that
those
park
movies.
bench scene is fun.
Oh God!
It's the way it's shot, though, too. It's shot from the distance that they shot it from is
Like
so
3 miles away. It
fucked
was
up, man.
perfect.
It's fucked up, man. It totally adds to the feel of it, but
Yeah.
it's
Such
one of
a
this is one of those movies that has such a simple idea that you don't realize how brilliant it is until
Yeah,
what
they
a
took
week
them
later you're in the
yeah.
shower and you're going, holy fuck, that was a creepy ass film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? You literally start to think about it and you go, wow, that's such a simple idea. It's like this dude, it's like a Craigslist thing in a way,
Yeah.
right?
And I forget things so quickly. And I've seen so many freaking films this year. Too many. I'll admit, too many. I'm cutting
Brad,
in
what-
half
what-
for next year.
What did you end up watching this year? How many?
159?
Ooh, I got 152.
Yeah, to me it was too much. To me, like 100 would probably be more appropriate. I was just
And you
some of
probably
these
credit
movies.
that all to Death Court Service, don't you, too? You're
Well,
like, as soon as I watched that, you're like, my year is done.
I gotta be honest.
I watched the goddamn zero.
I think 60 was a pretty good number, because considering I'd literally seen all the films that was mentioned here tonight except for 2, I think that's pretty good.
It is good, but you need
Yeah.
people like us to watch them all and
So
then
far,
tell you
yeah,
what's supposed to
exactly.
see.
It's just Knock Knock, man, for me. Haven't seen Knock Knock.
Yeah. So, what was that rating, Brandon?
I gave Creep an 8.5.
8.5.
So one of the lower ratings I had, but I don't know, still impressed the hell out of me.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I believe I gave it 7.5. I think that's what I gave it, so I'd have to look again, but yeah, running at number 2, and
We're up.
God, loving this beer right now. I guess I'm having a deathgasm. Oh.
I told you were gonna love it. Did I not? After I watched
Fuck me, dude. I watched this movie like 4 times already since I got it. Man, I love it. It's so much fun. I love these demon type films with like retarded gore and so much fun everything about this movie just makes me smile. It's a fun film that everybody needs to see. I don't know, man. What haven't we said about this film tonight?
it has an alternate title, Heavy Metal Apocalypse.
Oh, that's right.
Metal Apocalypse. Yes.
The Walmart Warriors.
The Walmart intrusion right there. Holy
Fuckers.
fuck is with that.
The fuck.
Fuck. I mean, pretty much all I'm going to add.
At least
to this,
they didn't cut the film.
Yes, they did not. But I can't wait for the sequel, man. I really can't wait.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, or maybe I don't know, maybe I'm just making shit up, but everyone's returning?
I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
I love the way this movie ends, man. I love the last scene in this film. Just the way the credits hit, I'm just like, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sweet.
I loved it so much, man. Everything, right from the start of this movie to the end, fantastic. And like I said, that anal cunt scene, oh my god. I fucking, I laugh so much. Deathgasm, 9.5 out of 10. By far, one of the funnest films I've seen in a long time. It's got so much replay value. This is the type of movie that I'm going to throw on when I'm having like a dinner wine party with, cheese and wines and shit. And I'm just going to throw on Deathgasm. Because that's how classy I am. Right there. Yeah. Number 2.
All right. Dave, back to you.
All right, number 2. This movie was in the lead for like 10 months. I didn't think anything was going to surpass it. I saw it at the movies and I was blown away by it, and I came back home, watched it on DVD, then I got the Blue, watched it on Blue, loved it. And that movie is It Follows.
Yep.
I seriously think that this is an American classic. I think that it's easily the best soundtrack I've heard in years for a horror movie. Like, the only thing that comes close is Rob's soundtrack from Maniac from 2013.
Yeah, and I mentioned that in my video just recently too. I said, that soundtrack, man,
it's great.
It's competing, with this one.
Oh, you said the same comparison, those two?
I really did. They were
wow.
How I did this top 10 list. I took 5 old soundtracks, which was like all Italian soundtracks, of course, right?
Awesome.
And I took 5 contemporary films, in which I had Maniac and It Follows, and JP could chime in on this if he'd ever watched one of my videos, but so fucking not funny. I'm not even trying to make jokes. I'm trying to be dead serious, and this guy's laughing at me, and he's like, this guy's over here having a deathgasm. Being serious, but no, I literally said that. It Follows and Maniac, man. The soundtrack by Rob. Who the fuck is Rob? Who the fuck is Rob? Just Rob.
I don't know. Who's his masterpiece? It's one dude.
Who did the soundtrack? Oh, it was Rob.
Rob.
It's so good. It's
Straight
so.
Up. But seriously, the cinematography and the music alone of this movie, even if I didn't think the storyline was fucking engaging and it was a creative idea and it was something fresh, the way it's shot and the sound alone would have put this movie on the top 10. It just so happens
I totally agree with what you're saying. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's one of the best ideas for horror since Nightmare on Elm Street, like conceptually. I think it's an amazing thing that it's spread the way it's spread.
Yeah, because there's so much room for like metaphors and symbolism as well. It's almost like, how did nobody think of this?
Right. It sounds simple enough. The one thing that's tough, that's cool, is that it just keeps coming. That's the one thing I can't get over. Even if you have to stop to rest.
Like All My Girlfriends.
Oh, goddamn.
Deathgasm.
Fucking nobody just had a deathgasm.
Oh.
And I gotta say, I think it's one of the best openings to a movie I've seen in years.
I'm down with that too, man.
Totally agree.
Opening. So
the
you
Ring,
can't blow this
the
too
Ring
much.
had that effect on me. It had a cool opening.
The Ring, wasn't it? Yeah, I agree. I'm a big fan of it.
Right.
But yeah, It Follows, number 2, I give it a 9.5.
Oh, 9.5 for Dave 2 times. All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, mine went from, like I said, a 6.5 to 9.5.
I am going to interrupt real quick because with Brandon's rating of 9 and Moodz' rating of 9.5 and Dave's rating of 9.5, that is 28. That makes the Hall of Fame. So
ooh, that is a 28, yeah. Like I said, you can't have 3 9s. You have to have 2 9.5s.
The newest addition to the Hall of Fame is It Follows. That will be inducted after this episode.
But the most important thing here is, with the announcement of that making the Hall of Fame, it gave me a deathgasm.
All right, so I will ride Dave's coattails And I will say that my number 2 film of the year is It Follows. And no need to go into it. We've talked about it plenty. I also give it a 9.5, so it would have made it either way. So yeah.
Oh, so now it's a 28.5.
Jesus Christ, man. This is
getting
fucking
higher.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, so that means that the listeners' number 2 film, and I swear to God, guys, this number 2 film was in first place for a long time. It was as high as 50 points ahead at one point. And wow. The first place film came back, and literally the last submission I got, the 30th submission, had the number 2 film not on the list and the number 1 film at the number 1 spot, which gave it 10 points. So this is at 137 points. We have the editor in second place.
Well, the peeps got some good taste. Come on. Yep.
Good job, people.
Yes.
Good job, listeners.
So, number 1s, guys.
Number 1, Ejecta. Just kidding.
I was going to say.
Totally kidding. All right. My number 1 was mentioned earlier by the listeners. No. Not by JP.
No, it was the listeners.
It was the listeners.
No, but they weren't speaking.
Oh, not really.
That was their voice.
I'm getting giddy. It's like 3 in the morning. Spring.
Really?
Yeah, it was an early front runner for me. I saw it a while ago when it first came out, and it blew me away. I connected a lot.
This top 10 romantic films we're doing here?
I love the romantic story of it. It's so beautiful.
Again, which relates to deathgasms.
It gave me a deathgasm. No, the setup for the film was just really well done. I really he's a good guy. You know, it's nice to see like a group of friends who are actually friendly towards each other. And, you know, here's a good guy. He's taking care of his mom who's dying of cancer. And then he decides he needs to, to get away and just make a change. And it's just the scenery and the cinematography in Italy is just beautiful. And I love the whole backstory of what's going on. It's different. It's nothing I ever heard. It is very Lovecraft.
Yeah.
And ultimately for me, what did it for me was the way the movie played out. And this is where like Dave and I disagreed. Dave didn't love the way it played out. I
actually had no problem with it, man.
Yeah, I like the way it played out too.
I love the way it played out. It is. Yeah. It is a romance movie.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
It just bothered me. That
to be honest,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I dug this, man. I'm not a big romantic type person, man. You can ask my wife. I mean, really. We get in the room, man. There's no deathgasms in there. I can't stop. But this movie, I really fucking enjoyed it, man. It's not making my number 1, even my top 10, but I really enjoyed this movie, and it's strange for me. And that says a lot about the film because, yeah, love, romance type things generally do not work for me too much. I don't know how this one worked. I think, honestly, the setting and the cinematography was so good.
Yeah.
And the likable lead was just enough to, like, sell this thing to beyond.
He's a very underrated actor, Lou Pucci.
I thought he was good. Yeah, he was really good.
He's very good. Very.
Yeah. I'll tell you guys something about this film. Don't watch it with a group. For the first time, I was like, let's watch a horror film.
No.
And it was like, I swear, like 40 minutes
you watch
in,
Headless.
everybody...
You watch Headless in a group.
40 minutes in, everybody was like, this fuck boring. And I was like, I'm actually kind of into it, but, I kind of understand your frustration right now. And then there was one moment where you first see, like, what's up with the girl, that was kind of creepy, and everybody kind of got into it a little bit. But at the end of the day, I was the only person in the room that liked it.
And they could have even played that part down less, not even shown as much, and I still would have loved the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But then, of course, it wouldn't have been a horror film at all. And my number 1 would have been Ejecta.
Well, obviously.
or Gin.
Dude, I will agree, man. Ejecta's it's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
What did you? What are you giving Spring, Brandon?
Spring is a 9.5 out of 10 for me.
9.5 out of 10. Moodz.
Yep.
I think I know what it is, but go ahead.
We all know what it is.
You don't even need to talk about it.
Been mentioned a million times.
All right. Yeah, man. Like I thought this movie was funny, man. It was really, really good. I watched it a few times this year and stuff like that. And, yeah, I mean, what can I say, man? Suburban Gothic.
Yeah, right. Shut up.
Please say gravy. Please say gravy. Please say gravy.
It's the editor.
It's not gravy?
Represent Canada. Yeah, fuck gravy. Jesus.
That was gonna be muck. That was gonna be muck or gravy.
Jeez, I'm actually quite surprised for how much you love that film. It didn't even where does it top out in the 15? In your
Gravy?
list?
No.
No.
I didn't do a top 30, but if I did a top 30, it'd be in there.
Okay.
You did a top 32.
I did a top 50.
I'm just gonna stick with my top 30, and that's it. I'm already having a problem breaking it down to 30. I'm already cutting films out of it. It's like ridiculous. But anyways, the editor number 1. I mean, I can't say anything more about the film that we haven't said tonight, but it's just a fucking blast. Just check it out, man, for Claudio Simonetti's music, and that's it.
So what's that rating? I have a feeling I know, but
the editor is a 10 out of 10 for me. And yes, I did do 2 10 out of 10s on the same show again. For the guy that's scared shitless of giving 10 out of 10s.
We got a Hall of Famer.
It's fucking bizarre.
Is it a Hall of Fame?
I don't know.
No?
I can't remember the ratings.
So Brandon gave it a 9.
I gave it an 8.5.
Dave gave it 8.5, and Moodz gives it a 10, which 27.5, just shy of the Hall of Fame. But
Dave, I thought you gave it a 9.
There is still me to go and Dave to go. Well, that doesn't help because he already had it on the list.
Fuck? Oh my god.
Okay, so it misses the Hall of Fame.
I was about to have a deathgasm, and now this fucking shit just ruined my shit.
That happens.
My bone tomahawk just went limp.
So,
good night, mommy.
Dave. Oh my! This is getting pretty. These. All right, that was pretty clever, Brandon.
Yeah, right on.
I guess it's back to the girl house for me, man.
Y'all need to shut up, or else it's gonna be a blood punch.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Better watch what you fucking say. You can leave headless,
Turbo
motherfucker.
Kid over here. Ooh, Turbo Kid over here.
Oh. Holy shit.
I can't remember shit. I erased all my titles. I can't even make a joke. I don't even know the movies I picked tonight are. I'll just say my one, though. This movie took me by total fucking surprise. I sat down watching it not thinking I was even going to care for it. And for the first time in a very long time, I was so glued to the fucking screen that I didn't even want to pause it to go take a piss. I was fucking enthralled with the dialogue from fucking
the deathgasm.
from the opening fucking minute of the conversation between fucking Sid Haig and fucking David Arquette until the final minute of the movie. And that movie is Bone Tomahawk.
E.T.
Nice.
Dude, you guys heard what I said about Westerns. I had no desire.
Oh, I have to say, man. Wow, dude. That's like the craziest redemption ever right there.
Right. I never expect. I thought I thought this was the most well-written thing I've seen, horror-related, in I couldn't tell you how many years. I did not want to get up. I've never been so glued to conversations in a horror movie like I was to this. I was just right from the first minute. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is great!" It was amazing. It just fucking blew me away.
Well, just put it this way, Dave. Just think of the possibilities with Westerns now.
I know. I know. And then Hateful Eight was great, so who knows, right?
Well,
David, Exploding Heads Western podcast coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the next sidecast, right?
Yeah, Western horror next week.
Oh man, it was, the acting was fucking phenomenal by everybody. Fucking It's Luke Wilson or Patrick Wilson, whatever the fuck his name is.
Damn right it ain't Luke Wilson. I wouldn't even
Right, I know
that shit.
Yeah. Fucking Kurt Russell, Richard Jenkins, I think he was perfect. He was just the right dose of comic relief. Just a little line here and a little line there to make you giggle, but fucking so well written. And then what's his name? Matthew Fox. It just, I tell you, the character development and the arcs of some of these characters, it was a slow burn like a 70s movie, and it took to the last half hour. But
it was a slow burn like a Western movie.
Okay, there you go. Like I say, I'm new to it. But
I mean, they're not all like that, but you know.
Yeah.
Dude, the last half hour was just fucking so intense. I didn't think it wasn't even horrific. I knew they were dealing with cannibals, and I knew what they were dealing with, but I had no idea the turn it was going to take once they got there.
Yeah, you just aren't expecting it to go that way, at all.
No, it just, I didn't even know what those guys were doing. Well, I don't want to spoil anything. They were making that noise. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Were they of this earth? Were they human beings? It had me guessing, and then you find out, but wow. And then the kills. I mean, it took us a while to get to the kills, but when the kills came, they were fucking glorious, man.
Dave, you brought it up on our year-end show, but that, not to give anything away, but one of the last lines spoken in the movie, how like poetic and
yeah,
about the wives,
yeah, the wives. It's a so great line,
right? And this movie was just loaded with fucking incredible dialogue. It just, I haven't had a movie really, impress me that especially maybe because I wasn't expecting much out of it, and I sat down and I was like, wow, I really didn't want to get up to piss. I mean, it's just as easy as pressing pause and taking a piss. I didn't want to get up. No, I had a deathgasm.
There it is. There it is. Fucking rights, man. Yeah, we are still here. Come on.
We are still. Holy fuck. So yeah, Bone Tomahawk gets a 10 out of 10 for me.
Wow, with that 10 out of 10, that means that Dave gives it a 10 out of 10. Brandon gave it a 9 out of 10, correct?
Yeah, 9.
And then I gave it a 9 out of 10, which equals... Anybody good at math here?
28.
Pretty fucking sure that's 28.
So, Bone Tomahawk enters the Hall of Fame.
How the Western Horror Hall of Fame.
Tomahawk in the
How
Hall
the
of
fuck
Fame?
Is Bone Tomahawk not on your list? That's my question.
Yeah, wow.
Because whatever.
The editor will still be eligible after JP sees it.
I seen it.
Wait, you did see it?
Yeah, it was the last movie I watched. I watched it yesterday.
Oh, and it didn't make your list?
I still get to go.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
You guys not want me to go? You guys
drama.
God, okay. I just totally ruined it. I'm sorry.
So
I thought we were done with the top 10.
Well, I mean, we had, there was a Jew that used to ruin everything on here too, though. Come on, man. Just replaced him right now.
Okay.
Now I understand why they tried to get rid of all of us.
yo. So before I get to my number 10 or my number 1, I will give the listeners number 1. And It Follows with 147 points.
Yeah.
Just right at the end, passed up the editor. Crazy stuff. I was so surprised to see the editor.
You know what's so fucked up, man? Like 2 weeks ago, I would have laughed balls at that. I would have been like, number 1, fucking everyone, It Follows everybody.
He's like, everybody's a fucking idiot.
You guys are fucking retarded. Stupid shit. But wow.
So, my number 1. This might come to as a surprise to some of you guys, but it is A Landmine Goes Click.
Wow, dude. It's so fucking crazy. I have not seen that yet. That was one of the couple films on your list I had not seen.
Have you guys seen it?
Everyone just got fucking silent because no one's seen that shit.
Brandon, I haven't seen. I wanted to see it. I have it on my.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Listen, okay.
I literally
can't say things about it.
There was no way to see it.
It's on Prime. I have it on Prime.
It's on Vudu.
I'm in Canada, dude.
In America. So I'm not going to say much about it, but there's a group of people in the Russian wilderness, Georgia, I believe, and they are walking. One of their friends steps on a landmine and it clicks, and then everybody's like, don't move. And then some crazy reveal, like this just craziness happens. I've never hated somebody this much in a long time. The payoff is amazing. I couldn't believe that this film was that good. I really couldn't. I really couldn't believe that it was that good and nobody was talking about it. Literally,
I know what I'm watching tomorrow.
I'm so fucking frustrated you didn't even have the editor in your top 10.
Yeah, you made it sound like you were... Yeah.
No, I'm like, how the fuck is Bone Tomahawk making the Hall of Fame and the editor isn't right now? I'm so
Bone
mad.
Tomahawk's a better movie.
Your opinion, man.
Yeah, it's my opinion, and
I don't think
everybody else is here.
Doesn't mean shit, man. Doesn't mean shit.
Okay, so anyway, Landmine Goes Click. I loved this movie. I really did. The acting was so good. The setting was great. There's one character in this film who, like, just makes your blood boil. And, like, his performance is fucking amazing. I'm not going to say much more because you guys got to see it. Do not listen to don't hear anything about this one. Just check it out. 9.5 out of 10.
I can't wait. Tomorrow I'm watching this now.
Yeah, this is fucking bullshit.
And with a score of 9.5, Landmine Goes Click, newest member of the Hall of Fame. The editor has been banned from the Hall of Fame.
Well, the editor did make my top 15. Just letting you know, Moodz.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right, well, that's interesting, man. That's got to be a first. This has happened a couple times on the show. I've never, not seen someone's number one film before.
No, yeah, Flu.
Didn't it happen last year?
Yeah, Jeremy's
Flu.
Yeah.
Flu.
Oh, I've seen it since, so yeah, okay, whatever. It's true, that is true, man. I hadn't watched it by then, so.
So, really quickly, anybody got some honorable mentions? Mine was the editor. Honorable mention, the editor.
Oh, just a fucking rub it. Yeah, I have a couple, man. I heed and hawed, man. Headless made it in. Invalid was gonna be my top 10. It was in my top 10 for so long, man. Dustin Mills' film from this year, one of his films. Really, really fantastic stuff. Again, starring Dave Parker. In my opinion, I think it might be his best made film. It's very reminiscent. Of course, you guys probably never watched my review of it, for sure. It is, it's like his love letter kind of to like an Italian giallo type film. It's pretty much what it is. Very well done though. Very, very well done. Let Us Pray. I know JP again doesn't agree with it too much, but I love
that film. That film did go way higher on my list.
Man,
I was wrong about that one. I still have a few issues with it, but for the most part, I did bump my rating on that one. The Let Us Pray is good.
Yeah, it was in my list forever. Girl House, I think, knocked it out of there, and I don't know, but that one, I love that movie. Goodnight Mommy was another one
that really was my number 11 film, so it just missed my top 10.
So all these movies I'm mentioning are just around that, that mark. Hellmouth, loved it. Watched it again about a week ago. Absolutely still love it. I think it's a really kind of unique film. It's very, very different. It's in the vein of like Sin City, but horror. It's very strange. And Christmas Horror Story, I'll mention. Loved it.
Yeah.
So absolutely fucking loved it.
My other ones were Girl House, The Editor, Goodnight Mommy, and Deathgasm.
Yeah.
Cool.
I had 6 that I mentioned before that at one point were my number 10. So there's Spring, Girl House, Final Girls, Green Inferno, Creep, which we talked about all of them, and Pernicious, which nobody's mentioned tonight, but
yeah, good movie.
I quite enjoyed it, and I want to give a shout out to a random movie, House with 100 Eyes.
Yeah, that one was right on the outside of my top 10.
Yeah, we all reviewed that one. I really enjoyed it too, man. Pernicious, I enjoyed it, man. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was as great as some people were saying, but I enjoyed it.
Did anybody else have Green Inferno on their list?
Nope.
I did at one point, but I bumped it off. The second time I watched it, it moved it down half a point.
Honestly, it wasn't even coming close to anything.
You have some beefs with it too, huh?
You know what, man? I didn't give it that bad of a rating, to be honest. There was certain things I didn't really care for, but no, it was good. It was good.
It didn't make my honorable mentions.
No, it's like a 7 for me, but my honorable mentions were higher, so it's kind of weird.
Do you have
for my honorable mentions? I would say check out Felt, Almost Mercy, Flowers.
Almost Mercy. Oh my god, so good.
So good.
Loved it.
Especially the lead actress.
So good. Dude,
steals the movie.
Fucks it up.
Yeah.
Like, so good.
Flowers is a must-see. And I just recently saw He Never Died with Henry Rollins, which is phenomenal.
I've been hearing good things about that.
Yeah, and just 2 sci-fi films that didn't make the list because they're not necessarily horror, but Time Lapse and Coherence. These are 2 films everybody needs to see. Coherence is up on Prime. Time Lapse is on Netflix.
It's on a list for me to watch.
Both of them are phenomenal films.
You know, Brandon, I mentioned that earlier, because you said you left them off your list because they were sci-fi. I was looking at my list, man, and honestly, it's like the least horror top 10 of all time. Like, there's so many films here that could be considered not even horror. And that's what I was talking about me being down on the year a little bit. It's like everything I liked is fucking barely a horror film.
Yeah.
It's okay, man. It's okay, but that's what you like, so.
Yeah, but I like
it. Is what it is, man. Whatever.
Lies.
Whatever, man.
My whole life is a lies.
I will throw.
Everything I know is lies.
I am going to throw out another random honorable mention, man, and it's going to be The Canal.
Cool. So
I love
that's a good movie. That was in my top 10 last year.
Yeah, me too. Maybe not top 10.
Is it from last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was even on Netflix last year, as a matter of fact.
But he didn't have American Netflix last year.
That's true. Right.
Oh, man, I had to hook that motherfucker up this year and get that, American Netflix, so it's good.
Keep that on the DL, guys. Don't tell anybody. So one of the things, Moodz, I say this year we do the awards where we just take turns reading off our whole list, just so it saves a little bit of time instead of going roundtable style.
Okay.
All right. You want me to go first?
If you want to go first, man.
Go the opposite way this time.
Cool.
All right. So, biggest surprise for me, Landmine Goes Click. Straight up. I was not it came out of nowhere. It was like a landmine. Most disappointing film of the year, Tales of Halloween. I had so much hope for this, and it just disappointed me. I didn't give it a bad rating, but
it doesn't disappoint me.
It disappointed me so much.
Not me.
Most original film of the year, Horsehead. Most overhyped film of the year, It Follows. Just simply because the fucking hype was so strong with that one. Biggest piece of shit of the year, Krampus, A Christmas Devil. Best foreign film of the year, Landmine Goes Click / Gunwoman. I wasn't quite sure if Landmine Goes Click was foreign. Best indie film of the year, Landmine Goes Click. Best studio film of the year, The Visit-ish, because I'm not sure if It Follows, because It Follows kind of got picked up by a major studio. I'm not really sure about the whole indie thing and how that works.
No, it's a studio film. Yep.
Okay, then It Follows. It wasn't a studio film. It became a studio.
Yeah, that's why I didn't list it either. I put something different there because it was kind of a gray area with It Follows.
Yeah, that's why it was it. Best remake of the year, Knock Knock, I think. Best sequel of the year, Insidious 3. Best film to possibly start a franchise, Deathgasm. I already got a sequel announced. Best cinematography, that one was hard for me. I put It Follows. Best gore of the year, Gunwoman. Deathgasm is kind of close too, but I thought the gore in Gunwoman was pretty good as well. Best soundtrack, It Follows. Horror comedy of the year, What We Do in the Shadows. Best slasher of the year, Girl House. Best TV show of the year, I'm gonna just say Hannibal because that's all I hear about. Best old school film of the year, I picked Angst. That was definitely a highlight of my year. Best media release, this is going to sound silly, but Mosquito, because I wanted that for a long time. Best script of the year, Landmine Goes Click. Best director of the year, Eli Roth. The biggest industry story of the year. This one was a big one for me, and it's deaths. The deaths in 2015 were just, to me, it was the story of the year. Just
Stole my answer.
Happened so often.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
Stole my answer.
It's exactly what I had written down.
Well, then that's
why I even have a list of names.
I said the crazy ass people that died.
Yeah.
I even wrote everyone's name down.
Oh, I have a list here too.
So who's going next?
All right, I'll go. Wow, you ripped that off so fast I couldn't even fucking keep track. That was insane. Number one, biggest surprise of the year was The Visit for me. Like I said before, M. Night Shyamalan, not my favorite.
Yeah, that was a pretty big surprise.
Person in the world, so that was a big surprise, man. Most disappointing film of the year, I am sorry, Joe Pesci, but it was Krampus. I had so much high hopes for it. I didn't hate it, like I said. It was just disappointing. Most original horror film of the year, I said Hellmouth. I thought it was awesome. Most overhyped film of the year, Krampus. Biggest piece of shit of the year is Morbid. Man, dude, that slash, fuck, I could say a couple, man. Krampus was Morbid was fucking terrible. It was just beyond horrible. Best foreign film of the year, Gunwoman. Best indie film of the year, I said The Editor. Best studio film of the year, I put The Visit. Best remake of the year, Poltergeist. Yes, it was okay. It wasn't great. It wasn't mind blowing.
It's also probably like the only one you've seen.
It was the only one. I was actually kind of laughing about that. I'm like, this one is by default.
Yeah.
Poltergeist. Best sequel of the year, Tremors 5.
Yeah, that was a good. That was my second.
I think that was like the only sequel I even seen all year. I swear to God. Which is another weird topic.
Yeah.
A lot of sequels this year. Strange. Best film that has a possibility of starting a franchise, Charlie's Farm. Great slasher. Loved it. Best cinematography of the year, Horsehead. Best gore of the year, Green Inferno / Deathgasm. I don't know. Green Inferno, probably. Best soundtrack, I gave it to Turbo Kid. Fucking loved it. Jerked off so many times. Best horror comedy of the year, Editor / Deathgasm. Both equally hilarious. Awesome stuff. Best slasher of the year, Girl House. Best TV show of the year, Walking Dead Season 5. It's the only thing I watched this year. I actually did like the season.
You watched the stream as well. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, and I did not care for it. So that's right, I did. Walking Dead Season 5 was actually pretty damn good. Like the ending. Best old school film of the year. Again, got to go with my boy, JP. Angst. Awesome. 10 out of 10. Best media release of the year, Black Cat set. Fucking loved it. Amazing set.
Yeah, they just shouldn't. You know what I hated about that set? They come broke.
Yeah, totally. Best script of the year. I give it to Blood Punch. Yeah.
Pretty good. That I considered it.
Best director of the year. A little biased. Astron 6. Biggest industry story of the year, and I went with the insane, crazy deaths this year. Oddly enough. So, yeah. Very, very sad year. So, yeah.
Cool. All right, I'll go. I'll let Brandon go last. Because you're the man, homie. Yeah. All right. Yeah, shit. All right.
Thanks, man.
Biggest surprise of the year, because of what I said earlier, Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah.
For me, fuck. I'm going to give a honorable mention to Unfriended, because I thought it was going to be terrible.
Yeah, that was a pretty good surprise.
Yeah, and I actually enjoyed it. So, here's one you guys will be interested in. Most disappointing film of the year. For me, it was Horsehead.
Boo!
Dude, I kept hearing people putting it in using the word, which is sacred to me, Argento, along with this movie, and it got me so fucking excited. And if you're going to compare to The Master, just don't, because here's what I'm going to say. Stephen King, what he said about Stanley Kubrick's movie, The Shining, fits perfectly for this. It's a beautiful car with no engine. And that's what I feel. It looks fucking stunning. It's beautiful. But I just could not understand fucking one damn thing that happened in that movie. That's my problem.
I think we had a couple of discussions on that earlier tonight.
That was my issue. Right. I just couldn't get over it. I really wanted to love it. So it disappointed me.
Yeah.
Most original horror film is It Follows. I think it's an amazing concept. Most overhyped film of the year, The Gallows. Seemed like they were really pushing it hard. They were saying this guy was going to be a new fucking guy, like we'd know his name and whatever. It was not that good.
I actually never seen that one.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
I
saw it for free, so I can't complain. I saw it at the show.
Too much.
I know you hate it. Holy fuck. Biggest piece of shit of the year was a movie called The Cutting Room. Ugh, just don't fucking bother.
Didn't see it.
Don't. Best foreign film of the year, What We Do in the Shadows. Best indie film of the year, Bone Tomahawk. Best studio film of the year, Krampus. Best and only, well, that's debatable, remake of the year, Poltergeist, which I agree with Moodz, wasn't that bad. Best sequel of the year, I Spit on Your Grave 3. I like that.
I forgot about that one.
It's pretty good.
Me too, man.
Franchise.
I actually fucking enjoyed that film too.
Yeah, it's a good franchise, man. It's underrated.
Ah, fuck, I love those films, man.
Yeah, they're good.
You know me with revenge, revenge
There's like
films in general,
five
man.
that spit on your
Moodz
grave.
loves
That's
his
crazy.
rape.
It sounds so fucking bad, man. It sounds so bad.
They do make
Best
good films,
it's the
but-
best reason to make a revenge film, man.
Yeah, it is.
That's true. Yep. Best film that has the possibility of starting a franchise. It was kind of tough, but I went with Tales of Halloween. I could see them that become like a VHS, and they could just do 2 or 3 more. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll become a shit.
You know, I never thought of that.
VHS
That's a
viral.
good one. That's a good one.
If I go viral.
I wish they would do it.
Ooh.
Best cinematography of the year. I'm gonna go with Horsehead.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was great.
Most
It was
disappointing,
amazing.
but best cinematography.
Because
What
that's
a
all
piece
it
of
had
shit,
going.
but
Just
it was a
honest
beautiful
answers.
piece
They're
of
just
what a
honest
beautiful
answers.
piece of shit this was.
I'm sorry. All it had going for it was amazing cinematography, and that's it.
No, you're right. It did.
I need
It did have
more.
amazing cinematography.
You know, best score of the year.
I totally disagree, man. I mean, to be honest, in Horsehead, man, Katarina McCall's in that film. I mean, we all know and love her from, you know, the Gates of Hell trilogy. She's in all 3 films. You know, that's how much they were doing a love letter to, like, you know, Italian films and stuff. I mean, trying to, you know, capture that. They went out and got Katarina McCall, man.
It was another love letter to Fulci. Fulci has so many letters that he has to open.
Exactly, man. It's
He
crazy.
needs his own fucking postal code.
I just thought that was super cool that she was actually cast as the mom in this film. I mean, she's a fucking bitch in this film, but you know,
They're gonna be
Yeah.
waiting a long time for him to open them.
you know, City of Living Dead, The Beyond, House by Cemetery. Katarina McCall, man, in the film. You guys, did you guys even, you know,
No,
recognize that at all?
I didn't realize that. No,
I knew that.
No,
I
I
knew
didn't
that.
know that.
Yep,
I knew
that's
that.
her, man. That's her. Yep.
that's fucking cool.
Yeah. Super cool. Well, the director's like a huge fucking fan of Italian films, and he's like, well, who'd we get to play the mom? Let's get Katarina McCall. It's fucking amazing.
Fucking, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Where was I? Gore. Best gore of the year. Best gore, Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah,
If you-
it was
if the
powerful
question-
for sure.
Dude, it was awesome. If the question would have been goriest film, I would have said Deathgasm.
Yeah,
Maybe fucking Green Inferno. But best gore, I think, was Bone.
yeah.
Best
it was
soundtrack.
close for me.
Best soundtrack, easily, it follows. You can't fuck with it. Best horror comedy of the year, What We Do in the Shadows. Best slasher of the year, Headless. Best TV horror show of the year, as it is every fucking year, American Horror Story. I have 2 here. Best old school film of the year. I watched 2 movies this year, horror, that I'd never seen before. And they were both heavy hitters, and they were both fucking vampire movies. Bram Stoker's Dracula and Fright Night. And they were both very good movies. So, I'm giving it to
Dude,
both.
that's so crazy. I hadn't seen both those films until this year.
For the other human being out there who's never heard of Fright Night, check it out.
It's so crazy.
I've
So
heard
crazy.
it.
We have like angst on ours. You got Fright Night.
Raise your hand if you're not that big of a fan of Fright Night.
Nobody better have their hands up.
No, it's probably in my top. It's probably
I
like my
just
number.
don't even fucking get it, man. I think it's like ridiculous that people don't like Fright Night. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I liked it.
The remake is a bona fide raging piece of fucking
love the remake.
shit.
I'm okay with it.
It's terrible.
Remake's fun, man.
It's fucking terrible.
I saw it first, so I don't know. It was okay. You know? Best media release of the year. I'm going to take the easy answer and go with the Arrow Hellraiser. And
Oh man.
I know you were talking about it.
Oh man, I wish I had.
Yeah,
It
I couldn't vouch
it looks
for it,
good.
man, because I didn't cop it. I didn't buy it, man. You know, the Black Cat said I obviously grabbed, but that was mine. You know, Arrow holds it down, man.
Well, it looked good, by the way. Hellraiser, I watched just one. It looked good. So I remember you were saying something on the last show or the one before it about somebody said that there was something wrong with the transfer.
Yeah, man. It was, they kept saying that, you know, and then I got some feedback on that from other people and they said, no, it looks actually pretty good. And I'm like, fuck.
It does.
I don't know. Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm going to give an honorable mention because I don't know if a lot of people know about this one, but the Psycho Complete Collection came out this year. Nobody really gave it too much attention, but
where'd that come out at?
Where?
Yeah.
What, is it the foreign one? Hold on a second.
That's not a U.S. release for sure.
No. It's not a U.S. release.
Definitely not a U.S. release.
It was some strange company, JB High or some shit like that.
Huh.
But
What box set is this?
Psycho. It comes with.
Oh, Psycho.
Does it come with a remake?
Yes, it comes with 1, 2, 3, the remake, the show, the Bates Motel, not the show, but the miniseries, that thing that came out, and what the fuck.
Psycho
Bates
4?
Motel 87's on DVD and the Psycho Legacy. So,
oh, for real?
Yeah, it comes with a lot of shit. Granted, it's the same extras that come with the
Jesus
the Scream
fucking!
Factories.
I didn't even know about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out. Yeah, it came out like early in the year too. But yeah, not a lot of people knew about it. Nobody.
See if I could order it without the remake in there.
They make specialty order versions.
Take my remake out, please.
I wish they did. No, it just comes to 5. Comes as is. But not a lot of people talked about it, so I thought I'd bring it up because I'm a big fan of that.
Know about it.
Best script of the year, Bone Tomahawk. Best director of the year, Eli Roth. So he came around. I don't think he grew as a director, but I don't think he regressed either. So that's fine with me.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, so, and I have my issues with him before, as I said, but I'm man enough to admit that he did fine. He didn't lose it. I went a little different on this biggest industry story of the year because I didn't see a whole lot, but I figured a couple people would bring up the deaths, and apparently they did. I wanted to say one thing. The stories about I want to make it into something else where the Halloween franchise and the Friday the 13th fucking movies and all the bullshit that keeps coming out again and again and again.
So frustrating.
It's a good fucking point,
I'm going to say this right now. Bold prediction for 2016. We will see either stills or a trailer for an Elm Street film before we see one for a Friday the 13th film or a Halloween film.
It's a good possibility.
I'm done with it, and I don't want to hear anything else.
I'm sick too. I believe I said that on my podcast or on our podcast, Dave.
Yeah. And I said it too. I said it way back on Banana Bites that I was done with it.
I'm done. I'm not even reporting news anymore.
And think about this. Everything that was reported for the past 2 years about Halloween now is completely out the window because the other rights got sold. It's just such a... People should just stop it, and we don't want to hear anything anymore until they're fucking shooting.
It's frustrating for sure. Yeah.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Brandon.
All right. Biggest surprise of the year, Creep. Most disappointing films of the year, Cub and Tales of Halloween.
Right? I'm with you on that, bro. Tales of Halloween. So disappointing.
Both of them. Most original horror film of the year, Blood Punch. Most overhyped film of the year, Cooties. Biggest piece of shit of the year, The Gallows and DSS. Sorry. Best foreign film of the year, Goodnight Mommy. Best indie film of the year, It Follows. Best studio film of the year, Crimson Peak. Best remake of the year, I had Poltergeist, but I want to change it to Knock Knock.
Thank you.
I forgot that's a remake. But I didn't dislike the Poltergeist remake either.
Yeah, I didn't either. It was alright.
Yeah, exactly. It was alright. Best sequel of the year, Insidious 3.
Which on that too.
Yeah. Best film.
Rockwell.
Best film that has the possibility of starting a franchise. I had 2 answers. I had Charlie's Farm and Drownsman.
Okay.
Oh, I was waiting for some sort of response, but nothing.
Yay!
Right. Yay! Woo! Best cinematography of the year, A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. Best score of the year, Bone Tomahawk. Best soundtrack, It Follows and A Girl Walks Home. Best horror comedy of the year, Deathgasm and What We Do in the Shadows. Best slasher of the year, Girl House. Best TV horror show of the year, and I watch a lot of them, Scream Queens and Penny Dreadful.
That's crazy.
Those are the 2 to watch.
Everybody keeps telling me not to watch Scream Queens.
Oh no, it's great, but it's
Scream
not for
Queens was
everybody.
phenomenal, and Penny Dreadful is probably the best acted horror show on television.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things. I've heard good things about Penny Dreadful for years now.
Me too.
You know, this best old school film of the year, I was totally confused by this question. I thought you meant newer films that had like an old feel to it. I put like Final Girls for the 80s, The Editor for the 70s, and Hellmouth for the 50s.
Nope. It meant what is the best film that you saw this year that has nothing to do with 2015.
Yeah, it's like a new discovery for yourself.
Yeah, it's kind of
honestly for me it was the Paradise Lost trilogy.
nice.
That's cool. That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So everybody check that out. Best media release of the year. Anything Arrow, Society, Black Cat Set.
Society. I should have picked Society. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's what I had. I literally wrote Anything Arrow.
Yeah.
Best script of the year, Spring. Best director of the year, Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead for Spring. And the biggest industry story of the year, the deaths.
Who
Gunnar
died?
Hansen,
Well, at least we're
Gunnar Hansen,
in
Wes
agreement
Craven,
about that.
Roddy Piper, Betsy Palmer, Sir Christopher Lee, Ben Wolfe, who was in American Horror Story, Freak Show. I mean, that I just wrote down those 6 names, but there were many more.
Yeah.
The Log Lady, I forgot her name.
Do you say
No.
Robert Czar?
Oh no,
Was that this year too?
Yeah, I think it was early in the year.
David Pryor died this year, man. He directed Killer Workout.
Yeah, there were a lot.
Oh, there was so many, man. Tom Towles died, of course, from
Oh yeah,
Halloween
that's
Tales.
right.
Yeah, man. Like lots of fucking people, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terrible year, man. Terrible
Like,
year
we
for
just
death.
named,
The,
like,
the
10.
Wes Craven one still like hurts, dude. Like I'm serious. Like that really.
You said Betsy
completely
Palmer,
bummed
right?
me out.
Yeah, I said Betsy Palmer.
Yeah,
Wes
what a
Craven.
fucking weak year, man, for death. Like crazy. I mean, we all know this is inevitable,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
but wow,
Only gonna
dude,
get
like,
worse.
just the names, man. Like Craven and Lee and Palmer, like Hansen. Like fuck me, man. Roddy Piper was a huge surprise to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember where I
know,
was.
man.
I was like, fuck, man. Like, dude, he's Roddy Piper, man. He shouldn't be dying. I don't know.
Dude, I got like
It
3
was sad.
texts that day.
It
So
was
I
sad.
was
It was super sad.
awful.
If there's one thing that I really wish anybody would do is listen to that commentary on They Live with him and John Carpenter. For some reason, I always go back to that commentary. I like it.
You know what, man? I still need to check
It's
that
not
out.
the best commentary in the world, but I just like Piper talking. It's pretty cool.
All right, guys. So, yeah, moving along into the show here, and we are going to take a look at the year 2016 and our thoughts on it. Yeah, what are our thoughts on 2016, guys? What is coming up?
Well, I guess I'll say what I'm like most excited for. And honestly, there's two films stand out that are already in production. I'm pretty sure they're wrapped or close to being wrapped, post-production something. One is Rob Zombie's 31, which it's Rob fucking Zombie. How can we not be excited? Seriously.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, to be honest, man, there's a shitload of people out there that are going, fuck Rob Zombie and fuck you for even saying,
Oh yeah, and fuck
are you
his wife
excited for
too.
fucking Rob
Because
Zombie?
they always seem to
You know
throw
what?
that one in there.
You know what, man? You know, I'm not excited for the new 31 film because, Rob Zombie's probably going to put his wife in there.
He is.
I love her.
Yeah, she
If
was
she
great.
was my wife,
Fucking
I would put
haters.
her in my movies too.
I am so fucking sick and tired of people hating on Rob Zombie for
Yep.
the sake of hating on Rob Zombie. I mean, for fuck's sakes, man. The dude does not make bad movies. Get over yourselves. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck off.
damn it. So Rob Zombie's
That's how we roll on this
31.
shit, man. We tell it how it is.
I really don't know much about it, and I kind of like keeping it that way. So I'm not gonna look into it. Not gonna watch a trailer. Just gonna see it when it comes out. Hopefully, it gets a wide enough release. I would love to see it in the theaters. And,
Let me just say one quick thing to these people who don't like Rob Zombie. I will come to you and I will give you a blood punch that'll cause a deathgasm.
straight up.
Straight
Good
up.
night, mommy.
Oh god.
Good
Yeah.
night, mommy.
Yeah,
I have a bone tomahawk.
and it'll be
just from
followed.
I will put my blood punch in your bone tomahawk if you don't like it.
Wait, no.
that. Dude,
No.
you totally just ejected me right there. Oh.
These fucking clowns are gonna be headless.
Honestly, I think I just gave a recipe for cooties.
These fucking idiots. Oh, shit.
Oh man.
Sorry, JP, I totally interrupted you to make a stupid joke.
No, it was a good joke.
Thank you.
So yes. I'm just gonna edit that out. See what I did there? See what,
We are still here.
this is ridiculous. All right, seriously.
We're hidden.
Let's get serious, guys. Come on.
Okay.
This is a serious podcast here. Come on.
You hear that? You hear that knock?
Knock, knock. It's the Green Inferno.
All right, seriously. Leatherface. I'm super pumped for Leatherface. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm just excited because there's another Chainsaw film coming out. I don't know, man. I heard a few different plot synopsises, and that's all I really want to hear. Chainsaw is my favorite horror film of all time, and I love the franchise minus Part 4. So let's see what they do, man.
Yeah, I'm fucking excited for Leatherface. I've got it on my list too, man. Leatherface. I'm always excited for a new, Texas Chainsaw film.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's been not great lately. That 3D bullshit.
No, dude, Part 4 came out a long time ago.
I'm just fucking with you, man. Yeah, Part 4 is terrible, man. Honestly, dude, man, we've talked about this, man. I don't hate 3D that much at all. I don't think you seem to like it a lot more than me. Uh-huh. Like, you're honestly having some pretty bizarre deathgasms over that film and stuff like that, but I'm not really digging it that much to have, one of those deathgasms, but I'm excited for this shit though, man. I hope they do it right. Like, right.
Yeah. There's also another film that I kind of heard about. It's called Nina Forever. Apparently, like, this dude, like, his dead girlfriend keeps coming back. Like, I think they described it as Hellraiser. She Hellraisers back every time he has sex with someone new, and it sounds cool. It sounds like it could be it could be pretty.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that one too.
Yeah.
The Witch. That's another one that I keep hearing great things about.
I'm already hearing that The Witch is breaking people's top 3 already for 2016.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucked up, man? Like, apparently that's how good it is.
Yeah, that's good. I'm also...
No, that's really good. That's really good.
Well, I hear this every year, though, because I do listen to a lot of podcasts, and I do hear about a lot of the films before we see them. But The Conjuring 2, interested in seeing what happens with that.
I hate that name. The Enfield Poltergeist. How stupid.
I'm honestly not too stoked for that. I won't lie. I'm not too stoked for that.
I hope it's good. I just don't like the name. That's all.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what they do with The Strangers 2. Because that's another one that, is a big title. And another one I heard of was The Forest and Devil's Candy as well.
Is 2016 the year of the sequel again? Are we going back to the sequels?
I hope. I love sequels.
We're going to move away from the horror comedies a little bit and get into the sequels. And maybe let's get a little more fucking anthologies in there. I'm looking forward to holidays. You know?
Can we just cut out the fucking massive amounts of comedy in every anthology?
That would be cool, man. I mean, the cover art or the teaser cover art for this looks very comedic, but it could be good. It could be serious. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with this, but you guys heard of this one, Holidays?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, a long time ago. I've been waiting for that.
Yeah, that's been years. I think that was in 2013 we mentioned.
And apparently it is coming out in 2016. So we'll see. Who knows? It might be 2017, 18, whatever, but
fucking, the biggest one I totally forgot? I'm such a fucking idiot. Phantasm Ravager.
That's what I was going to say.
I was going to say.
What's the deal?
Fucking list, man. Phantasm.
They're just taking some time to clean it up, I heard. They're I think they did some reshoots because this film was made casually, like on the weekends, and then they just was shooting footage, just for fun, and it kind of developed into a Phantasm film.
Well, Angus Scrimm can only shoot 3 hours a month.
This film was actually shot like all the other Phantasm films then.
Pretty much.
So it's kind of authentic then.
Yeah.
Because Coscarelli shot, Phantasm just like that on the weekend. So
the only thing I'm nervous about is Coscarelli isn't directing.
Right. Well, of course we're all worried about that, man, but...
Because I love Cos.
Fucking Phantasm, man.
And I love Phantasm.
It literally is in my probably top 3 favorite franchises of all time. So,
yeah.
I'm going to say that. I love Phantasm, all 4 films, so much. If you guys ever sat down and watched all 4 back to back?
To back?
Yeah, it's the way to go, man.
It is unbelievable. The experience is so cool. it's just unbelievable. It's the only way to do it, man. It's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
They pick up. One ends, the other one, the next one picks
I
up.
love that about it.
Oh, fucking coolest thing, man. Love it.
So cool.
Yeah.
What about you guys? What do you guys have?
I'll go. I have a few. I have the Neon Demon.
Neon Demon, yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to that. The Bad Batch, which is the director of Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. Cannibal film with Keanu Reeves.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think Jim Carrey's in it too.
What?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, it takes place in a community of cannibals. Two films that I thought were supposed to come out this year from Draft House, The Invitation and The House on Pine Street.
Yeah, what's up with Pine Street? Yeah,
I don't know, but The House on Pine Street was making a lot of #1 lists, but it's nowhere to be found. Also, a few films that I just read about recently: Green Room, A Monster Calls, Lights Out, and High Rise.
Yeah, Lights Out is one that's on my list there.
Yeah, and High Rise, I think, is from Ben Wheatley, who did Kill List and Sightseers and Field in England.
Did you say Neon Doom?
No, I said Neon Demon.
Oh,
Neon
Demon.
Doom is
The new Dustin Mills film.
yeah.
Yeah.
Although I'm looking forward to that
He
too.
just sent me an email today and he's like, check out the trailer. I'm like, okay. Gotta do it.
All right.
Yeah.
What about that
Right on.
Cabin Fever remake, guys?
Maybe. Who knows? Who
Dude.
knows?
That
When you
shot for
guys
shot, that shot for shot remake.
It's not a shot for shot. It's just using the same exact script.
Okay.
That's so weird. What a weird
No,
concept.
I don't even know what the hell that means. Like, I think shot for shot, I'm thinking script, it's like, what?
Yeah.
I
Apparently,
honestly,
Eli Roth
honestly,
loves what the little twists that they made. Wow.
so they're using the script, but there's twists.
Yeah, so they probably just changed shit in the script. Maybe death.
Well,
or
they
something.
obviously changed shit in the script if there's twists.
He likes a twist, unless he forgot what
so
he wrote.
they're
Unless
not
the
just using the
twist
script.
is that they didn't change anything.
Oh, for fuck's sake. That's the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard. Ridiculous.
Well, you know
What
what
if
else
the
is
twist
the stupidest
is at
thing you
the
ever
end?
heard? To remake Cabin Fever, it's like 10 years old and using the same fucking script.
The twist at the end was it's all a
Jesus.
movie, and they're actually just
Fucking-
sitting around reading the script
fucking stupid. Fucking stupid.
There you go,
Jesus Christ.
on a boat.
Ugh.
on a boat.
Well, that would
Exactly.
Moods would
Everything
like
is
it.
so much fucking better on a boat.
Well, that's the big twist. They're all going to be on a boat at the end, actually reading the script for Cabin Fever, and nobody actually
Purge 3?
died.
The Purge 3?
Purge
Ooh,
3's coming.
I'm excited for Purge 3.
Yeah, Purge 3 is coming out in
Maybe.
2016.
Might
So,
be good.
and
Not on a
it
boat?
would be so fucking exciting if it was on a boat.
It would be so fucking exciting if it was like good.
Well, 2 is better, way better.
Two is
than
way better than one. I actually hate one. Like I don't. There's not many movies
I
that
hate.
and
I hate I hate the third act of that film
the
more
whole
than
fucking
it-
all
it-
acts suck.
It-
The same type of shit is happening throughout the entire movie. The same shit that you hate.
No,
in
the third act is just beyond retarded. There's no way anybody would ever react like that in the end of the film.
You can
There's
say
no
that
way.
about the-
Yeah.
It would
Stupid.
never happen. It would
Yeah.
never happen. It's so unbelievable. It's stupid.
Yep.
There's no way. There's so much opportunity to change that.
Yep.
Stupid.
Just like walking into a stranger's house, like that, you know that they're like gonna shoot you, and you're just like walking around. You're hearing your friends get shot, and you're just walking.
I mean, that's
corners
the
like,
point.
hey.
No, we have to kind of having a purge, that the whole idea is unbelievable. That's never going to happen.
Might
That's
happen.
never going to happen.
Might happen.
Well, maybe in America.
I think
Not-
it happens in other countries all the time.
No, in America they give you guns. In Canada they'd give you toonies or loonies or some bullshit.
Or hockey sticks.
They give you a fucking hockey stick. Here you go. Here's a fucking hockey stick.
Go check
Go to
somebody.
fucking town. Here's a bottle of maple syrup and a fucking head. Go to town. Fuck you, Mountie.
So I heard about this movie that's coming out this year too. It has something to do with a digital copy. It's called Rings.
Rings.
Have you heard?
Rings.
I'll tell you what I want to see.
It's the best idea ever for a film. I'm sorry. It's fucking amazing.
It would be so. No, I want to see the Japanese one. I want to see
Ring versus
Sadako.
Dutch.
No, yeah, Sadako versus Kayako. Totally.
I'm
That'd
cheering
be-
for Kayako.
It's a weird.
Absolutely.
It's a weird mashup.
No, I got it all figured out. I even know how they're gonna do it. I wrote a script already.
Nice.
Sudoku versus who?
Sadako versus Kayako.
Ah,
I got it all figured out. Yeah, dude. I think it could be good. I think it'll be better than Freddy vs. Jason. How's that? Not that it's hard to do. But here's something I'm looking forward to. And it's going to sound weird, but it's Ouija 2. But hear me out.
Really?
Hear me out.
You know what?
We will not hear you out on
I have
that.
the first one here. I have still not watched it.
No. I have not watched the first one, but the only reason I'm interested... Hold the fuck on. Hear me out, I said.
I'm so excited for the sequel. I have not seen the first one.
There's only one reason, I'm telling you.
Somebody
Mike
must be
Flanagan. No, dude. Mike Flanagan's the director, the guy that did Absentia and Oculus.
Oh,
Yeah,
Absentia
Oculus is
great.
dope. I really like the Oculus.
They both are great.
Absentia is fucking, honestly, creeped the
It's
shit
awesome.
out of me. Creeped the
Yeah.
shit out of me. One
And
of the
Oculus
creepiest
is good
films
too.
in years. Yeah.
Oculus.
He's
I'll
2 for
probably
2.
just see part 2 then.
Oculus made my top list last year. Actually, I loved it. It was good.
Same here.
And yeah. But
So-
Absentia, man, fuck, did that movie ever underrated? Man, really underrated.
I just reviewed it. It's coming out in a couple days, actually.
Ouija 2 is now in my top 10.
Told you, see?
There you go.
So
Ouija 2. Because they might take you. You
I'm
never
curious
know.
on this. I had no idea. Now I actually want to see this. I should
See?
probably watch the first one too. Oh my god.
I said, hear me out, and see, I know what's up. What about that
I
movie, The
didn't want
Boy?
to hear you out.
Yeah, see, you gotta trust me.
yeah, The Boy. That one looks kind of interesting. There's like 2 films called
Boy-
The Boy coming out this year, and then
it
there's
looks
like
fucked
another
up.
one coming out 2000.
The ones that JP was looking at were actually gay pornos. So
The Boy. Yeah, The Treatment, Part 2.
doesn't even crack. He's like, that's not fucking
Is
fun.
that the one where the boy gets a blood punch?
I'm not trying to be a pedophile.
While he's in the shadows?
No. That's not pedophile shit. That's just gay porn.
What kind of gay porn are you watching?
Yeah, The Boy. Yeah, what's her name's going to be in it? Maggie from Walking Dead, so I'm kind of interested in that. And who knows? It
Dude,
looks
is she
fucked
not
up.
looking like top notch these days?
Top notch. Yeah, she is.
I'm talking top shelf, man.
Is that a
Top.
Blumhouse one too? The Boy? Man, Blumhouse is fucking just fucking everything, man. They're
I
everywhere.
already spoiled The Boy for myself. I already read how it ended.
Really?
Dude, why the fuck are you doing that shit?
I don't know.
What are you
I'm,
reading, by
You're
the way?
bugging.
I'm self-loathing. I go on
What are you
IMDb
reading, like-
and I look for spoilers.
Stop. What's wrong
But I
with
still
you?
want to see it.
I don't care.
And
I don't
and I
even
want
know
to
what
see
to
Ouija,
say to this.
and I
Listen.
still want to see Ouija 4, since I haven't seen the first 3 yet.
Ouija 4? Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, dude.
it's directed by the guy who did The Editor. It's gonna be dubbed.
You guys you're stupid as fuck, man.
It's going to be filmed in
Are you
Canada.
talking about the same editor that made the? Oh wait, never mind.
It's Dave Z's fault. He could have given it a 9.
Yeah, Dave. Jeez. 8.5. Seriously.
Landmine goes click at number 1.
It's that fucking cake. It's that damn comedy. It would have
Straight
been.
want that.
bullshit. It's straight
That's
fucking
why it
bullshit.
didn't make my list. My top
Right.
10. It just I felt like it could have been a better film had it not had comedy.
That's fucking bullshit. You're only doing that spite of me, man. You're a dick.
I'm being serious.
Also,
hey, guys.
you actually are, because you knew how much I loved it, and you're like, what?
No, I swear to God, man.
It's in there.
Look,
Fuck
Gun Woman. You love Gun Woman. You gave Gun Woman a 10 out of 10. But anyway, Amityville. There's a new fucking Amityville coming out that's like theatrical.
Yeah.
There's a new Amityville every second.
Yeah, but this is a real Amityville. Like, not like the
yeah?
other ones that come out. This one is being like produced by the Weinsteins, and it's supposed to be in like the theater. And honestly, it has been like filmed for over a year. And
Yeah, like I
it's
think
just,
2
like-
years now.
And they keep pushing it back. They're like, we gotta do some reshoots, re-edits, we gotta insert some effect shots we missed. Gotta do some pickups. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be awful. There's no way a movie that just sounds that problematic is gonna be good.
Ooh, did anyone mention the Martyrs remake?
Yeah, I have a screener copy for it. I haven't even got to watch it. I have had a
Do you
screener for
really?
about a month.
Well, honestly,
Damn.
I thought this was movies you're stoked for. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm really stoked for the Martyrs remake, to be honest, but I don't know. That's just me.
The Hatching. This is a Killer Crocodile movie that comes out like next month. Kind of want to see that.
Yeah.
That's like all I know about so far.
Yeah.
Oh, Tales from the Crypt TV series. Maybe that'll happen this year.
Oh,
got it announced.
Shyamalan.
Shit got announced today?
Yeah. Shyamalan's doing big things. I think he wants to like reinvent himself.
Is he the only producer on the show?
No, there's a lot of producers. He's just kind of like I don't know if
are any from the old one? Like is Robert Zemeckis coming back?
It sounds really complicated what they're doing. It seems like they're trying to make a block for horror on TNT, which growing up in the 90s, horror was all over TNT. Monster Vision was my shit. And ever since then, I've like never even turned on TNT. And it sounds like they're trying to make like, I don't know, they're like saying that it's going to be like a mix of like old and new or something. I'm not really sure, man. I don't know if they're going to use the old stories, all new stories, a mixture of both. I don't know. It's interesting though, man. If they're going to even have the Crypt Keeper, who the hell knows, you know?
The twist is going to be that he was alive the whole time.
If they don't have the Crypt Keeper, it's not Tales from the Crypt.
That
makes no fucking sense because he's literally the start of the story. It's Tales from the Crypt.
It could be something else in the crypt.
CGI Crypt Keeper, probably.
Oh, do not even mention that, Joe Pesci.
No, they can't do that. I don't think they'll do that. Maybe animated. Maybe I could see them doing like animated or something, like an animated opening. So
it's not going to be a puppet.
It might be. I could see him maybe doing a puppet.
They don't do that shit anymore, man.
Yeah, but that dude's like still alive, and he's like
John Kasser.
Yeah, like
he's got the greatest voice ever, man.
Because the puppet looks so real, though. Like it still looks real. Like it still looks not like a puppet.
Yeah, but kids today, they just never see puppets. They see fucking CGI.
Yeah.
Fuck the kids, man. This shit ain't for the kids, it's for us. It's for us.
I know, it is for us.
You know, fuck the kids, man. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, your 9-year-old daughter can't watch this shit, man, but I mean, really, this shit, it's for us, man. You know? John Kaiser, man, bring that shit back.
Yeah,
it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope, man.
I mean,
I hope what they do.
They're gonna have to be a little more tame on TNT.
Yeah, I always thought like the original Tales from the Crypt was so bizarre because, you know, you always had like these amazing casts and stuff, and it was kind of cool. Like from week to week, it was always like expecting some, you know, known actor and stuff like that, or actress, or whatever, or director. But that was the thing, and then all of a sudden,
how are you gonna do that now?
Like, and then all of a sudden, it was like Arnold
Gomez or something.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is directing an episode of Tales from the Crypt, and it was like fucking totally awesome. So I don't know. Who knows?
Dude, hasn't this already happened with Tales from the Dark Side? Weren't they going to reboot that, and then that fucking fell apart?
Yeah, apparently the pilot was like, I mean, they passed on the pilot, but so many people, like industry-wise, said that it was so good because I believe there was a lot of people that got to see it.
Ryan Nicholson.
Oh, yeah, it was somebody's kid, right? Who was it?
Yeah, Ryan Nicholson worked on it.
Ryan Nicholson directed the first episode, and yeah,
and it'll never see the light of day.
Oh, dude. He was so fucking mad, man. When I was talking to him at Calgary HorrorCon, he was so fucking pissed off. He goes, honestly, it was such a good pilot. So good. And he goes, nobody will ever see it now.
That's the film world.
He literally
kicked in the balls over and over.
He jokes around every fucking 2 minutes of his life. And then he started talking about that and he went all serious and he was like, no one will ever see it.
Nobody will ever see it.
He was actually pissed off. And I was like, fuck, dude, are you fucking serious?
Poor guy, that sucks.
Yeah, it's terrible.
But it's like I said before, I don't want to hear anything until fucking they start shooting. I don't believe anything.
I'm so sick of that. I am too, Dave. How many times do we hear like, oh, this is like even dude, Green Inferno, like granted it got like held up with rights issues. That was my like most look forward to film of 2013. What we're doing right now. And you know, I just seen it, you know, a month ago. Like it's crazy.
And it made your top 10 though.
Yeah, it did.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, but my prediction was wrong. I thought it was going to be like the best movie ever. Clearly it wasn't.
The CGI was fucking awful, dude. I'll tell you that. That tiger, that cat, whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what the hell are they doing with that?
I don't know,
They can't afford to put a real fucking cat there? Come on.
Well, probably not. They probably can fucking
in defense of them, like it's not really just a little old house cat.
I know what it is. I'm just saying, they're in the jungle. They can't fucking spend a couple fucking grand and get some white tiger flown in, whatever the fuck they want to put there.
They could have
go to
spray painted
Vegas.
a regular cat and brought the camera real close to him. like Night of the Lepus.
That's great. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So, does anybody else have any other films that we didn't mention?
Nah, I got nothing.
I got nothing too.
I got nothing either.
Everything I had listed was mentioned. The Green Room is the one that that Brandon had mentioned that I couldn't remember the title of. That's the one I'm really intrigued to see. Besides 31, so can't wait to see it. But yeah.
Well, this has been a show of epic proportion.
Epic is not the word to describe this monstrosity of an episode. Yeah, I got to thank you guys, Brandon, Dave, for showing up on the show, man, or stopping by.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, man. You guys, any fucking time you guys want to roll by and, do these late night sessions, let's do it up, man. Hook it up.
They normally don't last this long, I swear.
Unless it's a Children of the Corn franchise or maybe you guys want to hop on the Howling one. That'd be fun.
Everybody needs to go over to Horrorphilia and not only check out our podcast and my 6 podcasts, but check out Exploding Heads Horror Podcast. I couldn't believe the chemistry in the first fucking episode. Like Brandon, who left us voicemails early on, and I always said, I bet you he would be good at podcasting. I remember saying that a few times.
And JP was right. I am good.
And I
was right too.
Yeah, and Dave.
That's why I plucked him.
Yeah, Dave just came and scooped him up.
Yep.
But yeah,
you guys are awesome.
For a Jew we was looking for a replacement Jew, and you fucking took him. Thanks.
That was a huge disappointment, and fuck you, Dave, for that.
I appreciate the support, guys. I really do.
But
it means a lot.
Also Christian. I had never heard him before, but I like it what he brings to the show straight up. I wasn't, there's certain times where I listen to podcasts and maybe I'll like 2 people and not the third person, but I like all 3 of you guys. Honestly, I think you guys do a good job. And the only thing, if I could give a little bit of criticism, I literally cannot stand that you guys do spoilers. I usually will shut the episode off and come back to it when I'm less mad. If Yins do spoilers, I would recommend that Yins do both reviews and then spoilers at the very end of the show instead of in the middle. Because the problem is, I know you guys put notes in, but I'm at work. I can't be digging them out, trying to skip ahead. And, oh, fuck, went too far, go back. It's really hard on a phone or an iPod. If that's, me being selfish, if I could change one thing, it's the spoiler thing.
Now, we're working on trying not to spoil as much, especially in our non-spoiler reviews. We do tend to throw in spoilers.
Honestly, man, it was the only, the only thing I had issues with the show too. I'm the same way, man. Download the shows, listen to them. When I'm driving, man, I can't be fucking skipping ahead.
That too.
You hear fucking spoilers and shit. I mean, chances are the films you guys are reviewing, say the older ones and stuff I've seen before, but just by chance, it's like, if I haven't seen them, I don't want to be fucking skipping ahead and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of complicated. It complicates things a little bit. But honestly, man, you guys were fantastic in your first episode. Really, really good. I was thrown back. I mean, honestly, 110,000 times better than our early shows, man. Me, JP, and Jeremy. Way better.
We were awesome.
Way fucking better, man.
Well,
way
to be fair, I've been doing it for a while, and so has Christian. So
yeah,
he had
to
practice.
be fair, I'm just fucking amazing.
Yeah, he's a natural.
Our early shows, man.
He is a natural, man.
For Jeremy and JP, I don't think they've done much, talk radio or whatever.
Never done any.
I'm not trying to toot my own whistle and stuff, but I hosted an underground hip hop show for 8 years. I did a radio show for 8 years. DJing and stuff like that, as you guys can probably tell, because my voice is so goddamn awesome and everyone loves me. No, I'm just joking.
You do have a good voice.
But that's the thing. I just I like talking. I like talking.
Me too, if you haven't noticed.
And
yeah, we all do.
Right? It was a different mix, coming with those guys and stuff. But I felt you guys were, wow, really, really good.
I
good.
thought so too, man.
Mad props,
I really
mad props,
did.
man.
I really
Mad props.
did.
Yeah, man.
We got
And-
the sex out of the way right up front.
You have to. That's
and
have to do
honestly, it just freed us up to be loose and comfortable with each other.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
man.
sure.
Yeah.
And if there's one other thing, man, I like when you guys go on tangents and start talking about different topics. Now, not necessarily that you have to do the tangents, but definitely keep doing other topics besides just the reviews, because that's the stuff that I enjoy probably the most. Even though, I liked listening to the Tales of Christmas. What the fuck was it called? Christmas Horror Story, because I had reviewed that film months ago, and I liked hearing you guys talk about that because I had already seen it and knew everything. So
Yeah.
spoilers didn't affect me and stuff. So I love when you review stuff that I've seen, because then I don't have to fuck with the spoilers skipping ahead and stuff. But I hate when you guys talk about stuff that I haven't seen, like the first film, the other Christmas film, which I had to skip ahead for the spoilers. But definitely keep up the topics. I love the flow of the show. You guys are fucking great. Brandon's fucking witty as hell. Dude, like, cracks me up.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I actually mean all this shit.
And he pretty much wants to make
Thank
out with you right now.
I
Yeah.
do. Got a raging bone tomahawk. About to have a deathgasm.
Oh, it's going to end in a punch blood right there, man.
Oh.
Blood punch. Ew. Ew.
And that's it. Good night, mommy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Alrighty, guys. That is going to conclude episode 68 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. I just, again, want to thank the boys from the Exploding Heads podcast, because you guys are absolutely amazing. And once again, you guys are welcome back anytime. So much fun. I'm not sure how long this show was, but I'm sure it's
It might
insanely
be
fucking long.
show.
It might be one of the longest shows we've ever done. I don't even know, but I don't really give a shit because I had a fucking blast. And counting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 beers deep in this one, and I'm still going. Wow. I must have a really big dick.
Shit.
Must have a really big dick. I have
You're gonna have a death
I have no
gasm.
idea what that means, but anyways, guys, JP, want to take us out?
Yeah, man. I'm not going to waste everybody's time because I know everybody's not listening, giving out all of our links. All you got to do is check out the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Facebook group. Subscribe to us on fucking iTunes. Oh, shit. I forgot to do that at the beginning of the show. That was actually important. I might have to edit something in there. And check out Exploding Heads.